Beneath the Same Moon. Chapter 1. The road gave out a quarter-mile before the cabin did, the asphalt thinning into gravel, and then into something that wasn't really a road at all. Just two ruts worn into the dirt by trucks that hadn't come this way in years. Evie eased off the throttle and let the bike find its own rhythm over the ruts, the engine settling into a low growl that matched the hush of the trees pressing in on either side. The cabin sat where it always had at the end of the ruts, in the clearing it had carved out of the woods some time before she was born. Log walls gone silver-grey with weather. A roofline that sagged faintly on the east side, the way old things sagged when nobody was paying attention. 20 acres of pine and red dirt that nobody in town had bothered to remember belonged to anyone. She killed the engine and sat for a moment in the new quiet, listening to it settle around her the way water settles after something drops into it. This wasn't coming home. She didn't have a frame for that, not really, not one that fit this place. This was reclamation, taking back something that had gone still and making it work again. She'd done it before in smaller ways, in apartments and rented rooms that needed nothing more than a deadbolt checked twice and an exit mapped before she'd let herself sleep. This was just bigger. 20 acres bigger. She swung off the bike, boots finding the dirt, and walked the perimeter once before she touched the door. Old habit. Window placements, sightlines, and the distance from the tree line to the porch. The cabin gave her nothing to worry about. Nothing moved, nothing watched, but she walked it anyway, because the body needed the information even when the mind already knew the answer. The key Elias had left her was old enough that it had gone smooth at the edges, and the lock fought her for a second before it gave up. Inside smelled like dust and cedar, and something fainter underneath that she didn't let herself name. She crossed the main room in 4 strides, threw the windows open one by one, and let the air start working before she'd even taken off her jacket. Sheets over the furniture came off in grey clouds. A layer of pine needles had drifted in under the door at some point and dried into something like a doormat. She swept them out with the side of her boot, and didn't think about how long they'd had to sit there to dry that flat. She moved through the rooms with a checklist running in the back of her mind, the kind of inventory she took without deciding to. The roofline dipped on the east side, signaling water-damaged sheathing that required structural reinforcement before winter. The poured concrete foundation remained plumb, revealing no lateral cracks or shifting. 3 windows featured brittle, failed seals that would bleed heat the moment the frost set in. Finally, she mentally red-flagged the outdated electrical panel and ungrounded wiring, knowing the entire system needed a complete overhaul to safely handle modern loads. By the time she'd circled back to the front room, she had a mental map of everything the cabin needed and a rough order for fixing it. She always did. It was easier to live somewhere when you knew exactly what was wrong with it. The solar panels were still in their crates in the truck bed, where they'd ridden the whole way out from the city wrapped in moving blankets like something fragile, which they weren't, but she'd wrapped them anyway. She carried them up one at a time, the aluminum frames warm from sitting in the sun, and laid them out across the porch boards to plan the run before she started carrying anything onto the roof. The climb up wasn't difficult. The ladder was old, but it held, and the roof pitch was gentle enough that she didn't need to think twice about her footing. She worked the brackets methodically first, then the panels, then the conduit ran down to where the inverter would live in what used to be a tool shed and was about to become something more useful. Her hands knew the motions without her having to supervise them closely. Strip the wire, seat the connection, test the voltage, and move to the next one. There was a kind of peace in work like this. Nothing about it needed her full attention, which meant nothing about it could surprise her. She was halfway through wiring the second panel, kneeling on warm shingles with the multimeter pinched between 2 fingers, when her phone buzzed against her hip. She glanced at the screen, Mom video. She answered without moving off the roof, propping the phone against a panel bracket so the camera caught her at an angle sky behind her. Hair lifting slightly in the wind, the half-wired panel visible at the edge of frame. "You're outside," her mother said by way of greeting, in the tone she used for observations she intended as questions. "Putting in solar," Evie said. "Figured I'd get it done before it gets cold." "On the roof. That's generally where the sun hits." Her mother's expression did the thing it always did, flickering between amusement and something tighter underneath it, something that never quite resolved into either. The cool window shifted, and Evie caught a glimpse of the kitchen behind her, the same yellow walls, the same chipped mug on the same shelf, before her brother's face crowded into frame, too close to the camera, grinning. "Are you on a mission?" he said. "I'm fixing a roof." That's cover, he said with the absolute confidence of someone who had decided, somewhere around age 7, that his sister led a secret double life and had never once revised the theory downward. Like a stakeout, you're doing recon on the cabin. I'm doing recon on whether this inverter is wired correctly. Can I come stay there, just for a weekend? I won't tell anyone it's a base. Something in her chest gave slightly at that, not enough to show, just enough to register. She thought distantly that she should correct him. That this was the moment a responsible adult would gently set the record straight, would say there's no mission, there's no base, it's just a cabin and a roof and some bad wiring. She didn't do it. She let the moment pass the way she always let it pass, because some part of her, small, rarely acknowledged, didn't want to be the one to take it from him. Ask Mom, she said instead. Once the well's working and I'm not climbing on the roof. That's not a no. It's not a yes either. He pulled back, satisfied with the ambiguity, and her mother reclaimed the frame. You didn't answer me about the school, her mother said. The drive from here would have been 40 minutes less if you'd taken the place near your aunt. I like the land. You like being far away, that's different. Evie set the multimeter down on the shingles and looked at the screen for a second longer than the conversation strictly required. There was an old shape to this argument, worn smooth the way the cabin key had gone smooth. They'd had some version of it before more than once, back when the subject had been an apartment instead of a cabin, a city instead of these particular woods. Her mother had never said it outright, not in those words, but the shape of the complaint had always been the same. You keep choosing distance over us, and I don't understand why you choose that. I like quiet, Evie said, which was true, and easier to say than the rest of it. You could find quite 10 minutes from here. Not this kind. Her mother's mouth tightened, just slightly, the way it did when she'd decided not to push further today, but was filing the conversation away to revisit later. And the motorcycle, through the winter, on these roads. I've got a truck for winter. You didn't bring the truck. I'm bringing the truck. It wasn't strictly a lie. The truck existed. It was parked at her aunt, 3 hours from here, waiting for a reason to make the drive. She had every intention of bringing it eventually, in the same way she had every intention of eventually explaining several other things she had no plans to explain today. Her father's voice came in from somewhere off camera, the particular quality of a man who'd been listening the whole time and finally found his opening. Let her finish the panel, Diane. A pause, then, closer. Is that a Schneider inverter? Victron. Where'd you learn to spec a system like that? She felt the question land the way she always felt that particular question land, not unwelcome exactly, just one she'd learned to redirect rather than answer in full. Picked it up, she said light, already reaching for the next panel bracket. You'd be surprised what you learn when you're bored enough. Her father made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh, the sound of a man choosing not to pull on a thread he suspected, went somewhere he wouldn't fully understand. He'd made that sound before, about other things, the shooting range membership she'd never explained. The years she'd spent traveling that had never produced a single photo. He trusted Elias' old instruction not to ask, the same way her mother trusted her own worry not to be wrong, and between the two of them, they'd built a kind of peace around the parts of Evie's life that didn't add up. She loved them for it, the trust and the worry both, in a way that sat uncomfortably close to guilt. I should let you get back to it, he said, cool when the well's running. Will do. Her brother's voice came in one more time, faint and already half distracted by something else in the kitchen. Tell the mission I said hi. I'll pass it along. The call ended, and the quiet came back in around her the way it always did, a half-beat slower than she expected, like the woods needed a second to remember she was alone again. The well house sat 100 yards back from the cabin, a squat concrete box half swallowed by blackberry brambles that had clearly spent the last several years deciding the place belonged to them now. She cut a path through with the machete she kept strapped to the bike, more out of habit than necessity. The brambles weren't dangerous, just inconvenient, the way most obstacles were, and let herself into the dim, concrete dark. The pump had gone stiff with disuse, the pressure gauge sitting dead at 0, but the bones of the system were sound. She worked through it the way she'd worked through the solar panels, methodically, unhurried, problem identified and corrected in sequence. Primed the line, checked the pressure switch, coaxed the motor into a reluctant cough and then a steady hum, and stood there for a moment listening to water start moving through pipes that hadn't carried any in years. By the time she straightened up, her shirt had gone damp at the small of her back, and the light outside had shifted toward the gold end of the afternoon. She wiped her hands on her jeans and walked back out into it, already thinking about the motorcycle, one more thing to tend to before the day folded itself shut. The bike was where she'd left it, leaning on its stand in the dirt yard, fire-red paint catching the low light in a way that made it look like something that had just stopped moving rather than something that had been sitting still for hours. She crouched beside it and got to work on the chain tension, lubrication, and the small, attentive maintenance that kept a machine honest. It was its own kind of meditation, this. Different from the wiring, different from the well. This was the part of the day that belonged to nothing but her. She was midway through adjusting the tension when she felt it not sound exactly. More a shift in the texture of the quiet, the particular awareness of being watched that she'd never managed to fully explain to anyone and had stopped trying to. She didn't look up right away. Finished the adjustment, wiped the chain lube off her fingers with the rag tucked in her back pocket, and only then let her eyes find the source. A girl stood at the edge of the clearing, maybe 15, in the unhurried posture of someone who hadn't decided yet whether she was staying or about to bolt. Dark hair pulled back loosely. A look on her face that was less caution than pure, unguarded curiosity, the look of someone cataloguing something interesting rather than something dangerous. "You're not supposed to be able to get up here without making noise," Evie said, not unkindly, straightening up off her crouch. "I've had practice." The girl didn't move closer, but she didn't retreat either. "Are you moving in?" "Something like that. Nobody lived here since I was little." She said it like a fact she'd long since stopped expecting to be relevant to anything. "There was an old guy. He used to give me candy when I walked by. Butterscotch, the gross kind, but I ate it anyway because he always asked if I liked it, and I didn't want to lie to him." Evie's hands went still on the rag for half a second, not long enough to be a flinch, not really anything a stranger would have caught. Just a hitch internal, the kind of thing that happened when a door swung open on a room you hadn't meant to walk back into. She thought of the tin he'd kept on the second shelf by the door, hard candy gone slightly stale with time, kept there for exactly this reason, for kids who wandered close enough to be worth a kindness. She hadn't thought about that tin in years. She didn't know it was still in the cabin until just now, when she realized she did know precisely which shelf. "That sounds like him," she said, nothing more. She let the rest of it stay where it was. The girl studied her for a second, the way kids sometimes did when they sensed a door had opened and closed somewhere nearby without understanding why. "Did you know him?" "He left me the cabins." Oh, a small adjustment behind the girl's eyes, recalibrating the stranger in front of her from new person to connected to someone I half remember. "That's nice, that he had someone." "It was," Evie said, and meant it more than the flat words suggested. The girl's gaze drifted to the bike, then to the solar panels visible on the roofline behind her, then back. "You did all that today?" "Most of it." "That's a lot for one day." "I had a list." A faint smile there and gone. "I'm Harper, I live the next place over past the tree line." She tipped her head toward the woods, vague enough that it could have meant anywhere. "You'll probably see me around, I walk this way a lot." "Evie, are you going to be weird about me cutting through your land? Are you going to set anything on fire?" "No. Then we're fine." Harper's smile widened at that, quick and real, and for a second she looked younger than the careful composure she'd been wearing since she stepped out of the trees. She shifted her weight, glanced once more at the cabin like she was deciding whether there was anything else worth saying, and apparently decided there was. "I should get back before it's dark," she said. "Nice to meet you, Evie." "You too." Harper turned and walked back the way she'd come, unhurried, hands in her pockets, and just before the tree line swallowed her, she called back over her shoulder, not quite turning around to say it. "If you find that candy tin, the butterscotch is still gross. Just so you know what you're getting into." Then she was gone into the dark between the trees, and the clearing went quiet again, quieter than it had been before, the way a room feels different after a door closes than it did before anyone opened it. Evie stood there a moment, rag still in hand, looking at the place where the girl had been. A local kid, she told herself, observant, harmless, the kind of assessment she ran automatically on anything new that crossed into her space, filed away and closed. But some part of the filing didn't close all the way, some small, unfinished edge of it, caught on the fact that a 15-year-old girl had just handed her, without meaning to, the first unguarded memory of Elia's she'd had in longer than she wanted to admit. She turned back toward the cabin and found her eyes going, before she decided to let them, to the door to the shelf just inside it, second from the top, where a tin of stale butterscotch candy had apparently been sitting untouched for years, waiting for someone young enough to still want it. She didn't go check. Not yet. But she knew it was there now, the way she hadn't let herself know an hour ago, and that knowing sat in her chest like a small, unlit weight for the rest of the evening. The light went from gold to grey while she finished closing up the well house and coiling the last of the wire she hadn't used. By the time she was done, the solar array was holding a steady charge, the well was running clean and pressurized, and the bike sat ready in the yard with a full tank and a properly tensioned chain. Everything worked. Everything that had been broken that morning was no longer broken. She stood in the doorway of the cabin for a moment, looking out at the dark coming down over the tree line, and didn't reach for the shelf. Tomorrow maybe, or not. Either way, the candy would still be there, gross and stale and waiting, the way some things just kept waiting whether you were ready for them or not. She closed the door against the cold, and the cabin held its new quiet around her like it had been built for exactly this, for someone who knew how to make a broken thing work again, and who'd learned a long time ago never to ask it for anything more than that. Chapter 2. The cabin woke up the way it had gone to sleep, quiet, functional, nothing out of place. Evie was up before the light, fully committed to being morning, moving through the same brief inventory she'd run the night before. Solar holding charge, well pressure steady, doors locked, nothing disturbed. She made coffee on the little 2-burner stove because the kitchen hookup wasn't finished yet, and drank it standing at the window, watching grey shift slowly into gold over the tree line. No nerves. She didn't have a frame for nerves, not about something as small as a first day. She walked into rooms that wanted her dead, and felt less than she expected to feel about walking into a classroom full of teenagers who wanted nothing more dangerous from her than a reason not to do their homework. She got dressed with the same unhurried precision she did everything else: black jeans, boots, the leather jacket that had survived worse mornings than this one. She checked her reflection once, briefly, more out of habit than vanity, and went outside to where the bike was waiting. Fuel tank full. The drive chain had been tensioned the night before. She did the walk around anyway, a habit that ignored the fact that today's patrol carried low risk. She swung a leg over the saddle, fired the engine, and felt the distinct satisfaction of a motor that caught on the first crank. The ride into town took 20 minutes, most of it through the kind of scenery that made the cabin's isolation feel like a choice rather than an accident: pine and red dirt giving way slowly to fences, then driveways, then the first real intersection with an actual stoplight. She felt the town notice her before she'd fully entered it. A woman crossing the street with a stroller did a double take. A man pumping gas at the corner station watched her go by with the particular stillness of someone deciding whether to have an opinion about it. By the time she reached the school, she'd collected enough sideways glances to know exactly what kind of impression she was about to make, and exactly how little she planned to do about it. The lot was already filling buses disgorging students in clusters, a handful of cars angled into spaces with the confidence of people who'd parked there every day of their lives. She found a spot near the edge, killed the engine, and felt the parking lot's attention arrive the way weather arrives, all at once and impossible to ignore. A cluster of students near the bike rack went quiet, then not quiet at all. "Is that the new teacher?" "No way that's a teacher." "That's definitely a teacher, look at the boots." She didn't look over. She pulled her bag off the rear rack, settled it on her shoulder, and walked toward the front doors with the specific unhurried gait of someone who had clocked every eye on her, and decided none of them required a response. Inside, the building had the particular smell all schools seemed to share, regardless of decade or region: floor wax and old paper, and something faintly chemical underneath. The front office gave her a visitor badge and directions to the main hall, where Dr. Ashcroft was waiting with the kind of smile that managed to be warm and assessing in the same expression. "Ms. Ward, wonderful to have you." The principal's handshake was brisk, professional, and held a half-second longer than strictly necessary, long enough that Evie registered it as something more than courtesy. She gave no sign of having noticed. "History department's just down this hall. Adrian will show you around before the first period." Adrian Vale turned out to be a tall man with the kind of stillness that read, on first impression, as simple reserve. He shook her hand with the same brisk professionalism as the principal, said the expected things about department curriculum and shared planning periods, and didn't, at any point, quite manage to look away from her for longer than a sentence. She let that one sit beside the first, unremarked, and kept walking. The hallway gave her the same treatment the parking lot had, students slowing slightly to look, a teacher pausing mid-conversation by a row of lockers, a general low hum of attention that followed her without ever quite resolving into anyone actually approaching. She let it happen. She learned a long time ago that the fastest way to stop being interesting was to act as if you'd never once considered being anything else. Her classroom was the third door on the left, a space anchored by heavy slate chalkboards that someone had clearly fought to save from modernization. With only 10 minutes until the first period bell, she dropped her leather bag onto the desk and flipped open her lesson binder. She forced her eyes onto the seating chart, starting the agonizing ritual of pretending the locked center drawer wasn't the only thing she actually cared about. She opened it. Books, 3 of them, stacked with the kind of careful precision that only ever existed in service of a trap. Shifted the second the drawer cleared the runners, balanced on something she couldn't immediately see, rigged to topple forward the moment the drawer reached its natural stopping point. She caught the motion in her peripheral vision a half-second before it happened, the tell of weight distributed wrong, and closed her hand around the top book before gravity got a vote in the matter. She set all 3 back down on the desk, neat as they'd been before, and didn't break the motion of reaching for her roster folder underneath where they'd been hiding it. By the time the bell rang and the first wave of students filed in, loud, half awake, sizing her up with the particular intensity of 15-year-olds meeting an unknown quantity, she was sitting at the desk with her coffee, looking entirely unbothered, like the drawer had never been anything but a drawer. A boy near the back, the kind of kid who clearly considered himself the architect of most things that went sideways in this room, watched her with an expression that slowly curdled from anticipation into confusion as the bell finished ringing and nothing had happened. She let the room settle, let the last stragglers find their seats. Then, without looking up from the roster, she said conversationally, the way someone might mention the weather. "Whoever set the books in my drawer to fall has until the end of this period to own up to it. Otherwise, it's detention for the whole back row, since I can't tell yet which of you it was, and collective punishment is historically very effective at producing confessions. A beat, dry as dust. Better luck next time." A ripple went through the room, a few laughs, a few heads turning toward the back, the architect himself going faintly red around the ears. Someone muttered, just loud enough to carry, "How did she?" Evie closed the roster folder and finally looked up, surveying the room with mild, unbothered interest, like she'd already moved past the entire incident and onto more important things. Now, history. The lesson itself was, on paper, nothing unusual: early industrial labor movements, the kind of unit every sophomore history class covered in some form or another. But she taught it like she'd watched it happen rather than read about it, asking questions that skipped past the textbook's careful framing and went straight for the parts that made students sit up a little straighter. "Why do you think the factory owners were so afraid of workers organizing?" she asked, perched against the edge of her desk rather than behind it. Not the easy answer, the real one. A girl in the second row, the kind of student who clearly didn't speak often but thought constantly, offered, because once people realize they have power together, they stop asking permission to use it. Good, Evie's mouth curved the barest fraction. That's the part every system in history has been afraid of, not the protest, the realization underneath it. A boy near the window, less impressed, raised a hand. "How do you know all this? Like actually know it, not just read the textbook, know it." "I read a lot," she said, which was true and revealed precisely nothing. He didn't push further. Nobody did, not directly, but she caught the looks passing between a few of them after the particular quality of teenagers recalibrating an adult from boring authority figure to something more interesting than expected. She'd seen that look before on other faces in other rooms. It rarely led anywhere good for her privacy, but it made for a far better classroom than indifference would have. She didn't notice Harper until the hallway between second and third period, and even then, it was Harper who noticed her first. "Ms. Ward," Harper's voice sliced through the hallway din with the unvarnished volume of an enthusiast. She was flanking a woman Evie hadn't seen before, a tall, composed stranger who navigated the chaotic currents of the student body with an effortless authority that made teenagers step aside without even realizing they were yielding. Harper, Evie inclined her head, allowing herself the smallest version of a smile. Didn't expect to see you so soon. I told you I'd see you around. Harper turned toward the woman beside her, gesturing between them with the casual confidence of someone making an introduction she considered self-evidently good news. Mom. This is Evie, she's the one who moved into the old cabin. She's also apparently my history teacher now, which is so weird. Rowan Blackwood's gaze moved to Evie and stayed there a half-second, longer than introductions strictly required. There was nothing overtly assessing in it, no narrowed eyes, no obvious tell, but Evie felt the attention land with a particular weight, the kind she associated with people who'd learned, the same way she had, to read a room before the room had finished forming an opinion about itself. Rowan, the woman said, extending a hand with unhurried composure. Harper's mother. Evie Ward. The handshake was brief, professional, and Evie felt something in it she couldn't immediately name, not threat, not quite warmth either. Recognition of a kind. The particular stillness of someone choosing, deliberately, not to react more than the moment required. Small world, Rowan said, the Ward property, been empty a long time. Good to see something living out there again. It needed the company, Evie said, and meant it more than the words let on. Rowan's mouth curved, something controlled and assessing behind it, and for a moment neither of them said anything further, just the brief, charged quiet of two people taking each other's measure without either one admitting to it. Harper, oblivious to whatever current had just passed between the two adults flanking her, was already talking again, something about a project due Friday, and the moment dissolved back into ordinary hallway noise. I should let you both get to class, Rowan said finally, and there was something in the way she said it, not dismissal, more like a held breath being carefully released. Harper, go on, I'll see you tonight. Harper peeled off toward her next class with a wave, and Rowan held Evie's gaze for one more beat before she, too, turned and walked away. The crowd parting for her the same way it had on arrival, like the building itself had decided to make room. Evie watched her go for exactly as long as it took to register the shape of what she'd just felt, not suspicion, not yet, nothing she could name with any precision. Just a quiet note, set down next to the principal's handshake and Adrian Vale's too long glance. This child is more connected than she appears. She didn't ask questions, she didn't linger on it. She turned and walked to her next class instead, the thought settling somewhere in the back of her mind to wait, the way most things did, until she had a reason to take it back out. The rest of the day moved at the ordinary pace of a first day anywhere. Names she was already memorizing faster than she let on, hallway currents she was already learning to read, the particular fatigue that came from being watched constantly, without ever quite being approached. By the final bell, she taught 3 sections of the same material with 3 different rhythms, fielded one more attempted prank from a student who'd clearly not gotten the memo from the morning's failure, and learned the names of at least a dozen students well enough to use them without checking the roster. She walked out to the parking lot in the gold light of late afternoon, the same way she'd walked in, unhurried, unbothered, aware of every eye that tracked her without acknowledging a single one of them. The bike started on the first try. She caught in her peripheral vision a dark car at the far end of the lot, parked at an angle that gave its driver a clean line of sight to the front doors. Rowan, she assumed, though she didn't turn her head to confirm it. She simply pulled out unhurried and let the school shrink behind her in the mirror. The cabin received her the same way it had every evening since she'd arrived, quiet, settled, unbothered by anything she'd carried back with her. She went through the motions of an ordinary return, jacket off, boots by the door, the solar readout checked out of habit rather than necessity. She put the kettle on before she'd even set her bag down properly, and carried the tea and her lesson binder out to the porch steps while the evening cooled around her. The light was doing the thing it did out here, gold collapsing into blue without much in between, and she let it happen at the edge of her vision while she opened the binder across her knees. Tomorrow's plan was already written. She'd built 2 weeks of it before she'd ever set foot in the building, but she found herself rereading it anyway, pen uncapped, more out of restlessness than any real fault in the lesson. She crossed out the second discussion question and wrote a sharper one in the margin, something closer to what had actually worked today, the kind that didn't let a room stay comfortable for long. She added a line under the labor unit, reminding herself which names to call on first, the girl from the second row, sharp and quiet, who deserved more of the room's attention than she currently got. She thought briefly about Harper's seat near the window and didn't write anything down about that at all. Something in the day had shifted, and she felt it the way she felt weather changing before it arrived. She wasn't isolated the way she'd been a week ago. She was noticed now by a principal whose handshake held a beat too long, by a Fey history teacher whose attention never quite settled, by a girl whose mother carried herself like something far older and more deliberate than Harper's mom suggested. She wasn't alone anymore. She wasn't sure yet whether that was a problem. She sipped the tea, found it gone lukewarm without noticing when, and kept revising anyway, pen moving steadily across the margin, the cabin dark and quiet at her back, the only sound the occasional turn of a page and the woods settling into night around her. Chapter 3. Saturday morning came without a plan, which was rare enough that Evie let herself sleep through the part of the day she usually spent already moving. She woke slowly, the kind of waking that happened in layers, light first, then sound, then the specific weight of a body that had decided, for once, not to argue with the mattress. The knock came before she'd made it past layer 2. She lay still for a second, cataloguing it the way she catalogued everything not urgent, not patterned like trouble, just a knock, ordinary and unhurried. She swung her legs off the bed anyway, because ordinary didn't mean unimportant, and padded barefoot through the cabin in an oversized t-shirt that had slid half off one shoulder somewhere in the night, her hair doing whatever it wanted in every direction at once. She opened the door, rubbing one eye with the heel of her hand, and found Rowan Blackwood standing on the porch in running clothes, dark hair pulled back in a sweat-damp knot, looking like she'd covered several miles before deciding, apparently on impulse, to cover one more. Neither of them said anything for a second. Evie became aware, in a delayed sort of way, of exactly how she must look half-dressed, half-awake. Nothing about her arranged the way she normally arranged it before letting anyone see her. "I should have called first," Rowan said, and there was something almost rueful in it, an admission she hadn't planned on making. Probably, Evie stepped back from the door anyway, an invitation more in the motion than the word. "But you're already here." Rowan hesitated on the threshold a beat longer than the moment required, then stepped inside. The cabin still smelled like dust and cedar under the newer smell of her own coffee from the day before, the front room half put together in the particular way of someone who'd been doing it one project at a time. Rowan's eyes moved over it with an attention that wasn't subtle exactly, but wasn't intrusive either, the look of someone taking inventory of a place they'd thought about more than they were letting on. "I used to run past here most mornings," Rowan said, "before anyone was living here again. Figured I'd come introduce myself properly, without an audience this time." "Generous of you." Evie dropped onto the couch, drew her legs up underneath her and gestured vaguely toward the kitchen. "I'd offer coffee, but I haven't made any yet, and I make terrible decisions before my first cup." "I'll survive." Rowan didn't sit not right away, she stood near the window instead, looking out at the tree line like she was reading something written into it. "I tried to buy this place, years ago, twice actually. That landed somewhere Evie hadn't expected. Nobody mentioned that. There wasn't anyone to mention it to. The owner wasn't interested in selling, and I wasn't in a position to push." Rowan's mouth curved, something wry and a little tired behind it. "Land like this doesn't come up often around here. I'll admit I was disappointed when I heard somebody'd finally moved in instead of it going up for sale." Evie filed that away without comment. Why this 20 acres specifically? "And let it sit instead of reaching for it. It's not for sale now either," she said lightly. "Family left it to me, I'm not in a hurry to give it up." "Family?" Rowan glanced over, something unreadable behind the word, like she was deciding whether to ask and deciding against it. "Lucky you." He was, in the way that mattered. Evie didn't elaborate, and Rowan, to her credit, didn't push. Rowan finally sat across from her, perched on the edge of the chair the way someone sits when they haven't decided how long they're staying. Her eyes drifted, for just a second, to the small shelf by the door and the tin sitting there, half forgotten, that Evie hadn't touched since the day she'd remembered it existed. "Is that his?" Rowan asked. Evie followed her gaze, a heavy stillness masking a sudden spike of panic. She stood up, crossing the room before her brain could register the move. Her hands acted on pure, protective survival instinct, lifting the tin from the shelf to shield it from view before she could even formulate a reason why. "Butterscotch," she said, prying the lid loose with her thumb. "Apparently." "He hated coffee," Rowan said, and there was real warmth in it now, unguarded in a way nothing else in the conversation had been. "Used to see him around town with something rattling in his pocket. Always had a piece going. I used to wonder how a man got through an entire life without a single cup of coffee. Evie picked one out, unwrapped it without thinking too hard about the decision, and put it in her mouth before she could talk herself out of it. It was exactly as advertised, terrible, cloying, artificial, and slightly stale. She resisted the urge to grimace. As the sugary wax dissolved, a quiet warmth settled deep inside her. The discomfort didn't matter. What mattered was sitting in his cabin, sharing his favorite candy, and listening to a woman who remembered him as a living soul rather than a mere name on a deed. He really did hate it that much, Rowan said, watching her, something almost gentle in her amusement. The coffee, I mean. I'm starting to believe it. Evie set the tin down on the low table between them, lid still off, an offering she hadn't quite meant to make. Rowan didn't take one. She looked at the tin a moment longer than she looked at anything else in the room, then back up, and the air between them shifted into something quieter, neither of them quite namming it. I should let you get back to your morning, Rowan said eventually, standing before the silence could ask anything more of either of them. I really did just mean to introduce myself, properly. Mission accomplished, Evie said and walked her to the door. Rowan paused on the threshold the same way she had on the way in, like there was a second sentence behind the one she'd already said, and she'd decided again not to use it. Same time next week, she said instead, dry, testing the joke before committing to it. Don't push your luck. That got something close to a real laugh out of her, and then she was down the steps and into a jog, back the way she'd come, and the woods swallowed the sound of her before Evie had even closed the door. She stood in the front room for a while after that, the tin still open on the table, the cabin holding its ordinary quiet around her like nothing unusual had just happened in it. Twice she thought she tried to buy it twice. It wasn't suspicion, not exactly. She didn't have enough to build suspicion out of yet, just a shape with no edges. But it sat there anyway, next to the half-second pause before Rowan said family, next to the careful way she'd looked at the tin like it meant something she wasn't going to explain. Evie had spent her whole life reading between the lines for the things people didn't say out loud, and this morning had been full of them. She didn't chase the memory any further. She snapped the tin shut, returned it to the shelf and stepped out onto the porch, leaving the heavy stillness of his cabin behind. The bright morning sun forced her eyes to adjust, instantly pulling her back to the present. It was barely 9 o'clock on a wide-open Saturday, and the empty weekend finally stretched before her, demanding to be filled. She didn't chase the memory any further. She snapped the tin shut, returned it to the shelf, and walked out into a Saturday morning that felt entirely too quiet. By noon that silence had transformed into a restless, undeniable impulse to bake. She wasn't graceful about it. Flour quickly blanketed the counters, drifted onto the floor, and in one explosive moment, dusted the front of the oversized t-shirt she still hadn't changed out of. A soft focus white haze hung over the kitchen by the time the first batch slid into the oven. None of the mess mattered. What she lacked in tidiness, she made up for in raw intuition, the same unhurried precision that governed the rest of her life. Without a recipe, she simply knew exactly how long to soften the butter, and the precise moment the batter had been stirred enough. She was elbow-deep in a second batch, flour dusted halfway up one forearm when she heard footsteps on the porch and didn't bother looking up. It's open, she called, already knowing who it was before the door swung in. Harper let herself in like she'd been doing it for years instead of days, nose lifting immediately toward the smell coming out of the kitchen. Oh my God, are you baking? Attempting to. Harper rounded the corner into the kitchen and stopped dead at the sight of it. Flour on every surface, a bowl balanced precariously on the edge of the counter, Evie standing in the middle of it all in a shirt that had definitely seen better days, looking entirely unbothered by the chaos surrounding her. This is the messiest kitchen I have ever seen in my life, Harper said, delighted. And yet, Evie nodded toward the cooling rack, where the first batch sat golden and perfect, not a single uneven edge among them. Harper picked one up without asking, took a bite, and went momentarily silent in the specific way of someone recalibrating their expectations. Okay, that's actually unfair. How are you like this and also like that? She said, gesturing at the flour-dusted counter, the smudge on Evie's cheek she clearly didn't know was there. Talent doesn't require tidiness. Evie nudged the bowl back into the center of the counter before it could make good on its threat to fall. Pull up a stool if you're staying. You can help if you want, but I'm not responsible for what happens to your clothes. Harper didn't need telling twice. She climbed onto the stool at the counter's edge, stole another cookie, and started talking the way she always did once she got comfortable about nothing in particular and everything at once. A podcast she'd been listening to. A fight she'd nearly had with a friend over something that had stopped mattering by the time she'd finished describing it. Whether Evie had ever ridden the bike fast enough to actually scare herself. Once, Evie admitted, Mountain Road, bad decision, very good story in hindsight. You have to tell me the whole thing. Maybe when you're older. That's what every adult says about every good story. Harper rolled her eyes, but there wasn't any real complaint in it. She picked at the edge of a cookie instead, quieter for a second than her usual register. My mom doesn't really do stories like that, or if she does, she doesn't tell them to me. Maybe she's saving them. Maybe. Harper didn't sound convinced. She turned the cookie over in her hand instead of eating it, something briefly older moving behind her eyes there, and gone fast enough that Evie almost missed it. A flicker of something that didn't quite belong to a 15-year-old talking about cookies on a Saturday afternoon. She's not really a let people in kind of person. I think she used to be, maybe, before. Evie didn't ask before what. She learned that lesson early, and from the other direction, she knew exactly what it felt like to have someone not push when pushing would have been so easy. She let the moment pass the way Rowan had let hers pass that morning, and reached over instead to swipe a streak of flour off Harper's cheek with her thumb light, deflecting without dismissing. You've got flour on you now too, she said, occupational hazard of this kitchen. Harper laughed, the older thing in her eyes folding back into ordinary 15, the way it had probably learned to do 100 times before, and reached for another cookie like nothing had shifted at all. They worked through 2 more batches before the light outside started going gold, Harper narrating most of it, Evie mostly listening, flour drifting steadily across every surface within reach. The knock that came at the door wasn't Harper's mother, and it wasn't gentle. Harper's head came up at the sound before Evie had even crossed the kitchen, something automatic in it. Like her body had registered the knock before her mind had caught up to what it meant. That's probably for me, she said, and the easy warmth that had filled the kitchen all afternoon dimmed by a few degrees, replaced by something more careful. The man on the porch was tall, dressed plainly, with the kind of stillness that read less like calm and more like discipline, someone who'd been told to hold a particular posture long enough that it had stopped being effort. He didn't introduce himself. Harper, your mother sent me. His eyes moved past Evie without quite landing on her, a brief, efficient scan of the doorway and the room behind it, cataloguing rather than greeting. It's later than she wanted. I know. Harper was already pulling her shoes on by the door, the casual sprawl she'd had all afternoon folding itself away into something quicker, more practiced. She didn't argue, didn't ask for another 5 minutes the way most kids would have. Tell her I'm coming. I'm telling her now. He said it flatly, not unkindly, but with no particular warmth, either the tone of someone delivering a message rather than making conversation. His gaze flicked to Evie for the first time, brief and assessing in a way that felt entirely unlike either of his employer's versions of the same look. Ms. Ward. That's me. He didn't offer anything further. He simply waited, the particular patience of someone for whom waiting was also a job, until Harper had her shoes on and her bag over her shoulder. Thanks for the cookies, Harper said, the warmth flooding back into her voice the second she turned away from him and toward Evie, like she'd set something down at the door and could pick it back up now that the moment called for it. Same time next week. Don't push your luck, Evie said again, and meant it exactly as little as she had the first time. Harper grinned, ducked past the man on the porch without waiting to be told to move, and the 2 of them were gone down the path before Evie had fully closed the door, the man's posture not relaxing once, even with his charge safely beside him. Your mother sent me, not I was nearby, not I offered. Sent like Harper's whereabouts was something tracked rather than simply known, like there was a clock somewhere counting down to a moment Harper herself had clearly expected, the way she hadn't argued, hadn't even seemed surprised. Evie set that down next to twice in the half-second pause before family, and let the door close on the cooling evening. She stood there a while longer than the moment required, watching the light finish its long fall into dusk through the front window. The kitchen behind her a disaster, and the cooling rack full of something that had turned out better than it had any right to. The cabin didn't feel quite like just hers anymore, not the way it had a week ago. There was a tin on the shelf that had been opened. A chair across the room that had been sat in twice now by 2 different people, who'd each, in their own way, decided to stay a little longer than they'd planned to. She wasn't sure yet what to do with any of it. She wiped flour off the counter instead, one slow pass at a time, and let the evening settle in around her the way it always did, quieter now, but not quite as quiet as it used to be. Chapter 4. 3 weeks folded into something that almost felt like a life. She learned the rhythm of the school the way she learned everything quickly without announcing it. Which hallway flooded first after the bell, which vending machine ate quarters and which one did, the particular fatigue of the 5th period, when even the sharpest kids in the building went soft-eyed and slow. She stopped being the new teacher sometime in the 2nd week, not because anyone had said so, but because the looks in the hallway had thinned from open curiosity to the ordinary background noise of being a known quantity. The bike still turned heads. She stopped expecting it not to. The cabin had settled into its own rhythm, too solar steady, well-running clean. A tin on the shelf that got opened more often than it used to, mostly by Harper, who'd taken to wandering over often enough that Evie had started keeping a second mug. It would have been easy in all that settling to stop noticing things. She didn't let herself. The news had started carrying a name partway through the 2nd week, then a second name a few days after that, kids from towns close enough to matter, not close enough to feel like hers yet. She caught the segments the way most people did, glancing up from her phone at a headline, half listening to an anchor's careful, grave cadence while she made coffee. Missing, last seen. Authorities are asking residents to remain vigilant. The kind of language that I wanted to feel urgent and mostly just felt distant, until it didn't. She noticed the car first, a dark, unremarkable sedan parked at the far edge of the school lot, not in a visitor space, not near a classroom that had open enrollment events that week. It was there on a Tuesday, and then again on Thursday in nearly the same spot, no plates she recognized from the regular rotation of parent pickups. Nobody got out of it either time, not that she saw. It simply sat facing the building, the way a thing sits when its only job is watching. She mentioned it to no one. She filed the shape of it, color, make, the angle it always parked at the same unhurried way she filed everything that didn't yet add up to a question worth asking out loud. Dr. Ashcroft called a short staff meeting that same week, brisk and carefully worded, the kind of meeting designed to convey urgency without inviting panic. A third name had surfaced overnight, closer this time, close enough that the room's attention sharpened in a way it hadn't for the first 2. Please keep an eye on students walking home alone. Please report anything that feels unusual, even if you can't say exactly why. Evie watched the room take it in, some teachers nodding with the practiced concern of people who'd give the same nod to a fire drill. A few going genuinely pale, Adrian Vale sitting very still near the back. His attention not on the principal at all, but on the room itself, reading it the way Evie usually read rooms herself. He caught her noticing him noticing and didn't look away. Adrian Vale gave her the second thing to notice properly, 2 days later in the faculty lounge, over coffee she hadn't asked for and he'd poured anyway. "You've settled in well," he said in the mild, unbothered tone he used for most things. "Faster than most, especially given the timing. I don't see the point in dragging it out." She let the second half of his sentence sit there, unaddressed, waiting to see if he'd say more. No, he considered her over the rim of his own cup, and for the first time since she'd met him the look didn't slide off her after a polite second. It stayed, deliberate, assessing in a way that had stopped pretending to be anything else. "Tell me, Ms. Ward, how long did it take you to learn this town's rhythms? Really learn them, not the schools, the town, what walks through it at night, what does?" It was an odd enough question, oddly specific given the meeting 2 days prior, that she let herself actually consider it instead of deflecting on reflex. "A few weeks." He set his cup down unhurried. "Some people take years and never manage it. Others arrive already knowing more than they should." He let that sit for exactly as long as it needed to land, then smiled, pleasant and unreadable, and changed the subject to the department's upcoming midterms like he hadn't said anything worth remembering at all. She remembered it anyway. She remembered all of it. Harper caught her in the hallway between classes that same week, quieter than usual, the easy chatter she usually led with absent for the length of an entire greeting. "You okay?" Evie asked, because the silence was conspicuous enough to be its own kind of statement. "My mom, been weird lately," Harper said, as if she was testing whether the words would hold weight out loud. "Distracted. She keeps doing this thing where she starts a sentence and doesn't finish it as she forgets I'm in the room or decides halfway through that I shouldn't hear the rest. Adults do that more than they'd like to admit. Not her, she's not a not finishing sentences person. Harper shifted her bag higher on her shoulder, eyes somewhere down the hall instead of on Evie. She used to tell me everything, or it felt like everything anyway when I was a kid. I don't know when that stopped. Maybe it's not about you. That's what worries me. Harper's mouth did something complicated, something that aged her for half a second the same way it had in the kitchen weeks ago. If it were about me, at least I'd know what to fix. Evie didn't have an answer for that one that wouldn't have been a lie, so she didn't offer one. She put a hand briefly on Harper's shoulder instead, light, there and gone, the kind of gesture that promised nothing but also withheld nothing. Harper exhaled like she'd needed exactly that and nothing more, and by the time the next bell rang, she'd folded the older thing back inside herself and gone looking instead for what she was going to eat at lunch. She started noticing the people after that in the same patient way she'd noticed the car. Not every day, just often enough. The pattern began on Tuesday, a man standing at the tree line near the edge of the school lot, entirely motionless. It was an unnatural, rigid stillness, not the posture of someone waiting for a ride, but of someone anchoring a perimeter. By Wednesday he was gone. 2 afternoons later, a woman took his place, sitting in a parked car. It was a different model than the first sedan, but it shared the same tactical discipline. She sat with the engine idling, her eyes tracking the main exit doors without focusing on any single student. The following week brought a second man. He walked the length of the perimeter fence at a metronomic, unhurried pace, visibly measuring the distance with his strides. None of them did anything. None of them came close enough to the building to justify calling anyone about it. But she counted them the way she'd counted scent trails on her own land, building toward a number that didn't yet have a shape. And every time the news mentioned another name, she found herself running the count again, as the 2 columns might eventually meet in the middle and tell her something she didn't want to know. She said nothing to the office. There was nothing yet to say that wouldn't sound like nerves. The pull came on a Friday night, the kind of restlessness that had been building under her skin for longer than she'd let herself admit. She hadn't shifted in weeks of work. The cabin, the slow architecture of a new life, had eaten the time she usually gave to it without her quite noticing the debt accumulating. Her wolf wanted out. Not for danger, not for hunting, just for the simple animal pleasure of moving through dark trees on 4 legs instead of 2. The kind of relief that built in the chest like a held breath finally let go. She stripped down on the porch in the cool night air, set her clothes in their usual spot inside the door, and let the shift take her the way it always did, quick, practiced, more like remembering something than becoming it. Bones rearranging themselves into a shape that fit just as naturally as the one she wore during the day. By the time it finished, the world had gone sharper and lower, and full of 1,000 small sounds the human version of her never caught. She ran. The woods opened up around her, dark and familiar, the ground cool and damp under her paws, and for a long stretch of time she didn't think about anything at all, not Rowan, not Adrian's too careful question, not the dark sedan at the edge of the lot. Just the trees blurring past, the night air thick with green and rot and distant water, the particular freedom of a body that knew exactly what it was doing. She caught the first scent near the property line, where her land bled into the trees that belonged to no one she'd met yet, wolf, unmistakably, and not her own. She slowed, nose working, and found it again a few yards on, then again, layered over itself in a way that meant more than one animal, more than one visit. The trail ran along the boundary like something deliberate, back and forth, the pattern of an area being walked rather than simply crossed. She followed it as far as it would let her, careful, low to the ground, every sense pulled tight. The scent wasn't fresh, hours old, maybe longer, but it wasn't old either, and it wasn't singular. 2 scents, maybe 3, crossing and recrossing the same stretch of border like a patrol. She sat back on her haunches at the edge of it, ears forward, and let herself actually think instead of just running. Blackwood land starts somewhere past here. She didn't know the exact line, not the way someone born to this particular patch of earth would have known it, but she knew enough to know which direction Rowan's house sat in relation to her own, knew the general shape of where pack territory likely ended and her own 20 acres began. It wasn't proof. She had no way, standing here in the dark with her nose full of a scent trail and nothing else, of confirming whose wolves these were. But it didn't feel like a coincidence either. Not after twice. Not after a tin of candy that meant something to a woman who'd tried for years to buy this exact stretch of land and never managed it. She didn't like it. Whatever this was, curiosity, surveillance, some old territorial habit that predated her arrival entirely. It didn't sit easily. The idea of something moving along her border in the dark, watching or marking or simply passing through, without her ever once catching it happening. And there was a thought underneath, that one she didn't want to look at directly yet. Not all the way 3 names on the news now, and wolves walking a patient line along her own land, and she didn't know, couldn't know yet, whether those 2 facts belonged anywhere near each other or whether she was simply afraid enough to start drawing lines between things that didn't connect. She turned eventually and ran the rest of the perimeter slower than she'd meant to, checking every stretch of fence line and tree break with a thoroughness that had nothing to do with pleasure anymore. By the time she circled back to the cabin, the night had gone fully dark, and the restlessness that had sent her out here in the first place had been replaced with something quieter and more deliberate. She shifted back on the porch steps, dressed in the cool air, and stood there a long moment looking out at the tree line she'd just run the length of. Twice the pause before family, scent. And now this, wolves on her border more than once, patient enough to leave a trail that read like habit rather than accident. A car that watched the school without ever once approaching it. Strangers walking a perimeter that wasn't theirs, names on the news that kept getting closer. She didn't have enough yet to call it anything. But the list in her head had grown longer than it should have this fast, and for the first time since she'd arrived, the quiet of the cabin didn't feel like enough to settle the thing sitting underneath it. She went inside, locked the door out of an old habit that had never once been necessary here, and sat with that feeling long after the porch light had gone dark. Chapter 5. The parking lot was nearly barren by the time Evie finally stepped outside, the usual after-school chaos long since thinned to a few stray cars belonging to the varsity athletes and the late-night gradding crew. She had lost track of time over a stack of midterm essays. Outside, the October sun had dipped low, casting a heavy copper-orange glare that stretched long, skeletal shadows across the cracked asphalt. She saw the van before she saw Harper. White, unmarked, parked at an angle near the tree line, too close to the back fence line where the buses didn't go, where no parent ever waited. Then she saw Harper, 20 yards off, school bag slipping from one shoulder as a man's hand closed around her arm. Everything in Evie went very still and very fast at the same time. She didn't think in words, not yet. She simply moved, closing the distance at a pace that should have looked alarmed and instead looked, to anyone watching, like a teacher hurrying to intervene in something ordinary. Harper's mouth had opened to scream, and a second man's palm came down over it before the sound finished forming. "Hey," Evie's voice came out sharp, carrying human, "let her go." 2 men, the one holding Harper, looked at her with the flat calculation of someone doing math, one more witness, one more problem, or one more opportunity. And whatever answer he landed on, she watched it cross his face a half-second before he acted on it. "Get the teacher too," he said to the other one, "bonus." The second man came at her fast, clearly expecting nothing more than a startled woman to grab and subdue, and Evie gave him exactly enough resistance to make it believable. She twisted out of his first grab, a real twist, hard enough that he stumbled and swore and got one solid shove into his chest that sent him back a full step, her bag swinging wild off her shoulder and hitting the ground hard enough to scatter a handful of graded essays across the asphalt. He came back angrier, grabbing for her wrist this time, and she let him catch it, let her own momentum carry her half off balance so that when he wrenched her arm up, it looked like he'd actually won the exchange rather than been allowed to. Losing on purpose cost her more than she expected. Every clumsy move he made handed her a clean, lethal opening. A strike to his throat, a knee to the groin that would have dropped him instantly, finishing the fight before the second man could even close the distance. Those countermoves twitched just beneath her skin, demanding to be used, but she forced them down. Instead, she deliberately let her elbow scrape hard against the side of the van, leaning into the pain. She allowed a sharp, authentic gasp to escape her throat when he slammed her shoulder into the metal door frame. A fight without injuries wouldn't look like a real struggle, and 3 steps ahead, she knew that the skin shredded from her palms and the rubber gouged into the asphalt from her dragging boots were the only evidence she could leave behind. Harper's mouth had opened to scream, and a second man's palm came down over it before the sound finished forming. She had less than a second to make the only decision that mattered. She could shift claws, speed, and strength enough to put both of them on the ground before they'd finished registering the change and end this in 3 seconds flat. She could also, in the same 3 seconds, turn herself into the single most interesting thing that had ever happened in this town, on school property, in broad daylight, with a building full of windows behind her and no way to take it back afterward. Harper was already in the van. There wasn't time to weigh it properly. She let the second man grab her arm. She let herself stumble, let her knees buckle the way a frightened, ordinary woman's knees might, let the fight drain visibly out of her shoulders as he wrenched her arm up behind her back and shoved her toward the open door. Every instinct in her screamed against it. The part of her that had spent years learning exactly how fast she could close a throat with one hand wanted nothing more than to use it. And she swallowed all of it down, folded it small, and let her body go soft and compliant in his grip instead. Something low in her chest threatened to rise with the effort of it, a sound that wasn't human and had no business escaping her throat in front of two armed men. And she bit down against it so hard she tasted copper, holding the shape of her own jaw, her own teeth, her own unremarkable hands, through sheer force of will. It was, without question, one of the hardest things she had ever made herself do. The van door slammed, the engine turned over, and somewhere underneath the terror she was performing, a colder, steadier part of her was already counting turns, listening to road surface change from asphalt to gravel, memorizing every piece of information her captors didn't know she was capable of gathering. 4 turns, 2 stretches of smooth road and 1 long, uneven one that rattled the whole frame, the kind of road nobody bothered paving because nothing important sat at the end of it. She counted the minutes by feel, the particular internal clock she'd trained into herself years ago for exactly this kind of situation, and made it to roughly 22 before the road surface changed for the final time. 22 minutes from the school. Not far. Close enough that whatever this place was, it had been chosen for being unremarkable rather than remote. Her shoulder throbbed where it had hit the door frame, a real human ache that she let herself feel instead of pushing past, because pretending not to notice pain would have been its own kind of tell. Her jaw still held the faint copper taste from biting down against the sound that had nearly broken loose in the parking lot. She kept her eyes nearly shut and her breathing shallow, and let every part of her stay folded small, contained, ordinary, even as the effort of it sat in her like a held breath she couldn't release until this was over. Their near silence offered its own intelligence. They were disciplined enough to omit names in front of the cargo, but too amateur to notice that the frightened schoolteacher, slumped against the corrugated steel wall, was tracking their geometry. Beneath heavy eyelids, Evie mapped the slide latch on the rear doors, calculated the distance to the emergency release, and monitored the 2 men's shifting centers of gravity. Across the cabin, Harper lay curled into a tight, unresponsive ball, a thin line of dried blood marking the corner of her mouth. The men were focused entirely on the road ahead, ignoring the precise, shallow breathing of a hostage who was already timing her counterattack. "She's out," the driver said, glancing back once. "Good, less crying." The other one, the one who'd grabbed Evie, crouched near Harper, checking something at her wrist, a pulse maybe, with the casual competence of someone who'd done this before. "Mom's worth what, 20 mil, Maury?" "Easy, old money's old money. We ask for half what she's worth, we get a quarter, everybody's happy." "This wasn't the job." The job we make it." A short laugh, ugly at the edges. "Boss doesn't need to know we picked up a bonus on the way to the drop. Different buyer, different night. By the time anyone connects it, we're 3 states gone." Evie kept her breathing shallow and even, kept her eyes nearly closed, and let that single sentence settle into the part of her mind that filed things away for later use. The boss doesn't need to know. These 2 weren't the operation. They were pieces of something larger, freelancing on the side, greedy enough to grab a second girl worth more money than whatever job had actually brought them to that parking lot. Which meant somewhere above these 2 men sat someone running this with enough scope and discipline that even his own hired hands were afraid of him finding out about a side deal. She thought of the names on the news. She thought of the sedan that never moved, the strangers who never approached, the patient, professional shape of all of it. And she thought, with a clarity that felt almost peaceful in how cold it was, that whatever these 2 men were, they were not the thing she actually needed to be afraid of. The van rocked over a final stretch of bad road and stopped. The room they were dragged into smelled like motor oil and old concrete, some kind of outbuilding, windowless, a single bare bulb hanging from a cord overhead. They zip-tied her wrists behind her with the kind of confidence men had when they'd never once met someone who could break the restraint without trying, and dropped her against the wall a few feet from where they laid Harper out on a stained mattress, still limp, still breathing in the slow, even rhythm of someone sedated rather than sleeping. "She'll be out a few hours," the driver said, more to himself than to anyone, Make the call, I'll watch the door. Watch the door from outside. I don't want to be the one stuck in here listening to the kid wake up screaming. The one who'd grabbed her in the parking lot lingered a moment longer than the other, looking down at her with the particular irritation of a man replaying his own near miss. You almost made this a problem back there, he said, and the kick that followed came without warning, a hard, short jab to her ribs that knocked the breath out of her and sent a real, involuntary sound up her throat. Lucky for you, we needed the bonus more than we needed the hassle. She let herself curl around the impact, let her face twist with genuine pain. There wasn't much pretending required for that part, and she said nothing, gave him nothing, until he'd huffed out something that might have been satisfaction and turned for the door. They left together, the bare bulb swinging slightly from the door's draft, the lock turning over outside with a heavy mechanical click. Evie lay still a moment longer than the pain required, breathing through the ache in her ribs, something cold and very still settling into the space underneath it. Then she counted to 60 after their footsteps faded before she let herself move. The zip ties gave the way they always gave, once she stopped pretending her wrists were ordinary ones. A controlled, careful application of strength just past what plastic could withstand, no sound louder than a faint creak swallowed by the room's general silence. She flexed her fingers, rolled her shoulders once to settle the ache of having held herself deliberately weak for the better part of an hour, and pressed a hand briefly to her ribs, where the bruise was already blooming hot and tender under her shirt, already healing, faster than it should, but not fast enough to stop it from hurting. She crossed to Harper's side without standing fully upright, staying low, listening. Harper's pulse was steady under her fingers. Slow, drugged, but steady. Evie exhaled something that wasn't quite relief, not yet, not with the door still locked, and at least one man still out there somewhere close enough to matter, and let herself look at Harper properly for the first time since the parking lot. There was a smear of dirt along her cheek where she'd been dragged, and a thin red line at her wrist where the zip tie had bitten in before whatever drug they'd used had taken full hold. Her hair had come loose from its usual half-up tangle and fanned out across the stained mattress, and without the easy chatter and the quick, knowing eyes, she looked exactly like what she was, 15, small, asleep in a place that wanted to hurt her for money. Evie smoothed the hair back from her face, careful, the gesture costing her nothing to perform because, for once, nothing about it was an act. This wasn't a stranger's kid. This was the girl who climbed onto her kitchen stool every other afternoon and stole cookies before they'd finished cooling, who'd handed her, without meaning to, a memory of Elias she hadn't known she still needed. Evie had let herself be taken for a lot of reasons in the last hour, tactical and cold and carefully reasoned, but underneath all of it sat one that wasn't tactical at all. She sat back on her heels, jaw tight, and made herself a promise that had nothing to do with strategy. Then she made herself look at the room. A single door locked from the outside. A window, small, high, boarded but not solidly. She could see a thin line of evening light bleeding through one warped edge of plywood. No cameras that she could see. No second exit. She looked down at Harper, unconscious and small against the stained mattress, and felt something in her chest go very quiet and very sure. Nobody is keeping her here. She rose to her feet, silent, and began, methodically, to take the room apart with her eyes. Every gap, every weakness, every place a door or a window or a man's body might give way to the version of herself she had spent the entire ride here refusing to become. Outside, faint and muffled through the walls, she could hear one of them still talking on the phone, his voice pitched low with the particular nervous energy of a man making a call he wasn't supposed to make. No, just the two of them, the kid and some teacher who tried to play hero. A pause, someone on the other end she couldn't hear, then a short, humorless laugh. Relax, nobody's gonna trace it back to the job. Different night, different money, as I said. Another pause, longer this time, the kind that meant whoever was on the other end wasn't asking, was telling. Yeah, I hear you, we're not stupid. We know how he gets if he thinks we're freelancing on his territory. This isn't anywhere near his thing, it's clean. His thing, Evie filed the words away with the same careful precision she'd filed everything else tonight, turning them over without yet knowing what shape they'd settle into. Someone above these two, someone with territory and a temper and rules about freelancing, someone these grown men were nervous enough to lie to. It wasn't an answer. It was the outline of one, waiting on more information to fill it in. The voice dropped lower, words blurring into the kind of murmur that didn't carry through concrete, and then went quiet altogether. She had, she guessed, very little time before that call ended. She got to work. Chapter 6. Rowan knew something was wrong before anyone told her. The way she always knew a wrongness in the air, in the rhythm of her own house, in the silence where Harper's voice should have been filling the kitchen with whatever nonsense had happened at school that day. 6 o'clock came and went, Harper didn't come and go with it. She tried the phone first, because that was what a normal mother did, and got nothing but 4 rings and a voicemail box that hadn't been touched all week. She tried again at 6:15, and at 6:20 she stopped trying and started moving, because the part of her that had spent 36 years learning to trust her instincts before her evidence was already certain, in the cold, animal part of her chest, that something had gone badly wrong. She called the school first. A janitor picked up, confused, said the building had emptied out hours ago, said he hadn't seen anyone matching that description, and said he could check the lot if she wanted. Check the lot, Rowan said, and didn't bother keeping the edge out of her voice. He came back 2 minutes later, his own voice different now, careful in the specific way of a human who'd stumbled onto something they didn't have the language for. There's a motorcycle out here. Red one. Been here a while, looks like nobody's claimed it. Rowan was already in her car before he finished the sentence. She brought 3 of her own. Desmond, steady and quiet, the kind of enforcer who'd been with the pack longer than Rowan had been alpha. Briar, younger, faster, knows like nothing Rowan had ever trained personally. And Mara, who didn't speak much and didn't need to. They met her in the school's back lot in the deepening dark, and the 4 of them stood for a moment in the cooling evening air while Briar crouched near the fence line, head down, working the ground the way the rest of them couldn't. 2 sets, Briar said after a moment low. A struggle, recent hours, not days. She moved a few feet further, paused, breathed in deep through her nose and went very still. Evie's here. And under it gunpowder residue, faint old engine oil, men, at least 2. Rowan crouched beside the scattered papers still drifting faintly across the asphalt, picked up a graded essay, red ink in careful, decisive handwriting, a corner of it torn, and felt something in her chest go cold and quiet in a way it hadn't in years. She fought, Rowan said. She fought and lost, Mara said, flat, not unkind, just precise. Or she let them think she did. Rowan looked up sharply at that. Mara held her gaze steady. Look at the marks, dragged, not carried. Scuffed boots, even strides, somebody who knew how to fall without actually falling. If she wanted to fight for real, 2 human men with guns wouldn't have been a problem for her. She's Luna, Rowan, whatever she did here, she chose it. It should have been a relief that Harper wasn't alone, wasn't undefended, had someone with her who could, in theory, tear a man's throat out with her bare hands if it came to that. Instead, it sat in Rowan's chest like something worse, because it meant Evie had made a calculation Rowan understood perfectly. Protect the child first, reveal nothing, absorb whatever cost came with it, and Rowan knew exactly how much that kind of calculation could cost a person, because she'd made the same one herself more than once, in years Harper didn't know about. Find them, she said, and her voice came out lower and rougher than she meant it to. Whatever it costs, find them tonight. Desmond was already on the phone, low and fast, pulling in more of the pack, calling favors from contacts who owed Rowan more than they'd ever admit out loud. Briar worked the fence line further, nose down, building a direction out of nothing Rowan could perceive. Mara stayed close to Rowan's side, silent, the kind of silence that was its own form of support. Rowan stood in the gathering dark with a torn essay still in her hand, and let herself feel, for exactly as long as she could afford to, the particular terror of a mother whose daughter was somewhere she couldn't see, in the hands of people who couldn't know what they'd actually taken when they'd taken Harper Blackwood. Then she folded that terror down small, the way she'd learned to fold everything down small, and went to work. Harper stirred sometime after full dark, a small, disoriented sound that brought Evie across the room before she'd finished forming the thought to move. Hey, Evie kept her voice low, steady, a hand resting light on Harper's shoulder. Hey, you're okay, I've got you. Harper's eyes opened slowly, unfocused, panic arriving a half-second behind awareness, the way it always did when a drug was still working its way out of a system. Where? Her voice cracked. What happened, where? You're safe, for right now you're safe. It wasn't entirely a lie. Some men grabbed you outside school. I got grabbed trying to help. We're in some kind of outbuilding, I don't know exactly where yet, but I've got a plan and I need you to stay quiet and trust me. Can you do that? Harper's breathing was ragged, fast, the particular fear of a kid realizing the world had teeth she hadn't known about. But she nodded, small, and Evie watched her visibly work to slow her own breathing. watched some steadier thing underneath the fear take hold, the same thing Evie had clocked weeks ago in a hallway, the flicker of someone older than her years. Good, Evie squeezed her shoulder once. There's a window, boarded but not solid. I think I can get it open without much noise. We wait for the right moment and we move. She'd nearly finished working the first board loose, quietly, patiently, fingers finding the gap and widening it a fraction at a time, when she heard voices outside the door, closer than they should have been. Low and fast. The boss wants them moved before the next call. Says it's not safe here anymore, too many people sniffing around the school already. Fine, get the vans. Footsteps closer. Evie's whole body went still, every plan she'd half-built collapsing into the single, narrow window of time she had left. The door's lock turned over. She had perhaps 2 seconds before it opened. She didn't have a clean option anymore. She didn't have time to fold herself small and convincing, didn't have a window of opportunity wide enough to get Harper out before 2 armed men walked in and found them both awake, both clearly not as helpless as they'd been left. The calculation that had held for hours stayed human, stayed hidden, protected the secret, along with the girl, collapsed under the simple, brutal math of 2 seconds and a locked door swinging open. Cover your ears, close your eyes. Now. Evie was already moving, hands tearing at her own shirt, shoes kicked off in 2 sharp motions. There wasn't time for grace, only speed, and shifting through clothing was its own kind of mistake, fabric catching wrong on a body reshaping itself, seams snagging against bone and fur in ways that slowed everything down when slow was the one thing she couldn't afford. She stripped bare in the space of a single breath, the bundle of clothes shoved aside, and let the shift take her before the door had finished swinging open. It tore through her faster than it ever had, urgency burning through every careful, practiced motion she usually allowed it, bones rearranging themselves in a blur of motion and a sound like cracking wood, fur rippling into place in heartbeats instead of the slow, deliberate minute it usually took. By the time the door swung fully open, there was no frightened teacher crouched against the wall, no half-transformed thing caught between shapes. There was already a wolf low, coiled, fully formed, planted protectively between the door and the girl pressed into the corner, eyes reflecting the bare bulb's light in a way that stopped both men dead in the doorway. They froze for exactly the half-second she needed. The first one got a shot off wild, panicked, the round catching her shoulder in a graze of fire and pain that she registered and discarded in the same instant before she was on him, jaw closing hard around his forearm and driving him back into the doorframe with enough force to crack wood. He screamed. The gun clattered away into the dark. The second came in low with a knife, faster than she expected, and the blade caught her flank in a long, burning line before she twisted out of his reach and came back around, claws raking across his arm hard enough to drop the weapon from numbed fingers. He staggered back through the door, shouting something to people she couldn't see, and she didn't give him room to recover, drove forward, fast, brutal, every ounce of restraint she'd held for hours finally given somewhere useful to go. It was over in under a minute. Both men down, one unconscious, one curled around a ruined arm and begging in a language of pure animal fear that had nothing to do with words. Evie stood over them, chest heaving, blood hers, some of it dark and matting in her fur along the graze at her shoulder and the long line at her flank, and felt the wolf's clarity start to recede, replaced by the throbbing, very real ache of a body that had taken real damage tonight. Behind her, Harper had pressed herself into the corner, hands still clamped over her ears, eyes wide and fixed on the wolf standing in the wreckage of the doorway. There wasn't enough time for the moment that I wanted to happen. Voices were already rising outside, more than 2, alarmed, closing fast, and Evie made the only call that mattered, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she crossed to Harper and dropped low beside her, an unmistakable invitation in the motion even without words to carry it. Evie, Harper's voice came out very small, eyes huge, hands still trembling where they'd fallen from her ears. There was no time to be gentle about it. Evie nosed against her arm, insistent, and Harper, shaking, terrified, but quicker to adapt than Evie had any right to expect from a 15-year-old, scrambled up onto her back, arms locking tight around her neck, legs gripping her sides. "Okay," Harper said, voice cracking but steady underneath it, more to herself than to the wolf carrying her. "Okay, go, 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 go." Evie went. She tore out through the broken doorway into the dark, past the 2 men still curled and groaning on the ground, and didn't slow for the shouts that erupted behind her the second she cleared the building's edge. Flashlight beams swung wildly across the dirt, voices shouting directions to each other, and somewhere close enough to matter, She heard the unmistakable crack of a gunshot, wide, missing by yards, swallowed almost instantly by the trees as she plunged into them. The woods took her in like they'd been waiting. Branches whipped past close enough to sting, the ground uneven and treacherous in the dark. And she ran anyway, full out, every ounce of speed her wolf possessed poured into the simple animal purpose of putting distance between Harper and the men shouting somewhere behind them. Harper's grip never loosened, her face pressed low against the back of Evie's neck. A thin, frightened sound escaping every time a branch cracked too close or the ground dropped away beneath them without warning. The graze on her shoulder screamed with every stride. The cut along her flank pulled and burned, blood matting hot into her fur. But she didn't slow, couldn't slow, not with flashlight beams still sweeping the trees behind her and voices calling to each other in the dark, spreading out, searching. She ran until the shouts behind her thinned to nothing, until the only sound left was her own ragged breathing and Harper's heartbeat hammering against her back, and the woods settling slowly back into their ordinary, indifferent quiet. Even then, she didn't stop completely. She slowed to a careful, watchful lope instead, weaving deeper into unfamiliar trees, putting distance between them and a place she had no intention of ever finding again. No clear sense yet of where the search had gone or how far they'd have to go before it was truly safe to rest. Somewhere out there in the same dark woods, she knew, other things were moving too, a pack hunting closer than either of them yet realized. Chapter 7. Briar caught the scent change first, a low sound rising in her throat that brought the whole search to a sudden, coiled stillness. Moving, she said, voice gone rough with the effort of staying human enough to speak. Fast, 2 sets, no 3, maybe 4 behind them, this way. Rowan didn't demand further explanation. Shift, she barked at Briar and Desmond. Mara in the car, I need eyes that can navigate and report simultaneously. She was already moving, pressing her phone to her ear, her voice clipped and absolute as she dialed in 3 more tracking teams, routing them toward the tree line a half-mile up the access road where the scent trail was bending. Briar and Desmond stripped out of their clothes without ceremony. The transformation took them with the fluid, unhurried ease of wolves who had crossed the threshold 1,000 times, and within seconds, they vanished into the timber on 4 legs. Rowan slid behind the wheel with Mara's shotgun, gunning the engine down the rutted access road. She maintained a terrifying, precise control over the steering wheel, even as the suspension bottomed out over the craters, every molecule of her being narrowed to a single, burning vector. Closer. The tactical radio crackled every few minutes with terse updates from the secondary spotters trailing behind the pack. Still moving, gaining on the trail. Gunfire, we have shots fired 2 miles out, maybe less. Each burst of static and bad news struck Rowan's chest like a fist. She didn't let her hands flinch on the wheel, nor did she let her voice waver when she answered the dispatch, even as the part of her that was purely a mother and not an alpha screamed behind her teeth. How far, she said low to Mara, who had her window down and her face turned into the wind, reading the night the way only a wolf still partially attuned to her senses even in human form could. Close closing. Mara's jaw was tight, her hands braced against the dashboard as the car bucked over a rut in the road. Whoever's behind them is firing wild, panicked, not controlled, that's good. Means they're not hunters, means they're losing. It only takes one wild shot to be the wrong one. Rowan's knuckles had gone white on the wheel, and she made herself loosen them, made herself breathe, because falling apart now would help no one, least of all the daughter she still hadn't laid eyes on. She thought of every version of this moment she'd imagined over 15 years of careful, controlled motherhood. Fevers, falls, the ordinary catastrophes of childhood, and none of them had prepared her for the particular silence of not knowing, driving blind into the dark toward gunfire with her hands, the only thing keeping the car from outrunning her own control. The trees blurred past, headlights catching nothing but more trees, more dark, more distance between her and the place her instincts insisted Harper was. Briar's voice came through again, breathless now, urgent. Boulder formation half-mile ahead near the old fire road, the trails converging there. Hurry. Rowan hurried. The gunfire reached Evie before she saw any of them, wild cracks splitting the dark behind her, bark exploding off a tree close enough to spray her face with splinters, the air itself seeming to flinch each time a round went wide. She didn't slow. Harper's grip had gone white-knuckled around her neck, her breath coming in short, terrified gasps against Evie's fur, and every stride Evie took was aimed at one thing only, putting trees and distance and darkness between that sound and the girl clinging to her back. She knew in the animal part of her mind that didn't bother with words, roughly where she was running. Toward her own land. Toward the cabin, the only safe place she actually knew in these woods, even if safe was a generous word for anywhere within earshot of gunshots. The graze at her shoulder had gone from screaming to a deep, throbbing ache that pulsed with every footfall, and the cut at her flank had soaked her side dark and slick. But she didn't let either slow her, not with the shouts behind them still spreading out, hunting, refusing to give up the chase. The dark out here was absolute in a way the cabin's woods never quite managed, trees crowding close enough that her own night vision strained against it, every shape ahead a guess until she was nearly on top of it. She felt Harper's weight shift dangerously once, a slipping grip catching itself only at the last second, and forced herself to steady her gait without losing speed, every muscle screaming with the effort of running smoothly while running for both their lives. Blood loss had started to do its slow, creeping work, a looseness behind her eyes, a heaviness in her legs that hadn't been there a mile back, the particular cold-edged clarity of a body starting to run on adrenaline alone because it had nothing else left to spend. She didn't stop. Stopping wasn't a decision she let herself consider, not with the shouts behind them shifting in pitch, spreading wider, someone calling out directions to someone else in a voice gone shrill, with the panic of men who'd realized their prey had teeth. A round cracked off a trunk inches from her shoulder, close enough that bark strung her face, and Harper made a small, broken sound against her neck that cut through the haze of pain sharper than anything else had. Not her, whatever it costs. The thought ran underneath everything else, a single fixed point she oriented around the way, a compass needle found north every stride, every burning breath, every fresh stab of pain from her shoulder and her side, all of it subordinate to that one unbroken line. She didn't know how far she'd run. She didn't know how much further her body had left to give before the blood loss made the decision for her. She only knew the trees kept coming, and she kept moving through them, and somewhere ahead, she had to believe it was ahead, was ground she actually knew. A cabin with walls and a door that locked, anything at all that might let her stop running and start protecting instead. She came around a massive boulder at full speed, lungs burning, vision swimming faintly at the edges, and nearly collided head-on with half a dozen wolves coming the other way. Everything stopped. For one frozen, suspended second, Evie stood nose to nose with a wall of unfamiliar wolves, hackles raised, teeth bared on instinct, before her mind caught up to what her body had already registered. These weren't her hunters. These were something else entirely, coiled and ready, eyes fixed past her into the dark where the real threat was still closing. She could smell them, sharp and unfamiliar, and edged with the same coppery tension she carried in her own blood, a half-dozen strangers, worth of adrenaline and readiness crowding the narrow space between the trees. One of them, a pale, rangy wolf at the front of the formation, snarled low at the sight of her, a sound that promised violence if she so much as flinched wrong, before something in its posture caught and held, recalculating in real time the same way she was. A figure stood among them in human form, dark hair loose and wild, expression carved from something between fury and disbelief. Rowan. For just a heartbeat, before any of it broke loose, Evie felt something pass between them that had nothing to do with the chaos closing in from behind recognition. Raw and unguarded, two creatures meeting each other's eyes across an impossible collision. Neither of them had been built to expect. Rowan's gaze dropped from Evie's face to the small, slumped shape clinging to her back, and whatever fury had been carved into her features cracked wide open into something rawer, more naked, the particular terror of a mother who hadn't let herself fully believe until this exact second that her daughter might actually be found alive. There wasn't time for either of them to make sense of any more than that. The pursuers broke through the trees seconds later, 3 men with guns raised and no idea what they'd just run into, and the half-dozen wolves around Rowan didn't hesitate. They surged past Evie in a single coordinated wave, fast and merciless, and the night filled with sounds Evie didn't let herself listen to too closely. Screams cut short, the wet, final sounds of something that wasn't a fight so much as a reckoning. It didn't take long, it wasn't pretty. Rowan didn't flinch from any of it. She stood her ground at the center of the chaos, watching with the flat, controlled focus of someone who'd ordered exactly the outcome she'd intended, and only turned her full attention back to Evie once the woods had gone quiet again. Harper groaned against Evie's neck, exhausted, half delirious with adrenaline crash. "Ms. Ward," she mumbled, barely audible, more reflex than thought. "Careful, be careful, okay." It didn't need to be louder than that. Rowan's eyes moved from her daughter's slack, slurred face to the wolf carrying her, and something in her expression rearranged itself entirely. Shock, comprehension, and underneath both of those, something that looked dangerously close to relief. "Evie," Rowan said, not a question. Evie held perfectly still. Harper's weight settled against her back, blood matting dark down one side, and didn't know what there was left to do but stand there and let herself be seen. Rowan crossed the distance between them in 3 quick strides, one hand coming up to rest, light and impossibly gentle, against the side of Evie's bloodied muzzle. Her other hand found Harper's hair, smoothing it back from her face, checking her over with the fast, practiced eyes of a mother cataloguing every visible injury at once. "She's hurt but she's alive," Rowan said, mostly to herself, mostly for her own steadying. Then, looking back at Evie, her voice dropped lower, rougher. "You carried her the whole way." Evie didn't have words to give back, not in this shape. She huffed out a breath instead, low and tired, and let that be the answer. Rowan held her gaze a moment longer, assessing, processing, and filing away an entire conversation's worth of questions for later. And then her eyes moved past Evie, to the dark where her wolves were still finishing what they'd started, and something colder settled over her expression. Evie shifted her weight, careful not to jostle Harper, and found herself wanting an answer to a question she had no real way to ask in this shape. She huffed once, low, glancing toward the trees where the last of the violence had gone quiet, and Rowan seemed to understand the shape of it anyway. "They'll be handled," Rowan said, flat, final, no room in it for negotiation. "These men kidnapped my daughter. Whatever they thought they were doing, whoever they thought they answered to, it stops tonight. They won't bother anyone again, not Harper, not you, not this town." She said it the way someone states a fact already settled rather than a threat still pending, and something in the certainty of it eased a knot in Evie's chest she hadn't fully realized was there. It wasn't comfort, exactly. It wasn't meant to be. But it was an answer, the kind only someone with real power could give, and Evie understood in the wordless, instinctive way her wolf understood most things that this was Rowan keeping a promise she hadn't yet spoken aloud. One mother's account settled with the only currency the men who'd taken Harper had ever respected. Rowan straightened, the alpha settling back over her like armor, brisk and certain. "We're not doing this here." She looked to the wolves still finishing their work in the dark behind her, then back. "You're coming with us, both of you." It wasn't a request. Rowan led the way, the pack falling into a loose, watchful formation around Evie without anyone needing to be told, escorting her and the precious, exhausted weight still clinging to her back through the last stretch of trees toward the road, where 2 vehicles sat waiting with their engines already running. Evie didn't shift back. There wasn't a clean moment for it, not with Harper still draped half-conscious across her, not with a half-dozen pairs of pack eyes around her that seemed entirely unbothered by the prospect of her doing it right there in the open. If she'd wanted to, she caught more than one wolf shifting back to human beside the cars, with the same unself-conscious ease someone might use shrugging off a jacket, bare and unhurried, like nudity among them barely registered as a thing worth noticing. She'd never gotten used to that. A lifetime of solitary shifting, alone on her own land with no one to account for, had left her with an instinct toward modesty that the rest of this world apparently didn't share, and even now, exhausted and bleeding, and carrying a half-asleep girl on her back, some small, stubborn part of her flinched at the thought of doing the same. So she stayed a wolf instead. Mara opened the back door of one of the cars, laid down a blanket across the seat with brisk efficiency, and Evie climbed in carefully, Harper sliding down off her back into the cushions, already half asleep, one hand still fisted loosely in Evie's fur like she couldn't quite let go of the contact yet. Rowan got in the front, Mara took the wheel, and the car pulled out onto the road, heading away from the gunfire and the wreckage and the dark, unmarked building they'd left behind. The silence that settled over the car was thick and strange, full of things none of them had the energy to say yet. Mara drove with the same controlled efficiency she did everything, eyes fixed on the road, giving the back seat the privacy of not being watched, even though there was nowhere private left to retreat to. Rowan sat rigid in the front, one hand braced against the door, her reflection in the side mirror caught somewhere between relief and a fury she clearly hadn't finished feeling yet. Not at Evie, not even really at the men who'd done this, but at the universe itself, for the unbearable hour it had taken to know her daughter was safe. Evie lay curled across the back seat, Harper's head resting against her ribs, the girl's breathing slow and even now, exhaustion finally outpacing fear. The adrenaline that had carried Evie this far was beginning to recede, and in its place came the full, unfiltered weight of everything her body had absorbed tonight: the graze, the cut, the bruised ribs from a kick that felt like it had happened days ago instead of hours. Every mile of that desperate run finally collecting its toll, now that there was nothing left chasing her to outrun. She felt herself trembling faintly, a fine, involuntary shiver she couldn't quite still, and didn't have the strength left to be ashamed of it. Rowan glanced back once, eyes catching the tremor, and something in her face softened by a fraction she didn't bother hiding. She didn't say anything. She reached back instead and laid one hand, brief and steady, against the uninjured side of Evie's neck. Not a command, not an assessment this time, just contact, the simple animal reassurance of you're not alone in this car, and then turned back around, leaving her hand there a moment longer before the road demanded her attention again. Evie let her eyes close, just for a moment, the rhythm of the tires on asphalt and Harper's slow breathing, and the lingering warmth of Rowan's hand all blurring together into something her exhausted body recognized distantly as safety. She didn't sleep. She didn't trust herself to, not yet, not until she understood exactly what waited for her at the other end of this drive. But she let herself rest, just slightly, just enough to survive what was left of the night. The miles passed in that same heavy quiet, headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the dark, until the trees began to thin and give way to something more deliberate, a long fence line, a gate that opened before they'd fully slowed, lights glowing warm in windows set back from the road. The place Rowan called home. The place Harper had always belonged to, and that Evie, for the first time in her life, was about to see from the inside. Chapter 8. The pack house swallowed them whole the moment the car pulled through the gate, warm light spilling from tall windows. A wide porch crowded with people who went quiet and watchful the second they saw what was riding in the back seat. Evie kept her eyes on Harper, on the slow rise and fall of her breathing, and let the rest of it blur past in a haze of voices and motion she didn't have the energy to sort through. Harper was awake again by the time they carried her inside, blinking against the brighter light, color returning to her face in increments. A woman in scrubs appeared almost instantly, pack doctor, Evie guessed, moving with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd treated worse than this and steered Harper toward a side room before Rowan had even finished giving instructions to the others. "I'm fine," Harper said, for what Evie suspected was not the first time, her voice thin but steady. "Sore, tired, but fine. Can everyone stop looking at me like that?" The doctor didn't look convinced, exactly, but she didn't argue either, just guided Harper through a quick exam with the kind of practice patience that came from treating teenagers who insisted they were fine right up until they weren't. Pulse, pupils, the lingering traces of whatever sedative was still working its way out of her system. A few scrapes cleaned and bandaged. Nothing broken, nothing that needed more than rest and time. "She's fine," the doctor eventually confirmed to Rowan, the kind of confirmation reserved for someone who needed to hear it twice. "Banged up, dehydrated, a little shaken, but fine." Rowan's shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch, the first real release of tension Evie had seen in her since the boulder. She crossed to Harper, pressed a kiss to the top of her head, held her there a beat longer than the moment strictly required, and Harper let her, which told Evie more about how Harper actually felt than the brave front had. "Go to bed," Rowan said quietly. "We'll talk in the morning, all of it can wait until morning." "Mom," Harper's voice had gone smaller, "is Evie okay?" Rowan's eyes found Evie across the room, still wolf-shaped, still standing apart from the others with the particular stillness of someone who didn't yet know where she was allowed to be in this house. "She's being looked after," Rowan said. "I promise you." Harper held Evie's gaze for a long moment, something complicated moving behind her exhausted eyes. Gratitude, fear, the particular tenderness of a kid who'd watched someone become something extraordinary in order to save her. "Okay," she said finally, and let herself be led toward the stairs. She paused halfway up, looking back. Can someone get her a shirt or something? She can't just be a wolf forever. It surprised a small huff of breath out of Evie that wasn't quite a laugh. "I'll find something," Rowan said. It was Harper, not Rowan, who appeared a few minutes later with an oversized t-shirt folded over one arm, padding back down in sleep shorts and bare feet, despite the doctor's clear instruction to rest. "Couldn't sleep yet," she said before anyone could send her back up. "Figured I'd at least do this first." She held the shirt out, soft, worn, clearly slept in more than once, and set it on the bathroom counter through the half-open door without quite looking at the wolf still standing in the hallway. "It's basically what I sleep in too. Figured you'd want something familiar. Sorry, it's not like fancy." Evie huffed again, low and grateful, and Harper's mouth twitched towards something like her usual grin, before exhaustion pulled it back down. "I'm really okay," Harper said, quieter now, like she needed Evie specifically to hear it and believe it. "Because of you, I know I keep saying it. I just needed you to hear it from me, not just Mom telling you I'm fine." Evie pressed her head briefly against Harper's hand, the closest thing to an embrace she had available in this shape, and Harper's eyes went bright and overfull before she ducked away, murmuring something about actually trying to sleep this time, and disappeared back up the stairs. The bathroom was tiled in pale stone, warm and steam-fogged within seconds of the water running hot. Evie shifted back the moment the door clicked shut behind her, human again, and didn't bother with the mirror before stepping under the spray. She washed without urgency for the first time in hours, dirt and dried blood sluicing away in rust-colored streaks, the grime of the woods and the outbuilding and the long run finally lifting clear of her skin. The water strung where it hit the graze along her shoulder, sharper where it found the knife cut at her flank, and she made herself look down at both properly for the first time since the fight. The graze had already closed at the edges, raw and pink but no longer bleeding, healing at the strange, accelerated pace she'd never managed to fully explain to herself, even after a lifetime of watching it happen. The knife wound was deeper, longer, still seeping faintly pink into the water at her feet, and she pressed careful fingers along its length, judging whether it would need more than time to close clean. The bruise at her ribs had bloomed into something genuinely spectacular, mottled purple-black across pale skin, and ached with every full breath in a way that told her at least one rib hadn't escaped the night unscathed. She stood there longer than the cleaning required, head bowed under the water, and let herself feel finally, with no one left to perform composure for the full weight of everything the last few hours had cost her. The fear she hadn't let herself feel in the parking lot, the strain of holding herself weak while every instinct screamed to fight. The particular vertigo of being seen, fully and undeniably, by a room full of strangers and one woman whose opinion of her mattered more than she'd let herself admit until tonight. She was still standing there, forehead resting against the cool tile, water running over wounds that no longer needed it, when the door opened without a knock loud enough to count as one. "It's me," Rowan said, already stepping in before Evie could answer, a folded towel in her hands and an expression that didn't quite manage to look as composed as her voice. "I should have knocked properly. I wasn't thinking." Evie twisted the faucet squeakily shut, more rattled by the casual intrusion than the raw fact of her nudity. Werewolf pack culture, it seemed, completely ignored the rigid boundaries she had spent a lifetime fortifying. She reached across the fogged glass for the towel Rowan was already offering. Wrapping the terracloth tight around her torso, she didn't bother hiding the hitch in her shoulder, a sharp reminder of the van's door frame from the day before. Rowan's eyes went immediately to the wounds, professional and searching in a way that had nothing to do with anything but concern. "Let me see." "I'm fine." "You're not." Rowan stepped closer, careful, the way someone approached an animal they didn't want to spook, and reached out to turn Evie's shoulder gently into better light. Her fingers were light against the edge of the graze, clinical, assessing. This needs cleaning properly, not just water, and that her gaze moved to the cut at Evie's flank might need stitches. "I can have someone look at it, or I can do it myself if you'd rather keep this between us." "It'll close on its own." Probably. Rowan didn't argue the point, just kept looking, the concern in her expression edged with something that looked almost like frustration at the wounds, or at herself, or at the entire situation. Evie couldn't quite tell. "Doesn't mean it has to hurt the whole time it does." The silence that followed wasn't entirely comfortable. Evie became abruptly, fully aware of how little stood between them. A towel, a few inches of space, the particular intimacy of being tended to by someone who'd spent the whole drive here with one hand resting against her neck, like a promise neither of them had named yet. "You knew," Evie said finally, because the silence wanted filling with something, and that was the safest thing available. "About the wolves on my land, the patrol." Rowan's hand stilled. "Some of mine have been running that border for weeks. I told them to keep a distance, keep it discreet. I didn't want to spook you before I'd had the chance to explain it properly." A pause, something almost sheepish crossing her face. "I should have just told you. I kept telling myself there'd be a better time." "You were watching my land." "I was protecting it. There's a difference, even if it didn't feel that way from where you were standing." Rowan's jaw tightened slightly, and she opened her mouth to say more, but a knock at the bathroom door, different from her own careless entrance, softer, more considerate, cut the moment short. Sorry," Harper's voice muffled through the wood. I just think Evie shouldn't have to keep standing around in a towel having this conversation. Mom's room is empty and it's got actual furniture to sit on. I'll bring tea or something. You guys can talk in there instead of like the bathroom. Rowan glanced at Evie, something flickering across her face that might have been embarrassment at being managed by her own 15-year-old. She's not wrong. She rarely is, Evie said, and pulled the borrowed shirt over her head, wincing slightly as the fabric caught against her ribs. Rowan's room sat at the end of the upstairs hall, large and warmly lit, more lived in than Evie expected from someone who carried herself with such relentless control. Everywhere else a stack of books on the nightstand, with a bookmark wedged a third of the way through. A worn armchair angled toward the window. Photographs in mismatched frames along one wall that Evie didn't let herself look at too closely yet. Harper steered her toward the armchair with the brisk, slightly bossy efficiency of someone enjoying having something useful to manage, then disappeared back downstairs. Promising tea, she clearly intended to make herself rather than ask anyone else to bother with. Rowan closed the door behind her, leaned back against it for a moment, and looked entirely too tired for someone who'd just spent the better part of an hour holding herself together for everyone else in the house. "You're Luna living alone, 20 acres deep with no pack at your back," Rowan said, picking the thread back up the moment they were alone, like the bathroom's interruption had only delayed rather than derailed it. "That's not safe, Evie. Not with what's apparently been happening around here. I should have brought you in the moment I realized what you were." Brought me in, the words landed heavier than Rowan had probably intended them to. Evie eased herself down into the armchair, the ache in her ribs sharpening with the motion, and looked up at her with something steadier than the exhaustion should have allowed. "Into the pack." "Yes. I'm not a stray that needs collecting." It came out sharper than Evie meant it to, the old, deep-rooted instinct rising before she could soften it, the same instinct that had kept her independent her whole life, that had taught her to need no one, to answer to no one, to never again be the kind of vulnerable that left her at someone else's mercy. "I've survived a long time on my own. I didn't ask to be protected." "No, you didn't." Rowan pushed off the door, crossing the room with the restless energy of someone who couldn't sit still even now, didn't back down, didn't soften either, her own voice gaining an edge of something fierce and unyielding underneath the concern. "But you also didn't ask to be hunted on your own land by wolves you couldn't identify, or kidnapped, trying to protect a girl who isn't even yours by blood. I'm not trying to own you. I'm trying to make sure the next time something comes for you, you're not facing it completely alone." "I wasn't facing it alone tonight, I had Harper. And if I hadn't found you in time," Rowan's voice cracked, just slightly, the fear from the search finally breaking through the composure she'd been holding since the boulder. She stopped in the middle of the room, hands pressed briefly to her own face before dropping away, like she needed a second to physically hold herself together. "If those woods had gone on another mile before we caught up, you'd have bled out defending a child who isn't pack, on land that isn't protected, with no one even knowing where to start looking." The words sat between them, sharp-edged and true, and neither of them had an answer soft enough to dull them. "I don't need a pack," Evie said, quieter now, though the conviction underneath it hadn't moved an inch. "I need you to trust that I can handle my own life." "I do trust that." Rowan crossed the last of the distance between them and crouched at the side of the armchair, bringing herself level with Evie instead of standing over her, her hand drifting, almost without her noticing, to rest light against Evie's uninjured shoulder. "That doesn't mean I have to like watching you handle it alone." The standoff held there, taut and unresolved, neither woman willing to give the ground the other was asking for. The air between them thick with everything from the night that hadn't found words yet, the boulder, the hand on Evie's neck in the car, whatever this was that neither of them had named, now sitting close enough in a quiet room that the not namming had started to feel like its own kind of decision. A soft knock interrupted it, gentler than either of their voices had been, and Harper's voice came through the door before either of them could answer. "I made cocoa instead of tea. I hope that's okay. I didn't know what else to do with my hands, and I figured Evie probably needed something warm after everything." A pause, the sound of mugs being shifted carefully in two hands. "Can I come in, or is that a whole thing?" Rowan's hand dropped away from Evie's shoulder. Whatever had been building between them folded itself back down, deliberately, the way both of them had clearly spent years learning to do with things too large to deal with in front of anyone they wanted to protect. "Come in," Evie called, voice rough but steady. Harper pushed the door open with her hip, two mugs balanced carefully in her hands, her face still pale with exhaustion but lit, faintly, with the simple satisfaction of having found something useful to do. She looked between the two women, the careful distance Rowan had put between herself and the armchair in the half-second before she entered, the tension neither of them had quite managed to erase from the room, and didn't ask about any of it. "Here," she said instead, holding a mug out to Evie. "Extra marshmallows. Mom always says I put in too many, but I think that's the whole point." Evie took it, the warmth seeping into her palms, and let herself, for the length of 1 cup of too sweet cocoa, set the rest of it down. Chapter 9. The argument about staying lasted approximately 4 minutes. It might have gone longer. Evie had been prepared to make it go longer, had the shape of several more objections still queued up and ready, but Harper had deployed the look somewhere around minute 3, and after that it was only a matter of time. The look was not, strictly speaking, complicated. It was just Harper, sitting cross-legged on her mother's bed with both hands wrapped around a mug of cocoa, still pale from everything the night had done to her, looking at Evie with the specific expression of a kid who'd been scared out of her mind a few hours ago and wasn't quite done being scared yet, even if she'd never say so out loud. It wasn't manipulation, exactly. It was just the truth of how Harper looked when she was trying not to show she needed something, and it was absolutely devastating. "A few days," Rowan said, from her position near the window, which Evie suspected she'd chosen specifically because it gave her somewhere to look that wasn't directly at either of them. "That's all I'm asking. The pack can take shifts at your place, check the property, make sure there's nothing." "I don't need babysitters on my land." Evie heard the edge in her own voice and didn't entirely soften it. The ache in her ribs wasn't helping her patience, and the warmth from the cocoa had started doing something treacherous to her ability to stay sharp. "I need to go home, check my own perimeter and—" "Evie," Harper's voice was very quiet. She wasn't using the look anymore, she didn't need to. "Please just stay." A grumble left Evie's mouth that she didn't entirely plan, low and resigned, and she looked at the ceiling for a moment like it might offer an alternative she hadn't thought of yet. "It didn't. Fine," she said, "a few days." Harper's relief was immediate and genuine, and slightly undone by the fact that she was clearly trying not to look too victorious about it, which she managed imperfectly. Rowan's mouth curved, just faintly, and she said nothing, because she was wise enough to know that saying anything right now would be a mistake. Evie didn't make it to the end of her cocoa. She was aware of it happening, distantly the way you were aware of the tide coming in, the warmth of the mug, the ache settling into something duller and more manageable as her body started to understand the night was actually over, the chair holding her up with more patience than she deserved. She heard Rowan's voice somewhere, a phone call, low and careful, and caught fragments without intending to. "She's safe, banged up, she'll be here for a few days." Then the words lost their edges, and the room lost its edges, and the next thing she was aware of was morning light coming through a window that wasn't hers, and a blanket that definitely hadn't been there when she sat down. She lay still for a moment, taking inventory of the way she always did. Wounds, location, exits, threat level. Wounds, present and unhappy but stable. Location, Rowan's armchair, Rowan's room, pack house. Exits, door to her left, window behind her, both unobstructed. Threat level, apparently 0, given that someone had draped a blanket over her and let her sleep rather than doing anything more alarming. Her phone was on the side table. She had no memory of getting there. She had 3 missed calls from her mother, a voicemail from her father, and a text from her brother that consisted entirely of exclamation marks and a news article whose headline she read twice, before setting the phone face down on her knee and staring at the window for a long moment. Local teacher SAVS student in kidnapping, DTAILS emerging. Small towns, she thought, of course. Her phone buzzed in her hand before she'd finished forming a plan. "Mom, video call this time." She answered before it could ring a second time, which turned out to be a tactical error, because her mother took one look at her face and then immediately at everything else visible in the frame. The unfamiliar room, the blanket, the careful way Evie was holding herself, and her expression moved through relief and into something significantly more focused in approximately 2 seconds flat. "You have a bruise on your face," her mother said. "Good morning, Evangeline. It looks worse than it is." "I'm your mother. I know what worse than it looks like, and I know what worse than it is looks like, and that," she said, pointing at the screen with the particular precision of a woman who had raised Evie Ward and therefore had extensive data to work from. is not better than it looks. Mom, we're coming. Mom, you don't need to. We're already coming. Your father started the car when the news alert came through last night, and I talked him out of driving in the dark, but I have been awake since 3 in the morning, Ava, so please don't tell me we don't need to come. Ava looked at the ceiling again. The ceiling continued to offer nothing useful. Fine, she said, for the second time in 12 hours, in the same tone, which she suspected was becoming a habit she was going to need to break. She found Harper in the kitchen, making toast with the efficient comfort of someone who knew exactly where everything was, and had decided that feeding people was the most useful thing available to her. Rowan was on the phone again, out on the back porch, visible through the glass but not audible, moving in the slow, controlled way of someone managing several problems simultaneously. Your family's coming, Harper said. It wasn't a question. How did you know? Your mom called the house phone. Harper's expression was entirely serene. Rowan answered. It was informative. Ava pressed a hand over her eyes. What did she say? Your mum or my mum's? Either, both. Your mom asked approximately 47 questions in 90 seconds, and Mom said she was welcome to come, that you were injured but stable, that she'd have food ready, and then stood on the porch looking slightly stunned for about 4 minutes after she hung up. Harper slid a plate of toast in Ava's direction. I called the school board. You've both got the week. Small town thing. Apparently the superintendent heard about it on the news and called before I even finished explaining. You called the school board? Someone had to. Harper shrugged, the picture of reasonableness. Mom was still on the porch. You were asleep. I handled it. Ava looked at her for a long moment. You're 15. I'm aware. You're terrifying. Harper grinned, quick and real, the first fully unguarded smile Ava had seen from her since the parking lot, and something in Ava's chest loosened a fraction it had been holding tight since yesterday afternoon. They arrived in under an hour. Her mother first through the door, moving with the compressed energy of a woman who had spent the whole drive cataloguing everything she was going to say, and was now having to triage it in real time against the sight of her daughter, sitting at a kitchen table with visible bruising, and a cup of tea someone else had made for her. Her father followed, quieter, taking in the house with the unhurried observation of a man, deciding what questions to ask and which ones to wait on. Her brother came in last, looked around the pack house, the high ceilings, the wide rooms, the general sense of a place built for more people than were currently in it, and his face went through approximately 6 different emotions before settling on barely contained delight. This is a base, he said, to no one in particular, in the tone of a man whose suspicions had been confirmed after years of patient investigation. It's a house, Ava said. It's a big house with a gate. Some houses have gates. Ms. Blackwood lives here. He was already craning his neck toward the hallway, clearly hopping for additional evidence to support his thesis. Does Ms. Blackwood have a base too? Is that why you moved next door? I don't have a base. That's exactly what someone with a base would say. Harper, who had materialized in the kitchen doorway with the timing of someone who'd been listening since the car pulled up, looked at him with the expression of someone who had found their people. I'm Harper, she said. I'm the one she saved. He looked at Harper, he looked at Ava, he looked at Harper again. Did she do anything cool, like objectively cool, not just brave? Incredibly cool, Harper said without hesitation. I'll tell you everything. Ava's mother, who had been in the process of conducting a thorough visual inspection of Ava's visible injuries, paused long enough to point at her son. Don't encourage him. Then, to Harper, you're all right, they said on the news you were. I'm fine, Harper's smile was warm and genuine, because of your daughter. Her mother looked at Ava with the particular expression of a woman who was going to revisit this when there weren't witnesses, pressed a kiss to the side of her head with careful precision, and straightened up to find Rowan standing in the kitchen doorway. The two women looked at each other. Ava felt something in the room change, in a way she couldn't immediately name. Rowan Blackwood, Rowan said, extending a hand. Thank you for coming, there's food ready if. Diane Ward. Her mother shook the hand, held it a half-second longer than necessary, and then looked at Rowan the way she looked at things she was in the process of assessing. You're the one who let her stay. It seemed like the right thing to do. And you're the neighbor. I am. Whose daughter my daughter apparently saved. Yes. Her mother let go of Rowan's hand, looked at Ava once, looked back at Rowan, and then smiled the particular smile she used when she had decided something that she wasn't going to say out loud yet. "Well," she said, "I expect you have a lot to tell me." From across the room behind both their mothers, Harper caught Ava's eye and mouthed "Oh." Lunch was, by most measures, an experience. Her mother asked questions. This was not unusual. Her mother always asked questions. What was unusual was the specific quality of the questions, which had very quickly stopped being about the kidnapping and started being about things like how long Rowan had lived here, what she did for work, what the house had been like before the renovation, whether she found it quiet out here with just the two of them, and had she always been in this area or had she moved here for some reason specifically. Rowan answered all of them. She answered them well, competently, with the kind of composed efficiency she brought to everything. And then Ava's mother asked, with the specific timing of a woman who had waited for exactly the right moment, "And is there anyone for you, I mean? It must be a lot doing all this alone." A small silence. "Mom," Ava said, "I'm just asking." "You're not just asking." "Rowan doesn't mind, do you, Rowan?" Rowan, who demonstrably did not rattle easily, appeared to be in the process of searching for an answer that was both truthful and not going to make anything significantly worse. Her mouth opened. Something happened to her expression that Ava had never seen on her face before, a brief, unguarded flicker of not quite knowing what to say, there and gone fast but not fast enough. Harper, from her seat beside Ava's brother, who had been receiving, at his own request, a detailed account of the previous evening's events and responding to each detail with escalating reverence, looked over at her mother with serene, terrible timing. "Mom," Harper said pleasantly, "you're doing the thing." Rowan's eyes locked onto her daughter, her jaw setting into a hard, dangerous line that signaled a deferred reckoning. She didn't say a word, but the sudden, rigid stillness of her posture made it absolutely clear. This conversation was merely on pause. "What thing?" Ava's mother asked, leaning forward with renewed interest. "The thing where she knows exactly what she wants to say, but can't figure out how to say it without it meaning more than she wants it to mean yet." Harper picked up her glass with the composure of someone who had just detonated something small and controlled, and was now calmly stepping back to observe the blast radius. "She does it like twice a year, usually. I've never seen it happen at the kitchen table before." Harper, Rowan's voice had the quality of a warning that both of them understood was largely decorative at this point. "I'm just describing what I'm observing." Across the table, Ava's father, who had been quietly eating, quietly watching and quietly saying very little, in the manner of a man who understood that his particular role in this family was to wait for the right moment, set down his fork. He looked at Ava. He looked at Rowan. He looked at Harper, who was cheerfully eating a bread roll while the adults around her variously combusted. He looked at Ava again. "Well," he said mildly into the wreckage of the conversation, "seems like there's already a Pramud granddaughter, very loved, good table manners." He picked his fork back up. "I'm satisfied." Harper looked delighted. Ava's brother looked up from his own food long enough to nod in solemn agreement before returning to pestering Harper for more mission details. Ava put her face in her hands. For the first time since Ava had met her, Rowan simply froze. The clipped, absolute certainty vanished from her posture, leaving a stark, uncharacteristic silence where an immediate command should have been. They stayed through lunch and into the early afternoon, her mother circling back twice more to things she'd clearly been saving, her brother extracting from Harper a complete narrative account of the previous night that he was visibly committing to memory for future use. Her father helped Rowan clear plates without being asked, and the two of them stood at the kitchen sink for a few minutes talking in low voices about something Evie couldn't quite hear and chose, with great deliberateness, not to try to. When they finally left coats, keys, and a round of careful embraces that her mother managed to turn into a final opportunity for close-range injury assessment, her mother pulled Evie aside at the door while the others said their goodbyes on the porch. "I like her," her mother said quietly, with the specific finality of a verdict that had been building since approximately the moment Rowan opened the door. "She's my neighbour, Mom." "She's something." Her mother straightened Evie's collar, the kind of small gesture she'd been making since Evie was 4 and that Evie had never once successfully discouraged. "She looks at you like she's already decided something. I think you've probably decided something too, even if you're not ready to say so." She stepped back. "That's all I'm going to say." "Thank you." "For now," her mother added and walked out to the car. Her father passed her on the way, paused, and put a hand briefly on Evie's shoulder. Good neighbours, he said, with the simplicity of a man who meant considerably more than 2 words and trusted her to hear the rest. Then he followed her mother down the path, and her brother followed him, turning back once to give Evie a double thumbs up that she pretended she hadn't seen. She stood in the doorway and watched the car until it reached the gate. When she turned back, Harper and Rowan were both still on the porch, Rowan leaning against the rail with her arms folded, wearing the expression of someone who had survived something genuinely unexpected. Harper standing beside her, looking between the two of them with bright, barely suppressed laughter in her eyes. "Your mom," Rowan said at last. "I know," Evie said. "She asked me 3 times if I know. The granddaughter's comment about your father. I know." Harper lost the battle with her own face entirely then, the laughter spilling out of her in a way that clearly surprised even her, free and full and genuine. The sound of a kid who'd been scared half out of her mind less than 24 hours ago, and had found, unexpectedly, that she was still capable of this. Rowan looked at her, and something in her face went very soft, and Evie looked at both of them standing there in the afternoon light on the porch of a house that wasn't hers, and felt something she wasn't quite ready to name settle somewhere behind her sternum with the quiet certainty of something that had already decided to stay. She was, she thought, in a significant amount of trouble. "Come inside," Harper said when she'd recovered enough to speak. "I'll make more cocoa." "I don't need more cocoa," Evie said. "You do," Harper said, and held the door open, and Evie, for the 3rd time in less than 24 hours, walked through it. Chapter 10. The pack house had a rhythm to it that Evie learned the way she learned everything quietly, by observation, without announcing that she was doing it. Desmond came and went on a schedule she could have set a clock by, steady and unhurried, appearing in the kitchen at 7 each morning with coffee already made, and disappearing again by 8 without requiring conversation. Briar showed up mid-afternoon most days, young and restless, with the barely contained energy of someone who found standing still physically uncomfortable. She had a habit of watching Evie from across rooms in a way that wasn't hostile, just openly fascinated, the way someone looked at something they hadn't expected to find interesting. Mara was the least predictable, appearing and vanishing without an apparent pattern, but whenever she spoke, it was worth listening to, and the pack clearly knew it. It was Mara who looked at Evie on the 2nd morning, over the rim of a coffee mug, and said simply, "You move better than yesterday." "I heal fast," Evie said. "I know," Mara said, and went back to her coffee, and that was apparently all there was to say about it. The investigation lived in the background of everything, present without being named directly. Rowan took calls in the back room, or on the porch, or sometimes just stepped outside for a few minutes and came back with her expression a degree cooler than when she'd left. Names got mentioned in passing, not the boss, not yet, but the edges of the operation emerging slowly from whatever Desmond's contacts were finding. Evie caught enough fragments to know they were pulling threads, tightening the net, but nobody brought it to her directly, and she didn't ask. On the 2nd afternoon, that changed slightly. She was in the kitchen when Desmond came in from the back with his phone still in his hand and found Rowan at the table. The look that passed between them was the kind that happened in the half-second before language, the kind Evie had learned, over a lifetime of reading rooms, to translate without effort. Something confirmed, something closer than before. Rowan's jaw tightened, and she said something low that Evie caught in pieces. The warehouse, the 3rd one, consistent with what Briar found, and then they both looked at her at the same time, because she was still in the room and hadn't pretended otherwise. Rowan didn't look surprised. She held Evie's gaze for a moment, considering, and then said, "We think we know where they've been staging. Not just that night, there's a pattern. Other locations, other nights." A pause. "It's bigger than 2 hired hands and a ransom call." "I know," Evie said. "What you heard in that room. His territory, how does he feel about freelancing?" She replayed it enough times that she had it clean. "Someone running it with rules and reach, that's not a local operation." Rowan looked at her steadily. "No, it's not." She didn't say more than that, and Evie didn't push, because the next part of that sentence was still being assembled from whatever Desmond's contacts were pulling together, and she understood the difference between information and confirmation. She went back to her book. Desmond poured himself coffee. The investigation continued at its patient, tightening pace, and Evie let herself be grateful for once that she wasn't carrying it alone. She healed, watched, and let the strange new rhythm of the house settle around her like something she was trying to decide whether to resist. Harper, meanwhile, had assigned herself the role of Evie's shadow with the quiet efficiency of someone who had made a decision and saw no particular reason to discuss it. She appeared wherever Evie was. Kitchen, porch, the small sitting room where Evie had taken to reading in the afternoons, Harper would materialize within 10 minutes, with a book of her own or a phone or occasionally just herself, and settle in with the unself-conscious ease of someone who'd decided this was simply where she wanted to be. Evie found, to her own mild surprise, that she didn't mind. Harper's company was the kind that didn't require management. She talked when she had something to say and was quiet when she didn't, and she had, apparently, decided that Evie was a person whose space could be occupied without permission. The first time she said it, it was an accident. She was telling Desmond something about a film she'd watched, animated and fast, gesturing with both hands, and she turned to pull Evie into the conversation without looking and said, "And Mom agrees with me, don't you, Mom?" and then stopped completely. The kitchen went quiet. Desmond's eyes snapped to Evie. Evie's eyes were laser-focused on Harper. Harper, meanwhile, stared blankly into the middle distance, her jaw locked tight in the universal stillness of someone whose mouth had outrun her brain and was now bracing for the explosion. Evie said. "That was," Harper said. Desmond said, in the tone of a man who was going to be dining on this for some time. Harper recovered first with the pragmatism of a 15-year-old who had decided that if she was going to be embarrassed, she might as well be committed. "The film was good," she said to Desmond, as if nothing had happened. "Evie agrees with me." "I haven't seen it," Evie said. "You'd agree with me." The second time, Harper did it entirely on purpose. She waited until there were 3 pack members in the room before casually dropping the hidden truth mid-sentence, never breaking her conversational stride or even glancing at Evie to measure the fallout. The reaction was instantaneous. 2 of the fighters immediately found something fascinating about the floorboards, while the third, Briar, failed entirely to suppress a wicked grin. The third time, Ava didn't react at all, just answered the question Harper had been asking and moved on. And Harper stared at her with narrowed eyes for a moment like she'd been out Manavku, in a game she hadn't realized Ava was playing. "You didn't react," Harper said. "No, you're supposed to react." "Probably." Harper studied her with deep suspicion. "You actually don't mind." Ava turned a page of her book. "I didn't say that." "You didn't say it either." Ava held her tongue, fully aware that her refusal to speak was a louder, more dangerous answer than anything she could have said aloud. She simply let the silence stretch, a deliberate void designed to force the next move. Briar found her alone on the porch the following afternoon, which Ava suspected had been deliberately timed. Harper bypassed the main entrance entirely, slipping around the flank of the house. The choice revealed her hand. She wasn't passing through, she had actively sought Ava out. Dropping into the adjacent seat, she draped herself across the armrests with a boneless, adolescent slouch, pausing just long enough to test the weight of the silence before choosing her words. "Can I ask you something?" Briar said. "You're going to anyway," Ava said. "Yeah, probably." A heavy pause stretched between them. "What's it like, being Luna? I don't mean the shift, I know the mechanics of the change, I mean the other stuff, the way you move, the way you instantly dissect a room." She turned her head, looking at Ava with an unvarnished honesty the older pack members had long since buried. It was the raw, dangerous vulnerability of a teenager who hadn't yet learned to mask her curiosity with a veneer of suspicion. "Rowan says Luna wolves are different, not better or worse, just wired differently, but she never actually explains it." Ava looked out at the tree line for a moment. "What do you actually want to know?" "How did you know?" Briar said. "In the parking lot, you knew before anyone moved, before they touched Harper. I saw the scene that Mara walked me through. You had maybe 2 seconds and you used all of them. That's not just training." "It's partly training," Ava said. "Elia's drilled me from the time I could walk. Threat assessment, environmental reading, exits and angles. That part is purely learned Bahavak." She paused, searching for a way to articulate the deeper truth. "But as Luna wolves, we are inherently closer to our true nature. The human form and the wolf form don't exist as separate chambers. My wolf awareness doesn't wait for the physical shift, it's active all the time, thrumming right beneath the surface." Briar absorbed this. "Does it ever get loud, too loud?" "Sometimes." Ava thought about the parking lot, about biting down until she tasted copper, about holding the shape of her own hands by will alone. You learn to turn the volume down, most of the time. And when you can't. Ava glanced at her, then you find somewhere to run it off, somewhere nobody's watching. Briar nodded slowly, like she was fitting this into something she'd been trying to understand for a while. She didn't push further, which Ava had noticed was a pack trait. The younger members pushed to the edge and then pulled back, reading the line without being told where it was. She wondered how much of that was training and how much was just the nature of living in close proximity to other people whose boundaries you had to learn or pay for. For what it's worth, Briar said, standing up with the same boneless ease she'd sat down with, what you did in that room, for Harper. She paused, seeming to run out of words and not bothering to reach for more. Anyway, thought you should know. She went back around the side of the house the way she'd come, and Ava sat with that for a while, turning it over, and let it mean what it clearly meant. The signs of the ambush had been building for days. First, the explosion of art supplies on the dining table on day 2. Harper had initially claimed it was a school assignment, before remembering she was speaking directly to her teacher, pivoting smoothly to a personal project, without missing a beat. Then came the suspicious chunks of time she spent loitering in the upstairs hallway. Finally, on the morning of day 3, Briar had leveled a look at Ava that screamed a silent warning. I know exactly what is about to hit you, and I am choosing not to help because this is going to be magnificent. Ava had noted all of it and said nothing, because she had learned, over 3 days in this house, that the most interesting things happened when she let them develop without interference. The loud bang came from upstairs at 7:42 in the morning. Then silence. Then Rowan's voice from behind her closed bedroom door, very controlled, saying something that Ava couldn't make out, but that Desmond, standing in the kitchen, clearly could, because he put his coffee down and looked out the window with the studied calm of a man watching a weather system develop from a safe distance. The bedroom door opened. Rowan came downstairs. She was covered in pink glitter, not dusted. Covered hair, face, the front of her shirt, hands, a constellation of it catching the morning light as she moved. She paused at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the assembled pack with the expression of a woman who had decided, somewhere between the second and third stair, that dignity was a resource she currently had and was going to spend deliberately. Good morning, she said. Good morning, Desmond said, back to his coffee. Briar made a sound that she converted, not entirely successfully, into a cough. Mara looked at Rowan for a long moment, then back at her coffee and said nothing, which was somehow worse. Ava, who had been sitting at the kitchen table with her morning coffee, turned at the creak of the steps and felt a wave of laughter hit her without mercy, an explosive reaction that bypassed all deliberate thought. Her healing ribs instantly registered a sharp, stabbing objection, forcing her to press a hand hard against her side. She laughed anyway, her eyes watering helplessly. At the bottom of the stairs stood Rowan, dusted in neon pink pigment, but holding herself with an immaculate, terrifying precision, radiating the intense energy of an alpha actively choosing not to commit murder. Are you all right? Rowan asked her with genuine concern. No, Ava said, still laughing. Yes, both. A small shower of glitter drifted from Rowan's shoulder as she moved, settling on the kitchen floor like tiny pink snow. Harper, Rowan said, not loudly, the specific pitch of a parent who has found the line between fury and laughter and is maintaining it by sheer force of will. Harper appeared at the top of the stairs in pajamas, looked down at her mother, and pressed her lips together very hard. It was supposed to be a small one, she said. A small what? Rowan said. The small mechanism operated on a completely different trajectory than I had anticipated. Harper. It looked much better in the design phase, Harper said with dignity, and retreated before Rowan could respond. Rowan stood in a drift of pink glitter in her own kitchen and looked at Ava, who had given up trying to control her expression. Don't, Rowan said. I'm not saying anything, Ava said. You're thinking it very loudly. I'm thinking that Alpha is a very impressive title, Ava said, for someone currently shedding glitter on the floor. Rowan pointed at her, which caused another small glitter cascade from her sleeve, and went to make more coffee with the composure of someone who had decided this was simply the morning she was having now. Desmond, to his credit, waited until she turned away before smiling. The annoyance, when it came, was smaller than Ava expected and somehow more effective for it. It wasn't anything large. Rowan didn't interfere with the investigation updates Ava caught in passing, didn't question her healing pace after the first day, didn't make the pack offer again, or treat the argument they'd had as unfinished business requiring immediate resolution. She was, in most ways, a reasonable person to share a house with. But she had a habit of appearing in whatever room Ava was in. It wasn't intrusive, and she carried no obvious agenda. Rowan would simply materialize with a coffee mug, a paperback, or empty hands, occupying the shared space with the unhurried entitlement of a woman who belonged there. If Ava migrated to the sitting room, Rowan's gravity eventually pulled her into the adjacent armchair. When Ava took her book out to the porch, Rowan would inevitably materialize near the railing to scan the tree line. The routine established itself entirely without words or acknowledgement. A wordless treaty that became an automatic reflex before either of them formally consented to the company. On the third day, Evie looked up from her book to find Rowan reading in the armchair across from her, having arrived so quietly she hadn't registered it, and said, "Are you following me around?" Rowan looked up. "I live here." "You have 14 rooms." "I like this one." "You were in the other one an hour ago." "I changed my mind about the light." Evie looked at her for a moment. "You're monitoring my healing." Rowan's expression didn't change. "I'm reading." "You've been on the same page for 20 minutes. A pause. "The chapter is slow," Rowan said, and turned a page with great deliberateness. Evie returned to her book in silence, her lunar instincts tracking what her eyes missed. She was learning to ignore the hyper-awareness that constantly mapped the room, but she couldn't shut out the subtle shift in Rowan's breathing or the tiny twitch at the corner of the alpha's mouth that signaled a carefully suppressed smile. It happened again that evening in a different register. Evie had found the small utility drawer in the kitchen where her phone charger had been neatly coiled and placed, alongside her keys and her wallet, and the specific fold of cash she kept in her jacket pocket, all of which had apparently been collected from her belongings at some point, and organized with the same quiet, unhurried efficiency that characterized everything Rowan did that she didn't announce. Evie stood looking at the drawer for a moment, then looked across the kitchen to where Rowan was making something at the counter. "You went through my jacket," Evie said. "Your jacket was in the mudroom with blood on it," Rowan said without turning around. "I had it cleaned. Your things needed somewhere to be." "You could have asked it." "You were asleep for 11 hours. Rowan glanced over her shoulder, expression mild. "I didn't think the charger was time-sensitive." Evie looked at the neat coil of cable. She looked at her wallet, which was placed so that the worn corner faced up, which was exactly how she set it down herself, and which Rowan could only have noticed by paying the kind of attention most people didn't bother to pay to other people's small habits. She looked at the cash, folded in thirds the specific way she'd learned from Elia's. "Thank you," she said, which cost her approximately nothing and which was, she was aware, the only reasonable response. "You're welcome," Rowan said, and went back to whatever she was making, and the moment closed like water over a stone, smooth and immediate, and Evie stood in the kitchen with her keys in her hand and felt, again, the specific danger of how easy it was becoming to be here. She was, she decided, going to need to get back to her cabin soon, for the simple reason that staying here was becoming something she was in danger of finding too easy. Harper went to bed at 10, with the slightly too casual announcement of someone who had decided the adults needed to be alone, and was choosing not to be obvious about it, which made her extremely obvious about it. Evie waited until the upstairs light went out, then took her tea and went out to the porch. The swing at the far end of it faced the open sky past the tree line, and she settled into it carefully, mindful of her ribs, and looked up. The night was clear, the way nights out here got clear properly dark, far enough from town that the stars weren't competing with anything, the kind of sky she'd spent her whole life driving toward and that still, every time, felt like something close to relief. She didn't hear the door, but she felt the shift in the air that meant it had opened. Rowan sat down on the porch swing, close enough that her ambient body heat cut right through the cool evening air. She extended a dark mug, a silent offering that Evie mirrored by taking it without a word. They fell into a comfortable, rhythmic silence, the steam from their coffees twisting together in the quiet space between them. No talking. Just the night and the stars, and the swing moving faintly in the dark with the rhythm of two people who had, without quite deciding to, found the same pace. Rowan sat the way she sat when she wasn't performing anything for anyone, one knee drawn up slightly, hands loose around her mug, Her face tipped up toward the sky with the particular quality of someone who'd spent a long time learning to look composed and had finally, in the dark, let it go. The tension that lived in her jaw and her shoulders during the day was absent. She looked, Evie thought, like someone she didn't fully know yet, or maybe like someone she was only now starting to see clearly, without the alpha and the mother and the neighbor layered over the top of her. Above them, the moon was nearly full, and the light it laid across the tree line was the particular silver that Evie had grown up thinking of as simply the color of the world at night. The color everything went when she let her wolf out and the woods opened up, and there was nothing to be or do except move through the dark as exactly what she was. She thought about the candy tin. She thought about Elias, who had spent 300 years deciding that freedom mattered more than power, and who had left her 20 acres and a key that had gone smooth at the edges and a second shelf where butterscotch candy waited for anyone young enough to still want it. Evie considered the strange shape this past week had assumed. She had arrived here as broken, injured, exposed, and stripped of the anonymity she had spent a lifetime guarding. Yet somehow she was still standing, still herself. Against every instinct she possessed, being fully seen hadn't diminished her. Her mind catalogued the small, quiet shifts of the last few days. Briar instinctively pulling back at her boundaries this afternoon without having to be told where the line was. Desmond appearing at 7 o'clock sharp with his steady, undemonstrative coffee routine. Mara, who weaponized silence and meant every rare word she uttered. Her gaze drifted toward the kitchen, where her personal belongings were now neatly organized inside a dedicated drawer, the worn corner of her leather journal facing up. Most of all, she remembered the hot breath of a 15-year-old girl pressed against the back of her neck in the pitch black of that van, whispering go, go, go with a terrifying, absolute trust. Beside her, Rowan exhaled slowly in the dark, and Evie felt rather than heard the tension of the week releasing in it, alpha, mother, neighbor. The woman who'd spent an hour driving toward gunfire and had still answered Evie's unspoken question with "they'll be handled. They won't bother anyone again," all of it exhaling into the quiet of the porch and the stars. Rowan's shoulder was very close to hers, not touching, just present, warm in the way that things were present when you'd stopped bracing against them. Neither of them reached for words, neither of them needed to. The swing moved, slow and easy, beneath the same moon it always had. Chapter 11. The argument started at breakfast, which meant it began early and with coffee, giving it a particular kind of stamina. "You're not ready," Rowan said, in the tone she used when she'd already decided something and was presenting it as a reasonable position rather than a verdict. "My ribs are bruised, not broken," Evie said. "I've talked through worse." "You were stabbed." "It was a knife graze, it's closed." "A week ago." "I heal fast, we've established this." Evie set her mug down with more precision than the situation required. "I have a job, Harper has school. We've both been gone a week, and the longer we stay away, the more questions get asked that neither of us wants to answer." Rowan looked at her across the kitchen table with the expression she wore when she was running out of arguments and knew it, but wasn't ready to concede. "The threat hasn't been resolved. Desmond's contacts have the warehouse location, but we don't have the operation itself. Whoever sent those men is still out there, yes, I know." Evie kept her voice level. "Which is exactly why going back to normal is the right move. Hiding here indefinitely isn't a plan, it's a postponement." "You could postpone for another week." "I could, I'm not going to." Harper appeared in the doorway in her school uniform, backpack already on, apparently having timed her entrance with some precision. "I could go with her," she said, in the tone of someone contributing a solution to a problem rather than inserting themselves into an argument. "We'd be together. It's a school. There are people everywhere." Rowan looked at her daughter with the expression of a woman who had been outflanked by her own household. "I'll send people," she said finally. "Pack members, they stay close, they don't interfere." "No," Evie said. "Evie, I don't need bodyguards trailing me through a school hallway." The silence that followed had a particular quality to it, the quality of an argument that had found its wall and was deciding whether to climb it or blow through it. The first glitter bomb went off in Rowan's home office at 9:45 that morning. The second one, a larger and more ambitious device that Harper had apparently been developing in parallel, detonated in Rowan's bedroom when she opened the wardrobe at noon. By the time Evie and Harper were in the truck heading for school the next morning, Evie's own truck, retrieved from the school lot by a pack member who had apparently washed it, and adjusted absolutely nothing, which she noted with quiet approval Rowan had conceded the bodyguards, accepted the glitter as the price of the argument, and limited herself to 2 pack members in an unmarked car who would remain at a distance that satisfied nobody but was, at minimum, a functional compromise. "You didn't have to do that," Evie said as they pulled onto the main road. "The glitter," Harper said innocently. "The glitter. You could have just agreed," Harper said, "but you didn't so." Evie looked at the road. "I'm going to need you to stop being logical with me this early in the morning." Harper grinned and turned up the radio, and they drove the rest of the way to school in the comfortable quiet of people who had learned, over the last week, that silence between them didn't need filling. The town, it turned out, had been busy while they were gone. Evie noticed the shift in pieces. It started at the pumps and followed her inside. The moment she stepped through the gas station doors to pay for her tank, the ambient chatter dropped into a sudden, deliberate hush, not hostile, but a collective recalibration as the room shifted focus toward the person they had just been discussing. Behind the counter, the cashier held her debit card a beat longer than the transaction required, scanning Evie's face. "You're the ward girl," the woman said, her voice dropping into a careful, investigative register. "Elias Ward's what granddaughter?" "Something like that," Evie said, the same deflection she'd used with Rowan in Chapter 3, and the woman nodded like she'd expected that answer. "He was a good man," she said. "Strong, helpful, the kind of person you didn't realize the town was built around until he wasn't in it anymore." She handed Evie her receipt. "You've got his eyes." Evie took the receipt and didn't say anything, because there was nothing to say that wouldn't open a door she wasn't ready to open, and got back in the truck. Harper, who had heard the whole thing through the open window, said nothing, which was its own kind of kindness. The talk had been moving through the town for days, apparently the way talk moved in small places, no announcement required, just person to person and corner to corner until it arrived everywhere at once. People remember a scruffy, quiet girl who used to trail behind an old man on his afternoon walks, who sat on his porch in summer and ate the candy he kept in his pocket, and grew up to look like someone who knew exactly what she was doing at all times. People connecting that girl to the red hair, and the motorcycle, and the woman who'd apparently run through the woods in the dark, to save the Blackwood girl from people who should have known better than to try. People mentioned her parents, too, a couple who'd visited Elias every few summers, who'd brought the girl and later the boy, who were remembered as decent people, uncomplicated and warm. Someone had apparently done the math and told someone else, and by the time Evie walked into school that morning, she was no longer simply the new history teacher. She was the ward girl Elias returned. She wasn't sure yet how she felt about that. She filed it for later, the way she filed most things. The school received them, the way small schools received people who'd been through something, not quietly, but not unkindly either. Questions in the hallway, a few hugs Harper accepted with the composed grace of someone who'd learned to handle that kind of attention. A teacher who stopped Evie outside the faculty room to say she was glad she was back in a way that was clearly covering for several other things she wanted to say, and had decided not to. Her classroom had a card on the desk. Not from administration, from her students, a large piece of card stock covered in signatures and short, various messages, some sincere, some spelling challenged. One that said simply, "You didn't have to do that, but you did," in the particular handwriting of a boy who sat near the back and had, the previous month, rigged a stack of books to fall on her when she opened a drawer. She set the card aside without making a thing of it and started the lesson. She moved more carefully than usual, the lingering ache in her ribs making itself known when she stood for long stretches, and she adjusted her positioning without drawing attention to it, leaning against the desk rather than standing beside it, sitting on the front edge rather than packing the way she sometimes did. A girl in the second row, the sharp and quiet one she'd noted on the first day, watched her make the adjustments with the focused attention of someone who noticed things and didn't announce it. Evie nodded at her, briefly acknowledging, and the girl looked back at her notes, and that was enough. Adrian Vale's substitute was a young man with the slightly overwhelmed expression of someone who had arrived to find no lesson plans, no notes, and no indication that the room's previous occupant had left anything behind. Evie passed him in the hall between second and third period, and saw his eyes, and understood in that moment that Adrian hadn't just called in sick. Adrian had simply stopped being here, and nobody had yet known to look for him. She put that in the back of her mind, behind everything else, and kept moving. She found the phone on a Tuesday. She arrived early out of sheer habit, finding the classroom empty and suspended in the dim stillness of a room waiting for the day to begin. She set her bag on the desk, reached for the light switch and froze. There, in the pale morning light, her eyes caught an object before her brain fully processed the threat. It was an old cell phone, a model several years out of date, its plastic casing splintered at the corner. A series of dark, flacking crimson streaks marred the back of the device. She didn't touch them, staring at the unmistakable signature of dried blood for a long, heavy moment before scanning the rest of the desk. The blood was completely dry, indicating the violence attached to it was old. Hooking her fingers inside her jacket sleeve, she used the fabric as a barrier to carefully lift the device and flip it over. Though spiderwebbed with cracks, the display remained intact. The screen flared to life the instant she pressed the power button, bypassing any security passcode to reveal the Photos app already open and waiting. Her own face looked back at her from the first image. She sat down slowly in the chair behind her desk and went through them one by one, the jacket sleeve still between her fingers and the glass, the classroom quiet around her. 12 photos. Long-range shots taken from a distance are the kind of images that require patience and planning rather than opportunistic snapping. Her cabin from the tree line. The pack house gate from the road. Herself and Harper on the pack house porch 2 days after the kidnapping. She recognized Harper's borrowed blanket, recognized the specific angle of afternoon light, and knew exactly which day it had been. Herself alone at her own kitchen window, a shot that would have required someone standing in her tree line in the dark to get. Harper was at the school gate from across the street, waiting for Evie's truck on the second morning back. Both of them were at a table by the window at the diner, milkshakes in hand, apparently oblivious. The text thread was open below the photos. One message, sent from this phone to an unknown number 3 days ago. "We are watching, coming for you." She sat with that for a moment. The classroom was still empty. The hallway outside was quiet, early morning quiet, the kind that lasted another 20 minutes before the building filled. In the back of her mind, her independence flared into a white-hot roar, chanting the old, familiar doctrine she'd lived by since childhood. No backup, no phone calls. You operate alone, you survive alone, and you don't let anyone else inside your perimeter. Every ounce of her history begged her to bury the phone and lock the door, rejecting the terrifying luxury of help. Then she looked at the photo of Harper waiting by the school gate. Harper, in her uniform, backpack on, was completely unaware of the camera across the street. Harper, who had pressed her face against the back of Evie's neck in the dark, and said go, 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 and trusted her completely. Harper, who called her mom by accident and on purpose, and had apparently decided, with the unilateral confidence of a 15-year-old, that the matter was settled. Evie picked up her own phone. Rowan answered on the second ring, which meant she'd been awake, which meant she'd probably been awake for a while, which was a thought Evie set aside for later. "There's a phone on my desk," Evie said. "Adrian's, I think. There are photos on it, of us. You need to see them." She paused, the independence screaming quieter now underneath something steadier. "It's not just about me. Harper's in these. Whoever has been watching, they've been watching her specifically. Your pack needs to know." A silence on the other end of the line, brief and absolute. Then, "Don't touch it, don't let anyone in the classroom, I'm coming." She came in under 20 minutes, which meant she'd been driving before she'd fully processed the call. She came alone, which lasted exactly as long as it took Evie to show her the photos. And then she made 3 calls in quick succession, voice low and precise. And within the hour there were a dozen pack members deployed around the school's perimeter at the gate, in the parking lot, in a car on each of the 3 roads that fed the building, none of them in uniform. None of them obvious, all of them exactly where they needed to be. The school day proceeded normally. Students arrived, classes started, and the hallways filled with the ordinary noise of several hundred people who had no idea they were being quietly surrounded by wolves. Evie taught 2 periods, moved through the hallways between them, and felt the pack's presence at the edges of her awareness the way she felt weather, not intrusive, just there, a pressure in the air that said, "We have this." She didn't love it. She didn't need it, technically. But she looked at the photo of Harper at the school gate on Rowan's phone screen and didn't say any of that out loud. The Sunday dinners had established themselves with the unstoppable momentum of something Evie's mother had decided, and therefore were simply happening now. As far as Evie could reconstruct the timeline, the ambush had begun on the 3rd day of her recovery. Her mother had called the pack house to check on her, reached Rowan instead, and somehow executed a 45-minute conversational siege that ended with the formidable Alpha meekly agreeing to Sunday dinner. How her mother had managed to steamroll a pack leader, Evie couldn't entirely fathom. Even Rowan seemed mildly dazed by the sequence of events when questioned. The only logical explanation was that Evie's mother had simply weaponized polite persistence, leaving absolutely no operational space for any other outcome, a strategy entirely consistent with a lifetime of getting her way. The first Sunday had been manageable. The second had included her mother asking Rowan about her skincare routine and Harper teaching her brother a card trick that he then used to cheat at every game they played for the rest of the evening. The third had featured her father and Rowan in a lengthy conversation about property management that Evie suspected was actually about something else entirely, conducted in the patient, indirect language of two people who understood each other without needing to say so directly. By the fourth Sunday, Harper had a standing seat at the table, and her brother had apparently decided she was his favorite person, a decision Harper had accepted with the equanimity of someone who found younger children endearing rather than exhausting. Evie sat through all of them with the specific expression of someone watching a situation develop that they had no framework for stopping, which was a new experience, and not entirely unpleasant, and something she was choosing very deliberately not to examine too closely. The diner had become theirs by accident and remained theirs by choice. It happened the first time because the pack security detail had been, for reasons that Evie maintained were entirely Rowan's fault and that Rowan maintained were entirely foreseeable, waiting at the wrong door when Evie and Harper walked out the right one. By the time anyone noticed, they were 3 blocks away, and Harper had spotted the diner's milkshake menu in the window, and the matter had resolved itself. Rowan found them 40 minutes later. She came through the door with the expression of a woman who had spent the last half hour managing several simultaneous emergencies, and had arrived to find the source of all of them sitting in a vinyl booth eating strawberry milkshakes with every appearance of contentment. She sat down across from them. "You disappeared," she said. "We went to a diner," Harper said. "They have good milkshakes. Do you want one?" "I don't want a milkshake, Harper. The strawberry is really good." "I'm aware you think so because you've had half of it already." Evie monitored the bickering with mild detachment, pulling a long, thick stream of chocolate milkshake through her straw. It was rich, freezing, and entirely satisfying, and she had absolutely no intention of justifying her indulgence to the rest of the table. "You can't just disappear," Rowan said to Evie specifically, with the look she deployed when she decided someone needed to hear something directly. "There is an active threat. There are photos of both of you on a dead man's phone." "We don't know he's dead," Harper said. "And you think this is the moment to ditch your security detail and eat milkshakes?" "We didn't ditch them," Evie said. "They were at the wrong door." "Because you went out the wrong door, the other door." "Technically the side door." "Evie." Evie set down her milkshake and looked at her with the particular steadiness she'd spent 36 years developing. "We walked 3 blocks to a diner. It's 4:30 on a Tuesday. We are sitting in a window booth where anyone can see us and where you specifically found us in under an hour, which means your security detail wasn't as ditched as you seem to think." She paused. "Do you actually want a milkshake?" A silence. "Strawberry," Rowan said, with the exhausted dignity of someone conceding a point they hadn't meant to concede. Harper waved for the server with the speed of someone who'd been waiting for this outcome. The second time they disappeared, Rowan found them in 20 minutes. She didn't say anything when she sat down, just picked up the menu, and Harper wordlessly flagged the server again, and that apparently was how the diner became a 3-person thing rather than a 2-person escape. Evie wasn't entirely sure when she'd stopped minding. 3 weeks after the kidnapping, the school settled back into its ordinary skin. The gossip gradually burned itself out. The loaded stairs in the corridor dissolved back into normal hallway looks, and Adrian's substitute seamlessly adopted the rhythm of the department. Over the passing weeks, Adrian's sudden absence shifted from a scandalous topic of conversation into a permanent fixture of the building, as invisible and unremarked upon as the old chalkboard. Evie watched this collective amnesia take hold. She kept her knowledge of the blood-stained phone locked away, fully aware that speaking up now offered no tactical advantage, but carried an immense potential for ruin. She drove home on a Thursday evening in the clear, cold air of autumn deepening into something with teeth. Harper dropped at the pack house gate, the two pack members in the unmarked car behind her peeling off at the turn to her own road without comment. She pulled up to the cabin in the last of the light and sat in the truck for a moment before getting out, looking at the log walls and the roofline and the tree line beyond it. Everything was exactly as she'd left it. She got out, walked the perimeter once, an old habit and old habits more than ever now, and let herself in through the door that still needed a good push at the threshold where it had swelled with the autumn damp. The cabin smelled of cedar, trapped dust, and deep beneath the surface, the sharp tang of chainsaw oil and stale coffee. Woven into those mechanics was the unique, unnameable olfactory signature her lunar instinct recognized instantly as Elia's. She paused in the doorway, her palm pressing flat against the rough-hewn frame, deliberately letting the chemical ghost of her grandfather wash over her without trying to fight it down. Then she put on the kettle, and sat down at the kitchen table with her lesson plans and her red pen, and got back to the ordinary work of her ordinary life, which was not, she reflected, particularly ordinary anymore, and hadn't been since the first day she turned off the asphalt onto the gravel onto the ruts, and come home to a place she hadn't expected to call that. Her phone buzzed on the table. Rowan, a text, just 3 words, drive was clear. Meaning the pack had run her route after she'd driven it, checked every point the surveillance photos had shown, and found nothing waiting. She looked at the text for a moment, then she typed back, "Thank you." She put the phone face down on the table and went back to her lesson plans, and the kettle boiled, and the cabin held its quiet around her, and somewhere out there in the dark, the investigation tightened 1 more degree toward something she couldn't see yet, but that was coming regardless. She was, she thought, going to need to be ready for it. She poured her tea and kept working, and let the night settle in around her like something she'd decided, at last, not to face alone. Chapter 12. She came awake between one breath and the next, the way she always came awake when something was wrong, not gradually, not through layers, just suddenly present and still and already listening before her eyes had fully opened. The cabin was dark, the clock said 11:53. She lay without moving and let her senses do what they did, building the picture in the dark the way her wolf had always built pictures. Sound first, then scent, then the particular texture of air that told her how many bodies were displacing it and where. Porch boards, weight is distributed across several points simultaneously. Not one person, not 2, multiple, moving with the careful deliberateness of people trying not to make noise, which meant they knew the cabin was occupied, which meant they weren't here by accident. Gun oil, sharp and chemical underneath the cold night air, the specific smell of weapons maintained and ready. More than a few of them. She counted footfalls without moving, keeping her breathing slow and even, the kind of discipline that had taken years to build and that now ran underneath thought rather than requiring it. 12, give or take, moving to positions not just the front porch, some of them around the sides covering exits. Professional enough to know about exits, not professional enough to know about her. She rolled out of bed in one quiet motion. The overnight shirt slid off one shoulder as she moved, the way it always did, and she didn't stop to fix it. She crossed to the gun safe by the bedroom door in 4 steps, the combination running under her fingers from pure muscle memory, and pulled out the 12 gauge with the particular weight of something she'd grown up knowing how to carry. Silver slugs, already loaded Elias habit, passed to her along with everything else he'd thought she might need someday. She wrapped the whip around her waist one-handed, the coils settling against her hip like an old argument. Then she pulled her phone from the nightstand and typed with her thumb while she moved toward the kitchen. 12 armed on my porch, gun oil, at least 3 wolves in the group. She fired off the text, flipped the phone face down on the counter, and didn't waste a second waiting for a delivery confirmation. Her lunar senses had already mapped the threat through the wood panels, the metallic tang of gun oil, the distinct pheromones of 3 shifted wolves, and the heavy boot falls of a dozen men. The kitchen provided her with a layout. She dropped behind the heavy island counter for ballistic cover, locking a clear sightline onto the front deadbolt. Behind her, the small window over the sink offered a tight but passable escape hatch. She had measured the frame with her eyes on move-in day, and knew she could clear it if she ditched her gear. Angling her body to absorb the recoil, she leveled her 12-gauge shotgun at the doorframe, waiting out the agonizing seconds while the breach team methodically worked the lock outside. She smelled the wolves again, clearer now, 3 of them positioned differently from the armed humans, which meant they weren't just hired muscle with a pack member or 2 along for the ride. They were integrated, working together. Whoever had sent this group had sent something more organized than a dozen freelancers with guns, and that thought settled into the back of her mind like a stone dropping into still water, ripples spreading, implications she didn't have time to follow yet. The lock gave. She fired 4 rounds through the door frame before it had finished opening, not at the door itself but at the frame, the wood, the threshold, the specific geometry of where bodies would be standing on the other side. The 12 gauge was loud in the cabin's enclosed space. Each shot was a physical event rather than just a sound, the recoil familiar and grounding. She heard voices, sharp, startled, the sounds of people taking cover or going down, and didn't stop to assess damage. She was already moving. The window came up when she hit it, the latch giving way as she'd known it would from testing it 6 weeks ago when she'd first checked every point of exit in this building. She went through it in one motion, boots hitting the dirt outside, and ran. Ditching the heavy 12 gauge, she dove headfirst through the narrow sink window, shattering the glass and tumbling hard into the dirt. The outdoor night air slammed into her lungs, cold, clean, and flooded with tactical data. Her lunar senses instantly mapped the chaos, the acrid stench of cordite from her defensive shots, the rhythmic thrum of accelerating heartbeats, and a voice barking orders from the far side of the porch. She scrambled to her feet and sprinted for the tree line. Her biology overrode her human skin, driving her limbs at a supernatural, terrifying velocity. Behind her, the cabin's front door violently splintered off its hinges, followed by the heavy stomp of tactical boots hitting the porch boards. She didn't dare look back, she just pushed her stride deeper into the dark. She made the tree line in 8 seconds. In the woods, still running, she reached for her shirt, found the hem, started pulling. Then Harper arrived in her head. Not a thought, not exactly, more the sudden, visceral arrival of a fact she hadn't fully accounted for. Rowan's place was ahead of her, through the trees, 2 minutes at a dead run. 12 armed people were behind her, 3 of them were wolves. She stopped, standing in the dark between her own cabin and Rowan. She looked back through the trees to where she could see figures moving, dark shapes pouring out of the cabin after her more than she'd expected, still on their feet, which meant not all 4 rounds had found purchase, or the ones they'd found hadn't been enough. Then she looked forward, toward the direction of Rowan's gate. Harper was over there. 15 years old and asleep in her bed, or awake now because something had woken her, and Evie knew exactly what happened to people who had 12 armed wolves beating on their door in the middle of the night. She couldn't run toward Rowan's place and bring this group with her. She couldn't run away from it and leave Harper undefended on the other side. There was exactly one option that kept both properties between her and whatever came next, and it required her to stop being prey. She pulled her shirt off, dropped it in the leaves, and let the shift take her. It came differently mid-crisis, not the practiced, deliberate motion of a port shift or an emergency room, but something rawer and faster and more total. Like a wave breaking rather than water rising, bones and muscle and skin moving with a velocity that was almost violent and hurt in a way that didn't matter at all, because by the time the pain registered, she was already on 4 legs and already moving. And the woods that had been dark were suddenly full of detail and scent, and the particular clarity that came with being exactly what she was without any of the management. She turned, not toward Rowan, back toward the group. The woods between the properties were hers in a way that the cabin itself wasn't. Not yet she'd run them, mapped them in the dark, learned their specific grammar of roots and dips, and the places where the ground went soft near the creek, and the places where it stayed firm even in wet weather. The group coming after her didn't have any of that. They had numbers and weapons and at least 3 wolves, but they were moving through unfamiliar terrain in the dark with a target who had just stopped running away. She hit the first one from behind, low and fast, out of a shadow he hadn't looked at twice. Not a killing blow, a targeted strike to the knee, enough to drop him, enough to take him out of the equation without the noise of something worse. She was moving before he'd finished going down, angling through the undergrowth, using the sound of his fall to cover her own movement. The group fragmented the way groups always fragmented when the thing they were chasing became the thing chasing them, some going still, some pushing forward, communication breaking down because nobody had agreed on what to do when this happened. She used that, moved through the confusion like water finding channels, identifying the human members by their inability to see in the dark, picking her moments. She took down 2 more before the wolves in the group caught on. The moment they did, she felt it as a shift in the air, a change in the quality of the pursuit, the difference between a group of humans blundering after a sound and 3 organized predators who had started working the angles rather than following the trail. The first one cut left before she'd expected it. The second went high on a rise to her right. The third went still, which was the most dangerous thing any of them had done yet, because stillness in a hunt meant thinking. She gave them another 30 seconds. Let them think they had her flanked. Then she broke hard toward Rowan. Not the direct line, she angled through the trees, using the creek bank as cover for the first 50 yards before cutting up and over where the ground firmed, crossing in the dark with the particular sureness of 4 legs that knew this terrain. Behind her, she heard the pursuit reorganize, heard the wolves shift course, heard the humans with weapons trying to follow sounds they couldn't see clearly. She hit the edge of Rowan's tree line at full speed and didn't slow down. Rowan's phone lit the dark of her bedroom at 11:57. The ringtone was a high-pitched anime voice Rowan hadn't selected and had been powerless to delete, because every time she wiped the file, Harper covertly reinstalled it. Your favorite stray is messaging you. Rowan was awake before the audio track could loop, her alpha threat reflex flaring long before her conscious mind parsed the words. She swiped the screen open in the dark, absorbing Evie's text in a single glance, and surged out of bed before she had even processed the final sentence. 12 armed on my porch, gun oil, at least 3 wolves in the group. She threw on her tactical gear in the time it took most people to find their boots, lacing them while already moving toward the frame. Her phone was pinned to her ear before she hit the corridor, dialing Desmond first. He answered on the first vibration. Desmond operated on a permanent, low-frequency guard frequency, a silent pack instinct Rowan had long since stopped questioning and simply relied upon. Evie cabin, she said when he picked up. 12 plus, armed and wolves both, everyone on standby now. She was down the stairs when Harper's door opened. Mom, Harper's voice sharp and sleep-roughened. What's? Stay in your room. Mom. Harper, she stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at her daughter standing in the doorway in pajamas, and made herself use the voice she used when there was no room for argument, and Harper needed to understand that immediately. Lock your door, stay away from the windows. I will come back up this hallway and knock twice when it's clear. Do you understand me? Harper looked at her with the expression she wore when she was frightened and choosing not to show it. Twice, she said. Okay. Rowan went out into the dark. The pack materialized out of the night the way they always did in a crisis, fast, quiet, no unnecessary questions, the years of training and trust collapsing the distance between a phone call and a fighting unit into something that happened almost without visible process. Desmond is coordinating flanks. Briar is shifting without ceremony on the lawn. Mara appeared at Rowan's left shoulder from a direction that made no particular sense, and that Rowan had stopped questioning years ago. They were moving toward Evie's cabin when the shots came. 4 distinct blasts erupted through the phone's speaker, muffled by the distance of the transmission, but carrying the unmistakable concussive echo of a 12-gauge firing inside a small room. Every wolf in the SUV locked up for a fraction of a second, their ears pinning back as their instincts registered the sudden violence. Then Rowan barked, move, and the pack erupted into motion. She was calculating the seconds between the shots and Evie's likely exits when Harper screamed from somewhere above and behind her. Mom, not the careful quiet of the room she'd left, loud, urgent, the voice of someone who had looked out a window she'd been told to stay away from and seen something that couldn't wait. She's over there. Rowan turned. At the edge of her own property, where the tree line thinned before the lawn began, a wolf she recognized by movement rather than markings was locked in a fight with 2 others, while 3 humans closed in from behind with weapons raised. The wolf moved the way Evie moved, economically, precisely, angling constantly to put something between herself and the most immediate threat, and Rowan's chest did something she didn't have time to analyze. Briar left flank take the humans, Desmond the wolves, both of them, Mara. Already moving, Mara said, and was. What happened next was brief, not particularly clean, and entirely decisive. The pack hit the edge of the group from 3 directions at once, which was the only way to do it when the group was already partially engaged, and the night filled with the sounds that Rowan had trained herself over many years to make decisions through rather than flinching from. She moved through it herself, not directing from behind but present in it, because she had never been able to ask her pack to go somewhere she wouldn't go. The wolf that was Evie broke free of the two she'd been managing and put herself between the remaining humans and the tree line, which Rowan recognized as a containing move, keeping them from scattering into the dark, where they'd be harder to take, and the efficiency of it, the tactical thinking still running underneath the wolf's instincts, did something to her chest again that she still didn't have time for. It was over in 4 minutes. 3 of the 12 were in condition to be questioned afterward. The others had varying reasons why they weren't, none of which Rowan spent time feeling conflicted about. One of the 3 who could still speak was not a human. He was a wolf, pack-affiliated, and when Desmond got a clear look at him in the dark, his expression went to something flat and specific that told Rowan this wasn't a random wolf-for-hire situation. Someone had sent affiliated wolves, someone with reach. Deal with that in the morning. The wolf that was Evie stood 20 feet away, chest heaving, a cut across her muzzle that was already closing at the edges, and looked at Rowan with the particular expression that wasn't quite any expression Rowan had words for. Something between exhausted and defiant, and underneath both of those, something that looked dangerously close to relief. Rowan crossed to her. She crouched down the way she had in the woods after the boulder, bringing herself level, and put her hand against the side of Evie's face without asking. The same gesture it had been the first time, not command, not assessment, just contact. Evie's eyes closed for a moment, involuntary, the way eyes closed when something that had been braced finally found it didn't have to be. You led them into the woods, Rowan said, between our properties. A breath out, slow. So they wouldn't come here, Rowan said, while I was still mobilizing. Another breath. You were protecting Harper. The wolf looked at her steadily. Rowan held her gaze for a long moment, feeling the full weight of the week and the night and the ongoing arithmetic of what this woman kept choosing to do, and said quietly into the dark between them, I know. Harper was at the window when Rowan came back inside. Harper wasn't in her room. Instead, she stood at the landing window at the top of the stairs, having decided that her mother's strict order to stay away from glass applied only to her own bedroom window. She was staring down at the lawn, where the pack was quietly securing the perimeter. The cold, blue glare of the outdoor floodlights illuminated her face as she watched the guards manage the aftermath. When Rowan's heavy tread sounded on the staircase, Harper didn't flinch, refusing to break her gaze from the scene below. Is she okay? Harper said. She's okay. The cut on her face will be closed before morning. You know how fast she heals. Harper nodded slowly, still looking out the window. Below, visible in the half-dark, the wolf that was Evie was sitting on the lawn with Mara a few feet away, both of them still, the quiet aftermath of people who had been in motion for a long time and had finally stopped. She went into the woods, Harper said. I saw her, she was running this way, and then she just stopped and turned around and went back in. Yes, because of me. Rowan didn't answer that because the answer was obvious, and Harper knew it, and neither of them needed to say it out loud to feel the weight of it. Harper was quiet for a moment. Then, she's going to be insufferable about the bodyguard thing now, isn't she? Rowan looked at her daughter. Something that wasn't quite a laugh found its way into her voice. Almost certainly. I feel like she's earned it. Don't tell her that. Harper's mouth curved, small and tired and real. I already texted her. Rowan put her arm around her daughter's shoulders, and they stood together at the window while the pack finished its work below, and somewhere on the lawn, a wolf that was also a woman looked up at the window and saw them both standing there and held that sight for a long moment before looking away. She shifted back before dawn, in the cabin that smelled like gunpowder and kicked indoors. And dressed in the spare clothes she kept in the closet because Elias had taught her to keep spare clothes in the closet, and she had never stopped. The front door hung at the wrong angle. There was a line of silvershot wood along the frame where the slugs had gone through, and a dark stain on the porch boards that she stepped over. She sat on the porch steps in the cold early light and looked at the tree line while the birds started deciding whether it was morning yet. Her phone buzzed. Rowan, one of the 3, is talking. He knows a name. Evie looked at that for a moment. Then, come when you're ready, we'll be here. She looked at the cabin behind her, the cracked door, the open window she hadn't closed when she'd come back in, the ordinary mess of a place that had been intruded on but not taken. Still standing, still hers. She got up, stepped over the stain, and went inside to make coffee before she drove back to Rowan. Some things she was learning you didn't have to face alone, Not because you couldn't, but because the people waiting on the other end of the drive had earned the right to be there. She poured the coffee, drank half of it standing at the counter and drove. Chapter 13. She drove back from the cabin in the grey light before full sunrise, the motorcycle loud in the quiet of the empty road, and didn't think about the kicked-in door or the dark stain on the porch boards or the way the cabin had smelled like gunpowder when she'd gone back in to get dressed. She thought about the text instead, "He knows a name." The road was empty at this hour, the town still asleep, only the occasional light in a farmhouse window as she passed. She'd driven this stretch dozens of times now, cabin to school, cabin to pack house back to cabin, and it had the particular familiarity of a route that had stopped requiring thought, which meant her mind could work underneath it without supervision. She let it. Elias had trained her for a lot of things. He'd trained her for combat and survival and scent control, and the specific discipline of living inside a human world while carrying a wolf underneath. He'd trained her in weapons and tactics, and the patient, unhurried art of reading a situation before it fully developed. He'd trained her for this for the moment when the thing he'd been quietly afraid of her whole life finally stopped being theoretical and arrived with guns and a kicked-in door. What he hadn't trained her for was the pack waiting at the other end of the road. Or the alpha who sent 3 words back within seconds of receiving a midnight text. Or the 15-year-old who had set a ringtone and run logistics and pressed her face into Evie's fur in the dark and said go 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 without hesitating. Elias had trained her to survive alone. She was going to have to figure out the rest herself. By the time she pulled through Rowan's gate, she'd made her decisions. She took the 12-gauge off the hook by the cabin door, where it lived between uses, and slung it across her back. Checked both 9 silver rounds, full magazines, and holstered them, one on each thigh, the familiar weight settling like punctuation. The whip came last, coiled around her waist the way it always was when she was going somewhere that might require it, the silver veins threaded through it catching the early light through the window as she wound it in place. She looked at herself in the small mirror by the door for exactly as long as it took to confirm everything was where it needed to be, and then she drove to Rowan. The pack house living room had 12 people in it when she walked through the door, which was more than she'd seen gathered in one place since the boulder in the woods. They were arranged the way people arranged themselves when they were waiting for something, some standing, some seated, all of them oriented toward the same space in the way of people who shared a center of gravity. Every eye came to her when she entered. She was entirely conscious of the threat she posed. The silver filaments woven through the length of her whip caught the living room lamps exactly as they had flashed in the dawn outside, an unmistakable warning to anyone who knew that silver-forged steel meant an absolute death sentence. She stood her ground and let them stare. She was completely finished shrinking her power, hiding her true nature to match the comfort level of the people in this room. The room read differently than it had 3 months ago, the first time she'd been here, the first time she'd been anywhere near these people as anything other than Harper's neighbor and Rowan's unresolved situation. Desmond looked at her from his position by the coffee table with the expression of a man who had assessed her across several crises and found his assessment consistent. Briar, near the far wall, had gone very still in a way that wasn't caution. It was the stillness of someone looking at a thing they'd been hopping to see and were now calibrating their reaction to, the particular quality of trying not to look too openly interested. 2 pack members she knew less well exchanged a glance that wasn't surprise exactly, more like the quiet confirmation of a suspicion they'd been running for a while. Mara, from her position near the window, looked at Evie for one long moment and said, "Good." That was all. Evie crossed the room and looked at Rowan. "Who's the name?" she said, "and when are we going after them?" Not a question, the room understood the difference. Rowan held her gaze for a beat, reading her the way she always read her, that particular layered attention that Evie had stopped trying to deflect, and then looked at Desmond, who had a folder on the coffee table in front of him, and the expression of a man who had been up since the text went out and had spent the hours since building something he'd rather not be building. "His name," Rowan said, and her voice had a quality Evie hadn't heard in it before, something controlled over something else, "is Cain Mordechai." The room went still. Not the ordinary quiet of people listening. The specific stillness of people who know a name and feel its weight land in a room and don't move until they've confirmed everyone else felt it too. Evie watched Rowan's hand flatten against the arm of the chair. Palm down, fingers spreading slightly. It was a gesture so small that anyone who hadn't spent 3 months decoding Rowan Blackwood's tells would have missed it entirely, Something shifted in Evie's chest. Rowan was not easily frightened. Evie had watched her order violence in dark woods without flinching. Seeing her manage fear, rather than command the absence of it, was a different thing entirely. Cain Mordechai, Evie said. Rowan looked at her. You know the name. Elias told me. She kept her voice even, the same way she kept everything even when the information underneath it was anything but, not everything, enough. She looked at the room, at the faces that had gone careful and watchful, and understood that she was the only person here for whom this name arrived with grief attached to it rather than just fear. He killed Elias' wife. Her name was Ilara. She chose Elias over him, and he couldn't tolerate being chosen against. She let that sit for a moment. That was 300 years ago. He's still operating. He's never stopped, Desmond said. He opened the folder and pushed it toward the center of the table. Photographs, documents, and a map with locations marked in red. He runs one of the oldest packs on the continent. Old ideology, Lunars as property, humans as resources, not a belief he holds quietly. A structure he's built his entire operation around. Lunars who don't submit get dealt with. Humans who stumble too close get absorbed or removed. He's been doing this since before most of us were born. He paused. The kidnappings around here aren't random. He identified this region as new territory and started building a pipeline. Children, mostly. Young enough to condition, valuable enough to sell to buyers who want something they can't find through ordinary channels. The room was quiet in a way that had a different texture from the earlier quiet. Less fear, more specific controlled anger of people who had just had an abstraction become concrete. Evie looked at the photographs on the table. She knew distantly some of what Desmond had just described. Elias had told her about Cain in the way he told her about all serious threats without drama, as information she needed to have rather than horror he wanted to share. She understood it then intellectually, the way you understood things that hadn't yet arrived in your life with teeth. Understanding it now in this room, with the map in front of her and the missing children's names still running in the back of her head from 4 weeks of news segments, and a staff meeting, and a principal whose handshake held a beat too long that was different. That was the thing becoming real in a way that changed what she was prepared to do about it. Ilara, she thought. Ilara Ward, who had chosen a Lunar Elder over a Pack Alpha and paid for it with her life 300 years ago. Ilara, whose name Evie had known since she was old enough to understand what Elias carried. Ilara, who was the reason the cabin existed, and the reason Elias' instructions to her family had been so careful, and the reason Evie had grown up knowing exactly how to kill something that didn't want to die. She pulled her attention back to the table. The hired hands, she said, were his people. Desmond tapped one of the photographs of 2 men, a grainy surveillance image, the kind that came from someone else's camera rather than a deliberate operation. The ones who took Harper were inside his operation. They went off book when they saw her, thinking they could ransom her without anyone connecting it to the larger work. He doesn't forgive that kind of freelancing. They won't be freelancing anymore, Mara said without inflection. The raid on your cabin last night, Rowan began. Was because I got away from the first group, Evie said, and because whoever's running point for him locally needed to close that loose end before I became a problem. She thought about the wolves in the group, the integrated way they'd moved with the human members, the tactical adaptation when she'd started hitting them from the dark. He has wolves working with humans, not just marks he's promised to turn, actual operational integration. He recruits from the outside, Desmond said. Gangsters mostly, human criminal networks. He offers the mark in exchange for loyalty and operational support. It's how he stayed hidden. He doesn't look like a pack. He looks like organized crime. Because he is, Evie said, just with teeth. Briar from the corner made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Nobody else moved. And Adrian, Evie said. Rowan's expression shifted. You know about Adrian. I know he recognized me the first week of school, and I know he went missing the day after the kidnapping, and I know the phone on my desk was his. She looked at Rowan steadily. What I don't know is how he fits. It was Desmond who answered. Adrian Vale was a childhood friend of Ilara Ward, Elias' wife. When Cain killed her, Adrian was the one who pulled Elias back, kept him from going after Cain directly, which would have gotten Elias killed, given the size of the difference in pack strength. He closed the folder. He's been a quiet protector of Elias' line ever since. When you showed up here, he recognized you. He'd been watching for anything that looked like Cain's operation moving into the region. And when you arrived, and then the kidnappings started escalating, He started making connections and apparently got too close to something that connected back. Kane has him, Rowan said. We believe he's alive. Kane keeps leverage. Evie looked at the map on the table. The red marks, the distances between them. Then we're getting him back too, she said. Rowan looked at her for a moment, something moving behind her eyes that didn't quite make it to her face. Yes, she said, we are. The planning took an hour, and it was not a smooth hour. Rowan's instinct was numbers and speed hit the primary location fast with enough force that the response time didn't matter, overwhelming presence, the pack's size as the primary tactical advantage. It was a good instinct, and it was wrong, and Evie said so. He's been running this for 300 years, she said, standing at the map with the same focused attention she gave a classroom. He has been hit before, he has contingencies for being hit, he expects packs to come at him with numbers because that's how packs think. She tapped the primary location. If we go here with 12 wolves and 3 SUVs, he'll have his people out the back before we get through the front. He keeps leverage for exactly this reason, something to bargain with while his operation relocates. We have the element of surprise, Rowan said. We have the element of being expected, Evie said. The raid on my cabin last night wasn't the move of someone who thinks he's hidden. It was the move of someone who knows we know something and is trying to contain it. He's already in defensive posture, going in loud plays into that. Rowan was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke again it wasn't a concession. It was a real counter, the kind that came from someone who knew their own pack's strengths and wasn't ready to abandon them. Surgical teams get cut off. Small groups in multiple locations mean each one is vulnerable if the timing slips. If one entry point gets compromised before the others move, we lose the simultaneity and we lose people. Which is why Harper's on comms, Evie said. If timing slips, she calls it and everyone holds until it resets. We don't move until all entry points confirm ready. That's not a pack tactic, that's a military one, and Kane won't have a contingency for it because he's never faced it from a pack. She held Rowan's gaze. He's faced frontal assaults. He's faced many challenges. He hasn't faced someone who learned to fight from a man who spent 300 years specifically avoiding him. The room was quiet. Rowan was looking at the map. You've done this before. Elias did this before, Evie said. I paid attention. A new silence fell, different in quality from the first. This was the quiet of people absorbing a tactical assessment and finding it sound, rather than the heavy silence of people managing fear. She's right, Mara said, which ended the debate. Rowan looked at the map for another moment and then, with the particular quality of someone choosing to trust something rather than being convinced by it, nodded once. We do it her way. They spent the next 40 minutes on specifics, and this was where the collaboration settled into something Evie hadn't expected, not Rowan directing and Evie advising, but both of them building on each other's reads in real time, finishing tactical thoughts that the other had started, the map between them becoming something that neither of them had designed alone. Rowan knew the terrain east of the primary location from pack patrols. Evie knew Kane's operational patterns from Elias' accounts. Between the two of them, the plan became something more complete than either could have made separately. At some point, Evie looked up from the map and found Desmond watching them with an expression she couldn't fully read, something between assessment and something warmer than that. She looked back at the map. Harper, who had been given a laptop and a headset and a specific channel frequency, and had set herself up at the dining table with the focused efficiency of someone who took her role seriously, and was not going to let anyone suggest she shouldn't have one, called through the doorway. I've got the secondary location confirmed. There's a structure behind the primary building that's not on the property records. Old by the look of the satellite image. If they're keeping Adrian somewhere, that's where. Good work, Rowan called back. Also, I want a full debrief when this is done, Harper said. Not an edited version, the whole thing. Harper. I'm running your logistics, Mom. I get the debrief. Rowan closed her eyes briefly in the manner of a woman choosing her battles. Fine. Thank you, the sound of typing resumed. The pack began gearing up in the particular way of people who had done this before, efficient, low-voiced, the specific energy of controlled readiness that had nothing to do with excitement and everything to do with training. Weapons checked, channels confirmed, entry points assigned and memorized. Evie ran her own check the way Elias had taught her, methodical, tactile, the hands confirming what the eyes had already confirmed because the hands didn't lie the way nerves sometimes did. 12 gauge, shells accounted for, safety off. Both 9 rounds are chambered and draw clearly. The whip unwound once and rewound, the silver veins warm under her fingers, the balance of it familiar in a way that meant it was ready. Desmond appeared at her shoulder while she was finishing. "The secondary structure," he said low. "The one Harper found. We think Adrian's there, but we don't know how many are with him. Could be a guard, could be more." He paused. "If you're going for the secondary, you might be doing it alone for a stretch. Depends on how the primary engagement develops." "I know," Evie said. "Just making sure you knew we knew." He looked at her for a moment with the particular steadiness she'd come to associate with him, not warm exactly, but solid, the kind of regard that didn't move much in either direction and didn't need to. "You did well last night, in the woods between the properties." She looked at him. "Harper's ours," he said. "She's been ours since she was born, but she's yours too, the way some people get to be yours without asking permission." He picked up his own jacket from the chair. "Elias Ward's granddaughter showing up here wasn't an accident, whether you meant it to be or not. Glad you're on the right side of the table." He walked away without waiting for a response, which was, she was coming to understand, entirely Desmond. She watched him go, turned that over for a moment, and then went to find Rowan. "Be careful," Harper said, with the specific quality of someone who wanted to say considerably more, and had decided to compress it into 2 words. Ava looked at her, the laptop still open behind her, the headset around her neck, the expression of a 15-year-old doing the very difficult work of staying behind while the adults went toward the danger. Something in her chest did the thing it had been doing for 3 months now, the small settling motion that happened when she looked at this specific kid. "You too," Ava said. "Stay on channel, call out anything that looks wrong." "Obviously," Harper said. Ava nodded and went outside. The pack flew out across the driveway, SUVs loading with the quiet efficiency of people who didn't need to be told where to be or what to bring. Engines turning over, doors closing. The sound of a coordinated departure that was nothing like the chaos of the boulder in the dark woods 3 months ago, and everything like what that night had been trying to become. Ava swung a leg over the motorcycle. The engine caught on the first try, the way it always did, and the sound of it in the morning air was the most familiar thing she knew. She looked down the driveway, checked her mirrors out of habit, and then uncluppered the helmet from the back rack of the spare she'd started keeping there sometime in the last month without entirely deciding to, and turned. Rowan was standing 2 feet away, which was closer than she'd expected. Ava held the helmet out. Rowan looked at it, looked at the bike, looked at Ava. "I don't know how to ride," she said. "You're not riding," Ava said, "you're holding on." Another moment of looking at the helmet. Then Rowan took it, put it on with the composure of someone who was not going to give the assembled pack the satisfaction of watching her hesitate, and swung onto the back of the bike with a dignity that was impressive given that she clearly had no idea what to do with her hands for approximately 2 seconds. Then she found Ava's waist, because that was where her hands needed to be, and held on. Ava felt the grip settle firm, a little tighter than necessary, the grip of someone who had calculated that the correct response to an unfamiliar situation was to hold on to the thing most likely to keep them alive and did not say anything about it, because some things didn't need commentary. She heard the shutter sound from Harper's phone behind them. "Harper," Rowan said, with the utter flatness of someone who had accepted their fate. "It's for my personal collection," Harper said with great innocence. "We are going to have a conversation about personal collections when I get back." "Noted," Harper said, which meant nothing, and they both knew it. Ava pulled out of the driveway with the pack fanning out behind her, the morning air sharp and cold, the tree line rushing past on either side as she hit the main road, and felt Rowan's grip tighten by exactly the increment that suggested someone who had not, until this moment, fully understood what motorcycles actually felt like at speed. She didn't slow down. The grip shifted as they accelerated, from the white-knuckle hold of someone bracing against an impact to the grip of someone recalibrating, finding a different relationship to the speed, once they realized it wasn't going to kill them immediately. Rowan had spent the last 3 months demonstrating that she adapted faster than most people allowed themselves to, and apparently that applied to motorcycles as well, because by the time they'd cleared the first mile, she'd settled into something more like actual riding position, weight balanced, head lower against the wind, hands still firm at Ava's waist, but no longer quite so convinced the whole thing was about to end badly. Ava was aware of every point of contact between them with a clarity she didn't examine too closely, because there were things she needed her attention for this morning, and that particular awareness was not one of them. She didn't slow down. Some things she had learned were more effective as experiences than explanations. The road opened up ahead of them, straight and empty in the early morning light, and somewhere at the end of it, a name she'd been carrying since childhood was waiting to become something she could finally do something about. She thought about Elias, who had spent 300 years building a quiet life around an unresolved grief, and had left her his land and his weapons and his careful, patient instruction, and who had never, not once in all the years she'd known him, told her that the day would come when she'd be riding toward it rather than away. She thought maybe he'd known, she thought maybe he'd hoped. She opened the throttle and rode toward it. Chapter 14. The apple orchard appeared out of the pre-dawn dark like a relic from another century. Gnarled trees pressed close on either side of the access road, their branches intertwined overhead in a canopy so thick it turned the grey morning light into a green, intimate hush. The scent hit first fermented windfall apples, sharp and sweet. It hung heavy enough in the damp air that even the sharpest noses would have struggled to isolate other utkas through the thick, cider-like haze. Ava clocked that immediately, filed it as useful. Rowan killed the headlights 200 yards out, and the convoy went dark, 3 vehicles, 10 pack members, all of them shifting from transit mode to something more careful without a word being said. The orchard absorbed the sound of the engines better than an open road would have, another thing in their favour. Ava had spent the last 20 minutes on the back of her own motorcycle reading the approach, mapping what she could see against what Harper had fed her from the satellite images, and by the time Rowan pulled them off the track and into the tree cover, she had a working picture of what they were driving into. 2 buildings. The warehouse sat closer to the road, a large corrugated metal structure, the kind of structure built for function rather than concealment. The cider workshop was older, stone, set back 50 yards further into the orchard where the trees had grown up around it over decades until it sat inside them rather than beside them. Between the 2 buildings, open ground, 40 yards of it, lit by a single security lamp that threw more shadow than light. Harper, Ava said low into the earpiece. Here, Harper's voice came through clean and steady, the tone of someone who had been sitting at her laptop for the last hour running thermal overlays and hadn't once asked to be told she was doing well. Warehouse count is 12, possibly 13, highest density on the south side near the main door. Workshop I can only partially read through the stone, but there's at least 1 signature inside. Could be more. Could be Udrayan, Rowan said. Could be a guard, Ava said, or both. Rowan looked at her across the dark. The pack had arranged itself in the tree cover around them, all of them waiting, the specific quality of a group of trained people holding very still. Workshop is yours, Rowan said. It wasn't a question. Workshop is mine. Ava checked the 12 gauge, a motion her hands completed without supervision. Give me 90 seconds lead before you move on the warehouse. I want to be inside before anything starts, so nobody in the workshop hears it coming. Rowan nodded. Harper open comms for all channels, everyone checks in when positioned, nobody moves until I say. Copy, Harper said, starting the clock on position checks. The pack moved through the orchard in silence. Rowan's people filtered left toward the warehouse, while Ava angled right toward the deeper dark where the cider workshop waited. She kept low, using the trunks for cover just as she had between the properties 3 nights ago. Below conscious thought, a sharp instinct took over. She could feel the pack spreading through the shadows behind her, a silent wave she was leading into the dark. The orchard was alive with small sounds. Leaves releasing their last grip on branches in the cold, the soft collapse of forgotten fruit on frost-hardened ground, the creak of old wood in a wind that barely registered as wind. She moved inside all of it, let it carry what sound she made, disappearing into the texture of a place that had been making noise long before she arrived. At the workshop's south wall, she stopped. Back to stone and listened. Voices inside, 2 of them are low. She caught fragments of logistics, timing, and something about a vehicle. Not Adrian's voice, not the flat competence of people who'd been doing this long enough to stop talking about it. She pressed the earpiece. In position, 2 tangos inside the workshop, possibly more, no sign of the package yet. Copy, Rowan said, 30 seconds. Evie looked up at the workshop's single window, covered from the inside, with no light bleeding through the edges. She looked at the door, padlocked, newer hardware than everything else on the building, which told her it mattered. She had the lock open in 45 seconds, which was slower than she wanted, the cold making her fingers less precise than usual. She tucked the picks away and stood against the door frame, one hand on the latch, waiting. In her earpiece, all positions confirmed, Harper said. Rowan, you're clear. Move, Rowan said. Evie went through the door. The fight in the cider workshop was brief and decisive, and left 3 people on the floor who wouldn't be causing further problems tonight. The 2 she'd heard talking were stationed near the far wall. She had them before they'd fully processed that the door had opened, the first one down from a strike that Elias had shown her when she was 9 years old, and that she'd practiced 10,000 times since. The second one was faster, and got a hand on her jacket before she broke his grip, turned his own momentum against him, and introduced him to the stone floor with enough force that the decision about whether to keep fighting resolved itself without further input from her. A third she hadn't heard was behind a piece of equipment to her right, and he came in low and fast and almost got her, which cost her a burning graze along her left forearm before she cleared the threat. Then the workshop was quiet, and she was standing in the dark with her forearm stinging, and the smell of old cider and blood in her nose, and Adrian Vale, zip-tied to a chair in the back corner, looking at her like he'd been expecting someone and had not entirely expected it to be her. You need to leave, he said immediately. Right now, you don't understand, he. I know, Evie said, already cutting the zip ties. Adrian, can you walk? She had him on his feet, and moving toward the door when Harper's voice came through the earpiece with a different quality than it had carried all morning, sharper, faster, the specific edge of someone who has just seen something change. Evie, they know you're in the workshop. 3 broke off from the warehouse group heading your direction. Rowan's team is engaged. I can't redirect anyone to you right now. How long? 90 seconds, maybe less. She looked at Adrian. He was upright and mobile but moving slowly. His body was finally paying the heavy toll of those days trapped in the chair. Her gaze shifted, calculating the distance between the workshop door, the open ground stretching toward the warehouse, and the tree cover just beyond it. Adrian, she kept her voice level. Go left when you clear the door, into the trees. Stay down and don't stop moving until you hit the perimeter. There's a pack member stationed at the northeast corner. I'm not leaving you. You're not leaving me, you're getting out of my way. She met his eyes directly, giving him no room to argue. Go. He went. She waited until she heard him clear the door, and then she stepped out into the grey morning light of the apple orchard, and the 3 people coming toward her from the warehouse direction saw her at the same moment she saw them. She gave them a second to understand what they were looking at. Then she went forward. The first thing she did was move not at them, not away, but sideways, angling hard to her right to break the geometry of 3 people trying to converge on a single point. The 12 gauge came up as she moved, and she fired twice in quick succession, not at them but at the ground ahead of the rightmost one, using the report and the spray to force him to break his line while she was already elsewhere. She vaulted the low stone wall of an abandoned planting bed without breaking stride, came over it in a single fluid motion that carried her momentum forward rather than killing it, and landed in a crouch that collapsed immediately into a roll as the first shot from the leftmost one went through the space her head had been a half-second before. Close. She registered the graze along her shoulder, not deep enough to matter right now, and came out of the roll onto her feet with the 12 gauge already shifting into the sling across her back, both hands going to the 9s on her thighs, a motion so practiced it happened underneath thought rather than because of it. 2 weapons now instead of 1, and she was smaller and faster than they were accounting for, because they were accounting for a person who moved as people moved, and she didn't. The gap in the nearest man's guard lasted less than a second. She was inside it in half that, moving low under his swing, one gun up and firing at the weapon in the hand of the one behind him. Not at the man but at the gun, silver round at close range, and the weapon went spinning into the grass. She pivoted on her left foot, using the motion to redirect rather than stop, came up behind the first man's shoulder, and put him down with the butt of the right-hand 9. In the precise location Elias had once described as the argumentender. He went down. 2 left. One of them was smarter than the other. She could see it in how he'd repositioned while she was dealing with his partner, not closing the distance but creating an angle, trying to make her choose between them. She chose neither. She went up instead of a trunk of the nearest apple tree coming up fast on her right, one foot on it, and then the other as she ran 3 steps up the bark and flipped backward off it, using the height to see over both of them for a half-second, landing behind the smarter one rather than in front of him. His expression when he turned around was almost worth the impact on her already complaining ribs. She took him out of the fight with a precision that Elias would have called efficient, and that most people would have called something less polite. And the third one, watching all of this from a distance that had seemed safe 30 seconds ago and now didn't, made the sensible decision to run. She let him. He'd hit Rowan's perimeter wolves within 60 yards. That was their problem now. But that was the warm-up. She knew it before she turned and found the fourth one waiting. He'd come from the warehouse she didn't know when, didn't know how he'd slipped past Rowan's people or whether Rowan had seen him go and let him come. But he was here now, standing in the grey morning light of the orchard with his hands loose at his sides, and the particular quality of stillness that belonged to someone who had been watching the last 2 minutes with professional interest. He was a wolf. She could tell even in human form the way he held himself, the quality of his attention, the fact that he hadn't rushed in while she was dealing with the others. He'd waited, he'd watched, and now his expression had the specific cast of someone who had seen something that interested him and intended to engage it properly. Luna, he said, not a question, not an accusation, just identification, clinical and precise. Surprised, Evie said. Impressed, he said, and came at her. He was the best she'd fought since Elias. That was the thought that arrived in the first 10 seconds and stayed there like a calibration point, everything else oriented around. He was fast, genuinely fast, not the startled speed of someone running on adrenaline, but the deliberate speed of someone who had drilled movement until it lived in the body rather than the brain. He read her patterns with an intelligence that told her he'd been doing this long enough to recognize what he was looking at. When she went low, he expected it. When she went up, he was already adjusting his angle. She took a claw rake across her ribs. He'd shifted one hand, just enough, just for a second, and felt it open a line of fire across her side that she catalogued and pushed to the back of the queue. She took a hit to her left shoulder that she hadn't seen coming because she'd been watching his feet and he'd read that and used it, and the impact put her back 3 steps and cost her the initiative for approximately 2 seconds. 2 seconds was a long time. She used them to think rather than react, which was what Elias had spent the most time teaching her, and what most people forgot to do when taking damage. She moved because standing still was never the answer, but she moved on purpose rather than just away, circling to her right, putting an apple tree at the edge of her available space. Giving herself an option she wasn't going to need yet. He followed, which told her he was confident. Confidence was something you could work with. She let him push her back toward the warehouse. Let him think the circle was his idea, that the ground she was giving up was ground she was losing rather than ground she was choosing to yield. The pack's perimeter was visible at the edges of her awareness, wolves and humans both, several of them having broken off from the warehouse engagement, watching. She could feel the attention the way she could feel weather, a pressure in the air that had nothing to do with threat. Good. She wanted them to see this. He came in with something fast and well-constructed, and she countered it wrong on purpose, let it partly land, absorbed the cost, and made it look like she was reading him a half-step slow. He adjusted to her adjustment, which was exactly what she needed him to do, because now she knew how he adjusted, and she let him make that move one more time to be certain. Then she stopped adjusting. The whip came out as he was mid-motion, transitioning between a strike she'd seen coming and the follow-through he'd committed to, and the silver tip caught him across the weapon hand at precisely the moment neither foot was fully planted. It wasn't enough to end the fight. She hadn't aimed to end it, not yet, but it broke his flow completely, and a fighter whose flow breaks has a half-second where the body is asking the mind what happens next. She was already inside that half-second. The sequence that followed was the thing Elias had called the conversation ender, a series of movements so linked they had no natural pause points, each one setting up the next with the specific logic of a system, rather than a series of individual choices. She went under his guard, up through the center, redirected his weight with her hip instead of fighting it with her arms, and used the momentum she'd borrowed from him to take him all the way to the ground. He hit the frost-hardened earth of the orchard hard. He tried to rise, which she respected, and she put him back down with the specific, minimal force required to make the point without making it twice. Then she stood up. The orchard was quiet around her. The warehouse sounds had tapered. She could hear through the earpiece that Rowan's people had the building, the engagement winding down, the perimeter closing. The pack members who'd been watching from the edges hadn't moved, but the quality of their stillness had changed. She recognized it distantly from the only frame of reference she had for this kind of moment. The expression on Elias's face, the first time she'd done something in training that he hadn't fully expected. No surprise, something older than surprise. She pressed her forearm to her side, feeling the claw marks sting in the cold air, and looked across the orchard toward the warehouse door. "Harper," she said into the earpiece, "status." "Warehouse is clear," Harper said, and her voice had something in it, not fear, not relief exactly, more the specific quality of someone who had been watching a great deal and was still processing what she'd seen. "Rowan's team is securing. You should come inside." "On my way," Evie said. She walked through the orchard in the growing light, past the gnarled old trees and the rotting fruit and the frost burning off the ground, and didn't look back at the man she'd left in the grass. Behind her, the pack watched her go. The warehouse had gone quiet in the particular way of places where something violent had just finished. Not peaceful, nothing like peaceful, but still. The emergency lights threw the space into alternating red and shadow, and the smell was gun smoke and adrenaline and blood, and the particular chemical edge of the tranquilizers they'd been using, and spent shell casings on the concrete floor caught the light in small, indifferent glints. Evie lowered the 12-gauge slowly. Her ears were still ringing. The adrenaline was doing what it always did on the back end, not releasing cleanly but draining in increments, leaving each injury behind it like a receipt. The forearm graze, the shoulder hit, the claw rake across her ribs, deeper than she'd let herself clock in the middle of it, making itself known now with insistent, specific heat. She pressed a hand to her side and felt the fabric of her jacket already damp, and filed that alongside everything else for later. Around her, pack members were returning to human form with the unself-conscious ease she'd stopped finding surprising, moving through the space with the focused quiet of people conducting aftermath rather than celebrating victory. Rowan was directing something near the front. Desmond was outside, coordinating the perimeter. Briar and Mara were managing the detainees along the far wall. Everything was handled. Everything was or was becoming contained. Then Evie heard it. Very quietly, almost nothing, the kind of sound that got lost in the noise of the aftermath unless you were specifically built to catch it. "A child is crying." She was moving before she'd fully processed that she was moving. The warehouse went quiet in the particular way of places where something violent had just finished. Not peaceful, nothing like peaceful, but still. The emergency lights threw the space into alternating red and shadow, and the smell was gun smoke and adrenaline and blood, and the particular chemical edge of the tranquilizers they'd been using, and spent shell casings on the concrete floor caught the light in small, indifferent glints. Evie lowered the 12-gauge slowly. Her ears were still ringing. The adrenaline was doing what it always did on the back end, not releasing cleanly but draining in increments, leaving each injury behind it like a receipt, the jaw and the ribs and the forearm presenting themselves for acknowledgement now that her body had decided the emergency was over. Around her, pack members were returning to human form with the unself-conscious ease she'd stopped finding surprising, moving through the space with the focused quiet of people conducting aftermath rather than celebrating victory. Paramedics had come in through the far door, pack-affiliated, clearly, arriving with a speed that suggested they'd been staged nearby. They moved through the space with the same focused efficiency as everyone else. Rowan was directing something near the front. Desmond was outside, coordinating the perimeter. Briar and Mara were managing the detainees along the far wall. Everything was handled. Everything was or was becoming contained. Then Evie heard it. Very quietly, almost nothing, the kind of sound that got lost in the noise of the aftermath unless you were specifically built to catch it. "A child is crying." She was moving before she'd fully processed that she was moving. The storage room was at the back of the warehouse, padlocked from the outside, which told her everything she needed to know about how it had been used. 2 pack members forced the door in one motion, and the smell that came through fear, confinement, too many people in too small a space for too long hit her before she'd seen anything. 7 children. The room went still around her. She was aware of other pack members stopping behind her, aware of the particular quality of silence that fell when hardened people encountered something that broke through hardening entirely. But she was mostly aware of the children, processing them with the fast, practiced attention of someone who'd spent 3 months learning how to read a room full of teenagers. 4 human children, roughly 10 to 14 years old, huddled near the back wall. They looked frightened and underfed, bearing the hollow look of those stripped so entirely of safety that they no longer expected its return. They stared at the adults in the doorway, their gazes calculating. They were kids trying to decide if this was a rescue or just a new version of the nightmare they were already living. Standing in front of them, between them and every adult who'd just come through the door, was a boy of about 14, thin and bruised, and holding himself with the careful uprightness of someone who'd decided some time ago that he was the one keeping the others together. He was marked. She could see it even from here, the faint, still new quality of it, and she filed that away without letting it change the way she looked at him, because it didn't. It changed nothing about what he was or what she owed him. Then she saw the twins. They were slightly apart from the others, not because they'd been separated from them, but because they'd pressed themselves into their own small unit. 2 girls, 9 years old or close to it, identical in the way that stopped being a coincidence and became its own complete thing. One had her hand wrapped around the other's with the grip of someone who had decided, at some point in the last however many days, that letting go was not something she was going to do. Ava crouched down, not at the door, several feet back from it, making herself smaller, putting herself at their level without crowding the space. She waited. The pack member behind her shifted, about to say something, and she put one hand back in a gesture that meant stop without Rukwarung words. She waited. She didn't use her wolf instincts for this. She used 11 years of standing in front of rooms full of children who didn't want to be there and learning, slowly, how to make them feel like they could be. The girl on the left was smaller, something in her posture that suggested she processed fear by talking it out rather than going quiet, and looked at Ava for a long moment. Then she whispered, "Are you here to hurt us?" Something in Ava's chest did something she didn't have a name for. Not broke, that wasn't quite the word. Opened maybe, in the specific way of things that had been kept carefully shut for a long time. "No," she said, keeping her voice soft, level and free of any false promises. "I'm here to take you home." The girl looked at her with the expression of someone who had heard the word home recently enough to have started wondering what it meant. Which home? Ava didn't answer. She didn't have an answer. She looked at the girl, and the girl looked back at her, and the silence held the question the way silences held things that didn't yet have answers, and Ava stayed there in it because leaving seemed worse than staying. "What's your name?" she said finally. Luna, the girl's hand tightened around her sister. "She's Willow." The other girl, Willow, hadn't taken her eyes off Ava since she'd crouched down. She was watching with the focused, wordless assessment of someone who had learned, probably very recently, that the way adults held themselves told you more than what they said. She hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, hadn't loosened her grip on Luna's hand by the slightest degree. "Hi, Luna," Ava said. "Hi, Willow." She didn't stand up. "My name's Ava. I've got a friend outside named Rowan who's going to make sure everyone here gets taken care of. But first I need to stay right here for a minute, if that's okay." Luna nodded, small, the particular nod of a child who wasn't sure but was willing to try. Willow just kept watching. The pack physician worked through the children with quiet efficiency, and the 4 human children were dealt with first. Bruises, dehydration, a sprained wrist on the oldest boy, nothing that couldn't be addressed with care and time. The social worker arrived and began what would clearly be a long process of documentation and placement, her manner gentle and practiced, the specific competence of someone who had done hard things often enough to know how to do them well. Then the doctor asked Rowan to step aside. Ava was close enough to hear it, and close enough to see Rowan's face when she heard it, and the expression Rowan wore was the same one she'd worn at the warehouse partition, that specific, controlled stillness of someone absorbing something and deciding what to do with it at the same time. The twins were marked. Muckers, the boy whose name Ava had uncovered during the slow, careful conversation of the last half hour, was marked too. The transformation wasn't complete or irreversible, yet it would have taken another week or 2 to cement. But the process had begun. It had started in 3 children who never chose it, could never undo it, and would now wake up every morning for the rest of their lives trapped inside a reality they had never consented to. The ordinary foster system wasn't built for them. It didn't know they existed, this category of person. Whatever came next for them couldn't be ordinary. Rowan understood this in the same moment Ava did, which she could tell from the way Rowan looked at her across the room. Not seeking instruction, not asking permission, just confirming that they were at the same point in the same calculation. They were. Adrain talked in the way of someone who had been holding things for a long time, and had finally found somewhere safe to put them down. Not all at once. Not in order. In pieces, the way memories came when they'd been stored under pressure, one thing surfacing and then another, and Ava and Rowan and the pack physician who'd stayed to tend his injuries listened without interrupting, because interrupting felt like stepping on something that needed to come out at its own pace. He'd known Elias for 300 years, more or less. Known him since before the loss, since before the grief had become the organizing principle of an entire life. He'd known Alara had known her as a child before she chose Elias, before Cain had made that choice into a death sentence. He wanted revenge, Adrain said. After she died, I understood it. I've never stopped understanding it, but he would have died. Cain's pack was 3 times the size of what he could have brought against it, and Elias would have gone anyway, and he stopped. I pulled him back, made him leave, told him the best thing he could do for her memory was survive. His hands, resting on the table in front of him, shifted slightly. He spent the next century furious with me. And then he spent the century after that being grateful, I think, though he never quite said so in those words. Ava thought about a key gone smooth at the edges, a cabin on 20 acres. A tin of butterscotch candy was kept for children who wandered close enough to be worth a kindness. He raised me to know what Cain was, she said. Not in those words, but I knew there was something out there that he was afraid of. I think he was afraid I'd go after it the same way he'd wanted to. You did go after it, Adrain said. I went after it with backup, Ava said. That's different. Adrain looked at her for a long moment, something moving behind his eyes that she recognized, distantly, as the expression of someone watching the end of a very long story finally arrive at a place that made sense of it. It's different, he agreed. The social worker's name was Cuthbertson, and she had the patient's unhurried manner of someone who had learned that patience and unhurriedness were the only tools that actually worked in her profession. She arranged the 4 human children into the care of 2 agencies who had already been involved in the missing children cases, and the reunions that were beginning by phone, in one case in person, when a father had driven through the night, were the kind of thing Ava looked at and then looked away from, because they were too large and too private to watch from the outside. The twins were a different problem. Ava was standing near the warehouse door, giving Cuthbertson space to manage the logistics, when she felt the tug on her jacket. She looked down. Luna, hand still wrapped in willows, had moved without Ava noticing from across the room to directly beside her, and had taken a small grip of the jacket hem with her free hand. Not tight, she could have let go easily. She just hadn't. Where are you going? Luna said. I'm not going anywhere yet, Ava said. Okay, Luna didn't let go. Cuthbertson came over with the particular expression of someone delivering information she wished she didn't have to deliver. We're working on placement for tonight. The specialized network takes a little longer to activate, especially after hours. They can come with me, Ava said. The words came out before she'd finished forming them, which was unusual enough that she was briefly aware of having surprised herself. She registered Rowan looking at her from across the room. She registered Adrain in his chair against the wall, making no expression at all. It's Ms. Ward, that's a significant commitment on short notice, Cuthbertson said. It's one night, Ava said, and then because she was apparently in the business of surprising herself this evening. Muckers too, and Adrain if he wants somewhere that isn't here. Muckers, who'd been listening with the careful attention of someone who'd learned to track every adult conversation in a room, looked at her. 14, thin, marked, standing protectively at the edge of a group of children he didn't know and had apparently decided were his responsibility anyway. He looked at her for a long moment. Okay, he said. Adrain simply nodded once. The cabin received them the way it received everyone, quietly, without judgment. It welcomed them with the scent of cedar and dust and the specific warmth of a space that had been lived in carefully. Ava made grilled cheese sandwiches because it was the fastest warm food she could produce, and because she didn't have a better plan, and because Luna had said in the car that she liked grilled cheese, and Willow had nodded without speaking, which Ava was coming to understand was Willow's standard response to things she agreed with. They ate like they hadn't had a proper meal in days, which they probably hadn't. Marcus ate with the controlled efficiency of someone who had learned not to look too eager for food, which told her things about the last however many weeks that she didn't need him to say out loud. Adrian ate slowly and carefully, with the focus of someone whose body was still working out whether it trusted this. Evie sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea she wasn't drinking and watched them and didn't try to fill the silence, because the silence wasn't empty. It was full of the simple fact of people eating warm food in a safe place, which was its own complete thing and didn't need commentary. Adrian got up after a while, went to the sink and started washing dishes without being asked. She let him. Sometimes people needed to do something with their hands. She was refilling tea, but she still wasn't going to drink when she noticed Luna had gone still. The 9-year-old was asleep at the table, face tilted sideways against her own folded arms, one hand still loosely near her sister. Willow was awake, watching Evie watch Luna, her expression doing the careful, assessing thing it did when she was deciding whether to say something. "She doesn't usually fall asleep like this," Willow said. It was the most she'd said directly to Evie since the warehouse. "That's okay," Evie said. "She's been scared to sleep." Willow looked at her sister, "in case they moved us again." "Nobody's moving you tonight," Evie said. "I promise." Willow considered this for a moment with the deliberate seriousness of a child weighing the reliability of adult promises and finding the sample size lacking. Then she nodded once, with the sudden finality of someone choosing to believe anyway, despite the data. Evie carried Luna to the small second bedroom, the one that had been a study, where there was a narrow bed she'd made up for Adrian that she'd make up again somewhere else, and got her settled without waking her. And when she turned around, Willow was in the doorway. She hadn't let go of Luna's hand the whole night. Standing in the doorway without it, she looked briefly younger than 9, which was the youngest Evie had seen her look. "Can I?" Willow started. "Yes," Evie said before she'd finished asking. Willow crossed the room and climbed into the narrow bed beside her sister and found Luna's hand under the blanket and went still. Evie sat in the chair in the corner because leaving felt wrong. She didn't hear the door open. She came back to awareness of the room slowly, the way you came back to a room you hadn't meant to leave, and found that she'd been asleep in the chair long enough that the quality of the dark outside had changed. One small hand had found her finger at some point, Luna thought, though she couldn't be certain, and was wrapped around it with the unconscious grip of someone who'd found something to hold and was holding it in her sleep. Rowan was in the doorway. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there in the particular quiet of someone who'd seen something and was deciding what it meant. Her expression in the low light was soft in a way Evie had only seen a handful of times, the unguarded version, without the alpha and the composure layered over it. Evie looked at her. Rowan looked back. Neither of them said anything for a moment, the two of them on either side of a doorway and 2 sleeping children between them. The cabin holding its quiet around all of it like something that had been built for exactly this, which maybe it had. "I don't know what happens tomorrow," Evie said very quietly, her voice low enough not to reach the sleeping girls. Rowan was quiet for a moment. "Neither do I." "There's a lot to figure out for them," for she stopped, looked at the 2 small faces in the low light. "There's a lot." "Yes," Rowan said, "there is." Another silence, different in quality from the rest of the evening. Not the silence of people holding things, but the silence of people who had set things down, for now, just for now, and were allowing themselves to be in the specific moment they were in. "But tonight," Rowan said. "They're safe," Evie said. "So that's enough." Evie looked at the girls. Luna's small hand is around her finger. Willow's grip on her sister, maintained even in sleep, the grip of someone who had decided there was one thing she was not letting go of and had meant it completely. "Yeah," Evie said, "that's enough." The cabin held its quiet. The dark outside the window had reached the particular density that came just before the light started thinking about returning. Rowan stayed in the doorway and Evie stayed in the chair, and the girls slept, and it was, for the length of that specific hour, enough. Chapter 15. Marcus left on a Thursday morning, which was ordinary enough that it felt wrong, and then felt right, because ordinary was what he was going back to, or the closest version of ordinary that was available to a 14-year-old boy who'd been marked without his consent, and was going home to parents who didn't yet know what that meant. When the local alpha Rowan introduced Callum, Evie was struck by the man's unhurried, steady demeanour, the quiet confidence of someone who had handled too many crises to bother making a spectacle of them. His instinct to shake Marcus's hand first was a thoughtful gesture she made a mental note of. With calm efficiency, Callum outlined the weeks ahead. A visit from the pack physician, a family meeting, and ample, pressure-free time to adjust at Marcus's own pace. Marcus listened with the careful attention he brought to everything, and then looked at Evie. She'd been standing near the door, not quite in the conversation but not absent from it, the way she'd positioned herself in rooms for 3 months now, present without crowding, available without demanding. He looked at her the way he'd looked at her that first night in the warehouse, the 14-year-old who'd put himself between a group of adults and the children behind him without being asked to. "You'll be okay," Evie said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah," Marcus said, and then after a pause that held more than the word, "Thank you, for not treating it like it didn't change anything." She knew what it meant. "It doesn't," she said, "not what matters." He nodded once, the particular nod of someone who had needed to hear that and was going to carry it for a while, and went with Callum to the car, and Evie watched them go from the doorway until the gate closed behind them. She stood there a moment longer than the departure required. Then she went back inside. Adrian stayed. Not indefinitely. He had things to return to, places and people, and 3 centuries of quiet work that didn't pause because he'd spent time in a chair in a stone building. But he stayed for the first week, sleeping in the cabin's second bedroom with the careful gratitude of someone who understood the value of what he was being offered and didn't intend to waste it. He didn't talk much, not at first. He helped with things like firewood, dishes, the kind of small domestic competence that suggested he'd learned to make himself useful in borrowed spaces across several lifetimes. He and Evie moved around each other with the specific ease of people who understood each other's rhythms without needing to have discussed them. On the 3rd evening, sitting on the porch while the twins slept inside, he said, "She would have liked you." Evie knew who she was. She'd known since the warehouse, since the way his expression had shifted when he looked at her and said, "You have her eyes." "Tell me something about her," Evie said, "something Elias didn't tell me." Adrian looked at the tree line for a moment. "She laughed too loudly," he said. "For someone who understood how dangerous the world was, she laughed like it was. Elias used to say it was the bravest thing about her." He paused. He wasn't wrong. They sat with that, and the evening settled around them, and Evie thought about a woman she'd never met whose song she knew by heart, and didn't try to put it into words. The twins came to the pack house by Thursday evening, which was Harper's doing, and nobody was pretending otherwise. The argument had lasted approximately 6 minutes, which was 2 minutes longer than the staying at the pack house argument, but still well short of Evie's theoretical maximum. Harper had not deployed the look this time. She deployed something more sophisticated, a calm, patient, point-by-point case that hit the practical notes. More people, more safety, familiar ground, better for the twins' adjustment, without once appealing directly to emotion, which was somehow harder to argue against than emotion would have been. Luna had settled it by asking, in the car on the way to get their things from the cabin, whether the pack house had the good milkshakes from the diner. And when Evie had explained that the milkshakes were at the diner and not at the pack house, Luna had considered this for a moment and then said, "But we can go to the diner from the pack house, right?" And the matter had apparently resolved itself. Willow had said nothing, which Evie was learning meant she agreed. The school paperwork happened to Evie rather than being done by her, which was the way she preferred most paperwork, but hadn't expected anyone to arrange. She had a plan, a reasonable, functional plan involving the school district's enrollment office and the specific documents she'd gathered, and the particular brace-yourself energy she brought to any process that required her to fill out forms in triplicate. She arrived at the enrollment office on Monday morning with the twins, and the documents and the brace-yourself energy fully deployed, and was informed by a very pleasant administrative assistant that the enrollment had already been completed. Evie looked at the paperwork. Rowan Blackwood's name was on the emergency contacts. Harper's name was on the emergency contacts. Briar, which made Evie pause for a moment because she hadn't known Briar was in the running for that particular responsibility, but couldn't actually argue with the choice. And her own parents, whom she had complicated feelings about because she hadn't asked them, and they had clearly already been asked. The twins were enrolled in their proper grades, with all allergies and dietary restrictions on file. In the margin of one form, Evie recognized Rowan's handwriting, familiar from the tactical whiteboard. Her note read, "Twins are adjusting to significant change. Please notify guardian Evie Ward of any behavioral shifts, however minor." Evie stood at the enrollment office counter for a long moment. "Is something wrong?" the administrative assistant asked. No, Evie said, everything appears to be thoroughly handled. She drove home with the twins and the brace-yourself energy she hadn't needed, and the specific mix of exasperation and reluctant gratitude that she was beginning to understand was simply what Rowan Blackwood felt like when she cared about something. The shopping trip happened on a Saturday, which was the only reason Harper was present to witness and subsequently document it for posterity. The twins needed things like clothes, shoes, school supplies, the ordinary accumulation of objects that made up a child's daily life that had been stripped from them and needed rebuilding from scratch. Evie had a list. Lists were her medium. She was comfortable with lists. What she had not accounted for was Rowan, who had apparently also made a list, and whose list had significantly less restraint than Evie's list, and who expressed an opinion on every item in the clothing section with the focused energy of someone who had decided this was a problem she was going to solve completely rather than adequately. They need more than 2 pairs of shoes, Rowan said. 2 pairs are functional, Evie said. 2 pairs is what you have, children need options. I have 2 pairs. You have boots and backup boots, that's not options, that's a system. Luna, who was holding up a pair of shoes with small stars on them, and looking between the 2 adults with the expression of someone watching a tennis match she hadn't expected to find entertaining, said, I like the star ones. The star ones are going in the cart, Rowan said, to which Evie had no particular objection. The problem was that she didn't object to individual items. She objected to the cumulative velocity of the shopping, which was expanding well beyond what she'd planned for. Willow found a pine green jacket and held it against herself with the fierce intent of someone who had no plans of letting go. Evie looked at it and couldn't find a single reason to argue. Fine, she said, but we are sticking to the list for everything else. Of course, Rowan replied, using the exact tone she used when agreeing to a rule she had no intention of following. In retrospect, the hardware store was Evie's mistake. She needed a few basic supplies for the slow, independent cabin repairs she was tackling on her own timetable. The store was on the way home, and stopping had seemed efficient. When Harper later recounted the afternoon to the pack, she called what followed the great hardware store debate, speaking with the relish of a witness who intended to milk a remarkable story for all it was worth. What actually happened was this. Evie was evaluating lumber with the intense focus of someone who had spent 3 months fixing a cabin, 1 weekend project at a time, meticulously budgeting her materials. Rowan materialized beside her, glanced at the list in Evie's hand, and delivered a casual, practical observation. This is going to take you until spring. I know, Evie said, that's fine. It's not fine. Rowan studied the list again. You said yourself the east roofline needs reinforcement before winter. Then there are the window seals, the electrical panel, and that door you still need to replace. I've been managing. You've been managing alone at your own pace with no particular urgency because it was only you in the cabin. Rowan set the list down on the lumber display with the particular precision of someone making a point. It's not only you now. 2 9-year-olds need a cabin that isn't losing heat through 3 failed window seals. They need a door that opens without being shouldered. They need the electrical panel not to be a fire risk. She picked up the list again. I'm ordering the materials. The pack has people who can do the work in a weekend. I don't need. You're right, Rowan said, you don't need it, they do. The silence that followed this lasted approximately 4 seconds, which Harper later described as the longest 4 seconds of her life. From the end of the aisle, the twins watched the exchange between Luna with wide, anxious eyes and Willow with her characteristic, focused assessment. Evie looked back at them. Rowan's warning gave way to stark reality. The failed window seals, the sagging east roofline, and the warped door that required a heavy shoulder to force open on freezing mornings. These 9-year-olds had already lost too much. They didn't need to spend the winter huddled in a cabin that bled heat. She thought about how much she hated it when Rowan was right. Fine, she said, which was becoming the word she used most often in Rowan's presence, and not always unhappily. Thank you, Rowan said, and did not look victorious, which was almost more annoying. Harper, from the end of the aisle, said nothing, but wrote approximately 300 words about it in a voice memo on her phone on the drive home. The rainbow glitter bomb happened that night, smaller than the pink one, more precisely, clearly the work of someone who had decided the point had been made and was confirming it rather than escalating. It landed in Rowan's coffee mug before she'd had a chance to drink from it, which meant the morning began with Rowan standing at the kitchen counter, looking into a mug full of rainbow shimmer, and Evie sitting at the table with her own coffee looking entirely innocent. Rowan looked at the mug, she looked at Evie. "The hardware store," Evie said pleasantly. "Noted," Rowan said, and went to make a new cup, rainbow glitter drifting from the original mug as she moved it to the sink. Luna watched this sequence from the doorway, looked at Willow, and they shared a glance that was its own complete conversation. The bedtime routine arrived without being planned, the way most things that stayed arrived. The first night at the Pack house, Evie had sat in the doorway of the room the twins were sharing, Harper's doing, a room adjacent to Harper's own, set up with the specific thoughtfulness of someone who'd been paying attention to what made the twins feel safe, and neither girl had seemed ready to sleep, though they were clearly exhausted. Luna kept asking small, nervous questions. Willow kept watching the window. Evie had sat in the chair and not known what to do, which was a feeling she hadn't had in a while and didn't particularly enjoy. Then something happened that she couldn't entirely explain afterward. She opened her mouth, and what came out wasn't a reassurance or an explanation or any of the practical things she was capable of offering. What came out was a song. She didn't know precisely where it came from, not from a decision, not from a memory she could locate clearly. It arrived the way some things arrived from somewhere underneath thought, from the part of her that Elias had shaped without always using words. She knew the melody the way she knew the layout of the cabin, by something that wasn't quite memory and wasn't quite instinct, just knowledge that had been there long enough to stop feeling like it had ever been learned. "Close your eyes, my little wolves. The stars have found their place. The pines are whispering to the wind. The night's a warm embrace." Luna stopped asking questions. Willow stopped watching the window. "The creek will sing the old, old songs. The owls will guard the trees. The forest keeps the hearts it loves. So sleep in gentle peace." Her voice wasn't particularly remarkable. She knew that, she'd always known that. Elias had told her so with the affectionate bluntness of someone who saw no point in kindness that wasn't also honest. But it was steady, and it was present, and it was in the room with them in a way that filled the particular kind of silence that scared children most. "Run wild, run free. Beneath the same moon as me. Through the pines and over stone. You're never lost, you're never alone." She got to the end of the chorus and looked up. Luna was asleep. Willow was watching her with the expression she wore when she was deciding something, the careful, weighing look that Evie had learned meant something was happening beneath the surface that wasn't ready to be said yet. "Again," Willow said. Evie sang it again. Willow was asleep before the second chorus. Evie sat in the chair in the quiet room for a long time after, not quite ready to leave, thinking about a woman named Ilara who had written a lullaby for her children, and a man named Elias who had carried it 300 years and given it to the girl he raised when she needed something he didn't have words for, and how things that were made with enough love in them didn't seem to stop being useful just because the people who made them were gone. She didn't cry. She came close, in the way she sometimes came close to things, and then the moment passed, and she sat in the quiet of a room where 2 children were sleeping and let that be enough. The Sunday dinner happened 3 weeks after the twins arrived, which was long enough for Luna to have identified Evie's brother as a person of significant interest, and short enough that Willow still watched every new adult for approximately 10 minutes before making any decision about them. Evie's mother came through the door and saw the twins, and something happened to her face that she clearly hadn't authorized a softening that went all the way through rather than being the surface kind. The expression of a woman whose instinct for things that needed warmth had encountered 2 small people who needed a great deal of it, and had immediately begun calculating what she had available to give. She didn't rush toward them. She understood instinctively that urgency would be the wrong approach. From across the room, she offered a genuine, heartfelt smile, then approached Evie first as her familiar anchor. Her embrace lasted a moment longer than their usual greeting. Releasing her daughter, she turned and dropped to the twins' eye level with an effortless grace born of 10,000 repetitions. "I've heard a great deal about you both," she said. "I'm Diane. I've been told you like grilled cheese and star shoes and the color of pine trees." Luna's eyes went wide. "She told you about the shoes." "She tells me everything eventually," Evie's mother said, which was not strictly true but was true in the ways that mattered. Willow looked at her for a long moment, looked at Evie, looked back at her mother. She has your hair, Willow said, which was the most words she'd volunteered to a new person since the warehouse, and Evie's mother received this like a gift because it was one. Evie's father managed the twins, a rival with the same quiet, unhurried care he managed everything. He found Luna examining the bookshelf in the front room and sat down on the floor beside her without comment, which made him immediately less intimidating and also meant he was available for the approximately 47 questions Luna had about the books, which he answered with patient thoroughness. Willow watched the interaction from afar. After about 10 minutes she crossed the room and claimed a spot on his other side, uninvited but unprompted, a quiet declaration of trust. He accepted her presence as he did most things, silently with complete steadiness, simply shifting to make room. Evie's brother arrived and looked at the twins with the expression of a man whose already considerable theories about his sister's life had just received significant new evidence. "Are they?" he started. "They're staying with me," Evie said. "Because of the—" "Yes." He looked at the twins, who had by now both been made aware of his existence and were watching him with the particular attention children gave to new people who came in with interesting energy. He crouched down to their level, which he'd learned from watching his father do it for 30 years, and said, "I'm told your name is Luna. I'm told you asked very good questions about my sister during a car ride." Luna looked delighted. "She told you about that." "She tells me everything eventually," he said, entirely without irony and in perfect parallel with their mother. And Luna laughed the real laugh, the one that hadn't come out much yet, and that was the end of Evie's brother being a stranger. Willow required more time, which he gave her without being asked. By dessert, she'd migrated to the chair closest to his and was listening to him explain, at Luna's request, the theory that Evie's cabin was a base of operations, which he presented with the conviction of a man who had been developing this case for years and was now, finally, in front of an audience that might actually be persuaded. Rowan, seated across the table, caught Evie's eye. Evie looked back at her at this table, at these people, at her mother cutting cake with the efficiency of someone who had decided these two small people were going to eat properly, if it was the last thing she did, at her father on the floor with Willow reading something, at her brother holding court on the base of operations question to a rapt audience of one. She didn't say anything. There wasn't anything that needed to be said. Rowan's mouth curved, small and certain, and she looked back at her own plate, and Evie let herself have the feeling that had been building all evening without trying to put it somewhere more manageable. That night, after the dinner, after the drive back, after baths and teeth brushing, and the specific mild chaos of settling two children who were learning slowly, that nights didn't have to be frightening, Evie sat in the chair in the twins' room at the Pack House and sang the song. Just the first verse, just the chorus. Luna was asleep by the bridge. Willow lasted until the final chorus, which she did with her eyes already closed, and then opened them one more time just before sleep took her. "Evie," she said. "Yeah. Who taught you that song?" Evie looked at her at this small, serious 9-year-old who watched everything and weighed everything and had decided, slowly and without announcing it, to stay. "Someone who loved someone very much," she said, "a long time ago." Willow seemed to find this sufficient, her eyes closed again. "Okay," she said, and then, "I like it." "Me too," Evie said. She sat in the quiet after the girls were asleep, in the chair that had become her chair in this room without anyone deciding it should be, and listened to the Pack House settle around her into the night, and felt the particular weight of a life that had, without her entirely noticing when, stopped being something she was managing alone. It was, she thought, an unreasonable number of people to have acquired in 4 months. She was, she thought, not entirely sorry about it. The door was open behind her, the hallway dark and quiet, and somewhere in the house a floorboard creaked in the specific way that meant Rowan was still awake, and moving through the house the way she moved through everything steadily, with purpose, keeping watch over what was hers. Evie listened to the footsteps stop outside the door. She didn't turn around. She didn't need to. "They're asleep," she said quietly. "I know," Rowan said from the doorway, "so should you be." "Probably." A pause, warm and unhurried, the two of them on either side of a doorway with sleeping children between them, which was, Evie was noticing, where they seemed to keep ending up. "The roofline crew is coming Tuesday," Rowan said. "I thought you should know." "Of course they are." The window seals are on Wednesday. Naturally. The door. Rowan. Yes. Evie finally turned to look at her standing in the doorway in the dark, expression doing the thing it did when it was trying to be neutral and not quite managing, the thing Evie had spent 4 months learning to read. Thank you, Evie said, for all of it. Rowan looked at her for a moment. Something moved behind her eyes that she didn't try to manage, and then she said quietly, "That's what we do." She meant the pack, she might have meant something else. Ava let both meanings sit there without choosing between them, because some things were better held as possibilities than forced into certainties before they were ready. "Good night, Rowan," she said. "Good night, Ava," Rowan said, and her footsteps moved away down the hall, and Ava turned back to the sleeping girls, and the house settled into its quiet, and the moon was where it had always been, outside the window, doing what it had always done. Beneath the same moon as me, she thought, and didn't sing it out loud, just held it somewhere it felt like it had always been. Chapter 16. The operative's name was Gerpt, and he'd been cooperative in the way people became cooperative when they understood the shape of their situation clearly enough to start doing math. Desmond arrived at the pack house on a Tuesday morning while the twins were at school. Ava was at the kitchen table, red pen in hand, tackling a stack of essays that had been patiently waiting for her to remember she was still a history teacher. He slid a folder onto the table and sat across from her. The heavy, deliberate quality of his stillness warned her before he even spoke. This was no routine update. Gerpt talked, Desmond said. Ava set down the red pen. The operation in Blackwood Falls wasn't incidental, Desmond said. They chose this area deliberately. It's isolated enough to operate without oversight, yet close enough to 3 major cities to move product quickly. He delivered the word product with a controlled flatness, the mark of someone trained to suppress their own revulsion. They identified the local supernatural community as an obstacle, Udra'an specifically. He'd been flagging the region for months, blocking their approaches and making noise in channels Kane's people couldn't easily silence. Udra'an was the primary target. Remove him, and the entire region opens up. And the children, Ava said. Pipeline expansion. They needed new supply lines after the orchard. Blackwood Falls was the next node. Desmond's jaw tightened slightly, the only visible sign of what he was managing underneath the professional cadence. Gerpt also confirmed that the teacher wasn't incidental. There were specific orders to acquire her, not to sell, to bring her to the second. Ava looked at him. Kane's second in command, Desmond said. We don't have a name yet. What Gerpt gave us is a description and a pattern of someone who moves ahead of Kane's major operations, assesses threats and assets and makes the preliminary decisions. He's been operating in this region for at least 3 months, which means he was here before you arrived. He's been watching the whole time. He paused. Gerpt called him the assessor. Said when the assessor takes a personal interest in someone, it either means you're very valuable or very dangerous. Which one did he think applied to me? Desmond looked at her with the particular steadiness she'd come to associate with him, telling her something he wished he didn't have to say. He didn't know, but the assessor had standing orders that she not be harmed in acquisition. That's not the standard instruction. The kitchen was quiet for a moment, just the sound of the house and the morning, and Ava's red pen lying on the table where she'd set it down. Have you told Rowan? Ava said. I'm telling you first, Desmond said, because it concerns you specifically and because you should know before the room gets crowded with people having opinions about what it means. He picked up the folder. I'm telling Rowan in an hour. Ava looked at the essays. She thought about a second in command who moved ahead of Kane's operations like a shadow. She thought about a standing order that she not be harmed. She thought about what Elias would have said and arrived at nothing reassuring. An hour, she said, thanks. Desmond nodded and left her to it. Udra'an left on Wednesday. He'd been well enough to travel for several days by then. She could see it in how he moved. The careful economy of someone recovering replaced gradually by something closer to his ordinary self, whatever ordinary meant for a man who'd been around long enough to have an ordinary. He'd stayed anyway, and she'd let him, because some things were easier to give than to acknowledge giving. She walked him out to the car the pack had arranged, in the grey morning light, and they stood beside it for a moment in the particular silence of a conversation that had been building for a week, and hadn't found its beginning yet. Before you go, Ava said. I know, he said. She waited. Udra'an looked at the tree line, And then at her, with the expression he sometimes wore that she'd come to understand, was him running calculations, deciding what to say and how much, and what the cost of saying it was against the cost of not saying it. He's afraid of lunars, Udrone said. Kane, not in a way he'd ever admit, and not without reason. A lunar at full capacity is something he's never been able to fully account for in his operational models, because we don't behave like marked wolves, and his entire system is built around predicting marked wolves. He paused. Alara frightened him, not because she was powerful though she was, but because she was unpredictable. She made choices he couldn't calculate. She chose Elias when every rational assessment of the situation said she should choose Kane, and he was never able to model why. Ava was quiet, listening. You frighten him the same way, Udrone said. Not yet, not fully, not until he understands what you are, but the assessor's standing orders confirm he suspects, which means you have a window. He met her eyes directly. He will come himself eventually, not because you're a threat to his operation though you are, but because you're a question he needs to answer. Kane doesn't leave questions unanswered. What does he do with the answers? Depends on what the answer is. Udrone opened the car door, then stopped. Your grandmother was unpredictable because she loved something more than she feared him. That made her incalculable. It still makes her incalculable. He looked at her at the pack house behind her, at the gate where the twins had gone through for school that morning, at everything that had accumulated around her in 4 months. You're already in the same position. I suspect you know that. He got in the car. She stood in the driveway until it reached the gate, and then stood there a little longer, in the particular quiet of someone who had just been handed a piece of information that changed the shape of several other things she'd been holding. Then she went inside and got the twins from school. The first day had gone, by Luna's account, extremely well, which she delivered from the back seat of Rowan's car in a continuous narrative that covered approximately 11 separate topics, 4 new friends by name, an incident with a paint set that she characterized as not my fault technically, and a detailed assessment of the school's snack situation. Willow's account, delivered when Ava asked directly, was, it was okay, and then, after a pause, the teacher lets you sit wherever you want. Which was, Ava had come to understand, high praise. The morning itself had been a separate production entirely. The argument about the motorcycle had started in the kitchen before anyone had finished breakfast, which meant it had the particular texture of disagreements that happen before people have enough coffee to be diplomatic about them. Harper rides with me, Ava said, in the tone of someone stating something that didn't require discussion. Harper rides with me, Rowan said, in the tone of someone who had clearly prepared for this specific sentence. Harper wisely said nothing and ate her toast. She's been on the bike before, Ava said. She's been on the bike when there wasn't an active threat with specific orders regarding you. The threat is aware of your car too. My car has doors and bolts and doesn't require balancing. My bike has 30 years of Ava Ward not dropping it. You've had it for 4 months. I've been riding for 30 years, the bike is 4 months old. Rowan looked at her with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether the argument she was having was the argument she actually wanted to have. It's not about the bike, she said, which was the most honest thing either of them had said so far. I know, Ava said, and meant it. She set down her coffee and looked at Rowan directly, which was the way she'd learned to signal that she was being serious rather than combative. She's going to be in danger sometimes. Not because we put her there, she already knows how to put herself there. You saw that in the diner twice and in the logistics chair at the orchard. Keeping her off a motorcycle doesn't keep her safe. Teaching her to read risk does. She's 15. So was I when Elias put me on the first dangerous thing and stood next to me while I learned it. She held Rowan's gaze. I'm not saying let her do whatever she wants. I'm saying she needs to learn to fall and get up, not to fall. If we make every decision for her when something happens that we can't control, she stopped. She'll have no tools. The kitchen was quiet. Rowan's expression had shifted, not conceding, not quite. But the rigidity of the prepared position had softened into something more like genuine consideration, which was different. She wears a full helmet, Rowan said finally. Jacket. Gloves. Obviously, Evie said. And we tell her exactly why we argued about it, so she understands the risk isn't nothing. Agreed. Rowan looked at her for a moment longer, with an expression Evie couldn't fully categorize, not quite satisfied, not quite resigned. Something in between that had more warmth in it than either. Harper finished her toast. They took the twins in Rowan's car. Harper rode with Evie, in the full helmet, jacket and gloves, and held on with the practiced ease of someone who had been waiting for this specifically, and wasn't going to do anything to jeopardize it by looking too comfortable too soon. At the school gate, Rowan watched them pull up, and her expression did the thing it did when she was managing something she wasn't going to say out loud, and Evie met her eyes over the twins' heads, and they held each other's gaze for a moment that didn't need words. Then the twins went in, and the gate closed, and the morning continued. The argument about the motorcycle had not, technically, ended at breakfast. It had paused, the way some arguments paused when they ran out of immediate fuel but still had heat in them, and it reconvened at the pack house that afternoon when Harper made the mistake of saying, in Rowan's hearing, that the ride had been incredible, actually, like, objectively incredible, with a specificity of enthusiasm that reopened the discussion. The discussion moved from the kitchen to the back porch to the hallway in the particular pattern of an argument between two people who kept moving, because standing still, in it felt too much like commitment. She said incredible, Rowan said. She was being accurate, Evie said. She's supposed to find it terrifying. Teaching her to fear things that aren't actually terrifying teaches her to fear the wrong things. A motorcycle is actually terrifying. Most of the things we've been through in the last 4 months are actually terrifying. She handled all of them. She shouldn't have had to handle all of them. She did though, and she did handle them. Evie stopped in the hallway because the moving was making the argument harder to finish rather than easier, and looked at Rowan directly. She's going to be okay, because nothing bad will happen to her, things will happen to her, they happen to everyone, they already have, but because when they do she's going to know what to do. She's going to know how to read the situation and how to stay calm and how to ask for help when she needs it and handle it herself when she doesn't. She paused. We can give her that. It's more useful than anything else we could give her. We, the word sat in the air between them for a moment, distinct and unplanned, the kind of word that arrived before anyone had decided to send it. Rowan heard it, Evie heard it, neither of them said anything about it. She needs to understand it's a privilege, not an automatic yes, Rowan said finally, in the tone of someone identifying the remaining ground they were not willing to give up. Agreed, Evie said, she earns it every time. And if I think she's taking risks I'm not comfortable with. We talk about it together. Another we deliberate this time, both of them aware of it. Rowan looked at her for a long moment in the hallway. Together, she said, and the word had the quality of something being filed carefully rather than said lightly. Neither of them had noticed Harper at the end of the hallway, 3 steps from the kitchen doorway, absolutely still. Harper had heard us both times. She had heard together. She stood there for approximately 4 seconds, which was long enough to feel the full weight of what she'd heard and decide what to do with it. And then she made a decision that she communicated to nobody, because it didn't need to be communicated. It was simply true, and it had been true for a while, and the 2 women in the hallway had just confirmed it without knowing she was there to hear it. She backed away from the doorway very quietly, and went upstairs and sat on her bed, and felt something settle in her chest that had been quietly unsettled for months. The next morning, before anyone else was fully awake, Harper came downstairs and found Evie at the kitchen counter with her coffee, and sat down on the stool beside her with the particular energy of someone who had been waiting to have a conversation, and had decided this was the moment. Mom, she said. Evie looked at her. The word had arrived differently this time, not accidental, not deliberate, just easy, the way words became easy once they'd been said enough times to stop requiring a decision. Yeah, Evie said. What were you doing when you were my age? It wasn't quite a question. Evie looked at her coffee for a moment. Elias had me doing perimeter runs in the dark at 15, navigation training, weapons qualification. She paused. Also, one memorable incident involving a river crossing that he never fully let me forget. Harper's eyes lit up. Tell me everything. Absolutely not. Mom. Hard no. Was it dangerous? That's not a question I'm answering. Did you get in trouble? There was nobody to get in trouble with except Elias, and he was the one who'd sent me across the river, so the getting in trouble dynamic was complicated. Did you get hurt? Harper, did you? Evie looked at her, at this 15-year-old who had run logistics for a tactical operation and ridden a motorcycle in full gear, and handled every difficult thing the last 4 months had thrown at her with a steadiness that continued to be quietly astonishing. Yes, she said, some, not badly. The point of the training was to get a little hurt in controlled situations so you knew how to manage it when the situation wasn't controlled. Harper absorbed this with the focus of someone taking notes. What else? Evie spoke carefully, editing out the worst details while preserving the texture of the experience, the raw reality of being 15, and discovering the distinct boundaries of what her body and mind could endure. She softened the middle of the river crossing story. The first night navigation run became a thrilling adventure, its danger minimized by half. Her weapons qualification became a character study of Elia's, a man who dismissed every milestone as merely adequate, no matter how impressive the achievement. Harper laughed at the right moments and asked follow-up questions with the specific intelligence of someone who was already identifying what was useful rather than just what was interesting. "Can I do the navigation training?" she said. "When Rowan and I agree you're ready," Evie said, which was the we again, easy and unremarked upon. So basically never. So basically when we agree you're ready, which might be sooner than you think if you keep demonstrating the kind of judgment you've been demonstrating. Harper studied her. That was almost a compliment. It was a compliment, I just delivered it efficiently. Harper grinned, then quieter. When did you feel like you actually knew what you were doing? Evie considered this genuinely because it deserved a genuine answer. "I'm not sure I do yet," she said. "I know how to do things that's different from knowing what I'm doing." She looked at Harper. "You're 15 and you ran tactical comms for a field operation, and you have 2 9-year-olds asking you for help with their homework, and you're managing all of it without making it look like management. I think the answer to your question is you're further along than you think you are." Harper was quiet for a moment, with the expression she wore when something had landed that she was going to keep. From the doorway, Rowan had appeared at some point during this. Neither of them had tracked exactly when. She just arrived in the way she arrived, quietly and without announcement. She was standing with her coffee, watching, with the particular quality of someone who had walked in on something and made the correct decision not to interrupt it. Her expression was doing several things simultaneously. Something that might have been wistfulness around the edges. Something that was unmistakably pride, not just in Harper, but in the specific shape of what she was watching. These 2 people talking in her kitchen in the early morning with the ease of people who had worked out how to be in the same space. And underneath both of those, something she hadn't fully resolved, a mix that Evie had learned, over 4 months, to recognize as Rowan having feelings she was going to take a while to process properly. "Good morning," Rowan said when she'd been noticed. "Mom called me efficient," Harper told her. "High praise," Rowan said, with the specific dryness of someone who knew exactly what that meant. "I thought so." They sat, the 3 of them, in the kitchen in the morning light, and the house woke up around them, and it was, Evie thought, an entirely unremarkable scene, 3 people having coffee and talking that felt, somehow, like the most settled she'd been since she arrived. That evening, the twins asked if there was more to the song. They'd been asking since the second night, in the incremental way children asked for things they'd decided they wanted, but were still learning whether it was safe to want things. A question here, a pause there. Luna circling back to it each time Evie reached the end of the chorus. "Is that all of it?" Luna said on the 4th night. "No," Evie said. "Can we hear the rest?" Evie looked at them, Luna's expectant brightness, Willow's careful watching, both of them tucked into the narrow bed they'd claimed together and showed no signs of abandoning for separate rooms anytime soon. "There's a second verse," she said, "and a bridge." "What's a bridge?" Luna said. "The part in the middle that goes somewhere before it comes back." Luna considered this. "Okay, can we hear it?" Evie settled in the chair that was hers now in this room, in this house that wasn't technically hers, but had stopped feeling borrowed, and she sang the part she hadn't sung yet. "The wolves will dance where moonlight falls. Across the silver hills. The wind remembers every name. The forest always will." Luna's eyes were already growing heavy. "When morning paints the sky in gold. And birds begin to fly. You'll find the strength inside your heart. As endless as the sky." The chorus, familiar now, and Willow mouthed the last line along with her, which was the first time she'd done that, and which Evie filed in the place she kept things that mattered without making a thing of them. Then the bridge, which she sang quietly, like something she was telling them rather than performing for them. If thunder finds your little heart, or shadows fill the night, remember love can cross the dark, like moonbeams shining bright. Wherever your small footsteps roam, no road is walked alone, for every path will lead you back to arms that are your home. Luna was asleep. Willow was almost there, her eyes at half-mast, her grip on her sister's hand loosening toward sleep. Evie, she murmured. Yeah. The wind remembers every name, a pause slow and drowsy, does it remember ours? Evie looked at her, at this small, serious person who had watched every adult in every room before deciding anything about them, who had chosen, slowly and without fanfare, to stay. It does now, Evie said. Willow closed her eyes. Evie sat in the lingering quiet long after in her chair, in her room, in a house that was becoming something she couldn't yet name, though the word felt closer in the dark. Outside the window, the moon was where it always was. Beneath the same moon as me, she thought, and it felt less like a song lyric and more like a fact. Chapter 17. The letter was on her desk when she arrived Monday morning, set precisely in the center, the way someone places something they intend to be found rather than overlooked. Her name on the envelope in handwriting she didn't recognize, though the particular economy of it, no wasted loops, no flourish, each letter doing exactly its job, made her think of Adrian before she'd consciously made the connection. Underneath the envelope was a book. She almost missed it at first, the envelope commanding her attention the way intended things commanded attention. But when she moved it aside, she felt the edge of something beneath, and what she lifted was a journal, small, leather-bound, the cover gone, the dark brown-black of something that had been handled for a very long time. The leather was cracked along the spine and worn smooth at the corners in the specific way of objects that had lived through more than one person's hands. The pages had gone soft at the edges from years of turning, the kind of soft that wasn't fragility, but was instead a record of use. And underneath all of it, underneath the aged leather and the old paper smell and the history, the physical object carried something else. A faint underscent, cool and charged like the air before rain but sharper, crossed with something deep and rooted, the smell of old forests and turned earth. She held the journal still for a moment, identifying it. Magic, preservation. Someone had kept this intact across decades, maybe longer, had renewed whatever protected it often enough that the protection had become part of the object's smell. She set the journal down carefully and opened the letter. Evie. Ilara Ward began this journal in the year of her marriage to Elias. She kept it until she couldn't. Elias kept it after. I have carried it since the night he asked me to, which was the same night he told me about you. He said, give it to her when she's ready. I said, how will I know? He said, you'll know because she'll have stopped running. I think you've stopped running. The last entry is his. Read it when you're ready for it, not before. He knew you well enough to know you'd go to the end first. He left you a note about that specifically. She sat with that for a long moment, the letter in one hand and the journal in the other, the classroom quiet around her in the early morning stillness before any student had arrived. She opened the journal to the last page. There was a small piece of paper tucked there, newer than everything else, the ink darker, the handwriting the same deliberate economy as the letter, but slightly unsteady in a way that said age rather than haste. If you're reading this before the beginning, that's fine. I knew you would. You always did want to know how things ended before you committed to them. Read the beginning first, then come back. She almost smiled. She went to the beginning. Ilara Ward's handwriting was nothing like Elia's. It moved across the page with the ease of someone who had things to say and had long since stopped worrying about how it looked, looping in places, quick, occasionally breaking into something that wasn't quite a language she recognized, before returning to the prose as though the detour hadn't happened. She had been 26 when she started the journal, which Evie did the math on and held quietly. She read 2 pages between first and second period, standing at her classroom window with the journal in both hands, not quite willing to sit for it. The way sitting felt like a different kind of settling than standing did. Ilara wrote about ordinary things, a garden she was trying to establish in soil that didn't want to cooperate, a disagreement with a neighbor that she described with a dry humor, Evie recognized from somewhere she couldn't immediately place. The particular quality of light in the place they were living that autumn, the way it came through certain windows in the late afternoon and turned everything briefly gold. She wrote about Elias twice in those early pages, not as the subject but as a presence mentioned in passing, the way you mentioned people who were so fundamentally part of the texture of your days that you forgot to announce them. Elias says the soil needs more time. Elias brought home something ridiculous from the market and couldn't explain why except that it had seemed interesting. Elias laughed so loudly this morning that the neighbor's dog started barking. Evie read those lines twice. She hadn't known quite what she was expecting, something more solemn maybe, something that bore the weight of 3 centuries, the way the journal itself bore the weight of handling. But Ilara had been alive on the page in a way that didn't feel like history. She felt like a person in the middle of a life she expected to continue. The bell rang. Evie closed the journal carefully, put it in her bag and went to teach. She read another 2 pages at lunch, and 3 more during her free period, and by the time the afternoon bell rang, she had reached the place in the journal where Ilara's handwriting changed not dramatically, not all at once, but in the way handwriting changed when the hand that held the pen was tired in ways that sleep didn't fix. The entries grew shorter. Some of them were only a few lines. Some were a single sentence that sat alone on a page, with the particular weight of something that had taken everything available to say. She didn't read those pages fast. She was still sitting with one of them. The forest doesn't look the same as it did yesterday. I don't think it's the forest when the knock came at her classroom door. She hadn't heard anyone approach, which meant she'd been more inside the journal than she'd realized. Ms. Ward, the woman in the doorway, was dressed in the professional casual of someone whose job required being taken seriously and also not frightening the people they were visiting. She had a folder and the expression of someone who had delivered difficult information before and had developed, over time, a specific kind of gentle that was still a kind of firm. "I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you have a moment?" Evie closed the journal. Her name was Patricia Hale, and she was from the county's Family Services Division. She had, she explained, been following up on the placement of 2 minors, Luna and Willow, who were currently in an informal care arrangement that hadn't been processed through official channels. "We found a licensed placement," she said. "A family in the next county with experience caring for children from difficult backgrounds. They're well-vetted, stable." "No," Evie said. Patricia Hale paused in the way of someone who had expected some version of this and had a prepared response ready. "Ms. Ward, I understand this is difficult. You've clearly formed a bond with these children." "They formed a bond with me, with their home, with the people around them." Evie kept her voice level, which cost something because underneath the level there was something that wanted to not be level at all. "They came out of a trauma situation. They were taken, held and marked without their consent, and they have finally started to come out of that. They sleep through the night now. They ask for things." Willow spoke 12 full sentences at breakfast yesterday, and I counted because 3 weeks ago she was giving single words. She set her hands flat on the desk, a grounding motion. Removing them from their home now would. The word caught. She felt it catch, felt the slight roughness in her voice where home arrived with more conviction than she'd planned for, almost a sound underneath the word that she controlled before it fully formed. Patricia Hale heard it anyway. She had that kind of attention. "Ms. Ward, I understand your attachment, but legally you don't have standing as a guardian. The arrangement you have is informal." "Is it?" The voice came from the doorway. Rowan walked in with the particular quality she brought to rooms that needed her to be the alpha rather than the neighbor, not aggressive, not loud, simply the specific gravity of someone whose presence changed the weight of the air around them. She was carrying a folder of her own, which she set on the desk beside Evie's hands with the precise placement of someone who had been expecting to need it. "Rowan Blackwood," she said to Patricia Hale, extending a hand that the social worker shook on reflex. "I've been working with Ms. Ward on the formal guardianship application for both girls. It was filed with the county last week." She opened the folder. "You should have received the preliminary paperwork, which includes the home assessment, the financial disclosure, and the character references. There are 11 of them if you'd like to review." She paused, and something moved in her expression that was carefully controlled and still slightly visible. "I find it rather interesting that a family services representative would schedule a removal visit without first checking whether a guardianship application was in process, particularly one filed on behalf of a minor who was the victim of a reported kidnapping. that is currently under active investigation. Patricia Hale looked at the folder. The application is complete, Rowan continued, in the tone she used when she was not asking a question. The character references are from a range of community members, educators, and, in the interest of full transparency, several individuals who work in fields adjacent to law enforcement and who have direct knowledge of Ms. Ward's character and capabilities. I'd be happy to schedule a formal home visit if that would be helpful. The home is currently undergoing repairs that will be completed by the end of the week. She looked at Evie for a half-second, something in it that carried more than the situation required, and then back at Patricia Hale. Is there anything else we can clarify for you today? Patricia Hale took the folder. She said she'd be in touch. She left. The classroom was quiet for a moment after the door closed. You filed guardianship paperwork, Evie said. Last week, Rowan said. Without telling me. I was going to tell you, a pause, when it was further along. Evie looked at her. Rowan looked back, with the expression she wore when she'd done something she was prepared to be accountable for, and was waiting to find out whether accountability was going to be pleasant or unpleasant. The social worker, Evie said, the car Briar flagged. Yes. That wasn't routine family services. No, Rowan said, I don't think it was. They looked at each other for a moment, both of them arriving at the same place from slightly different directions. He's already here, Evie said. He's already here, Rowan agreed. Harper had the twins at the diner. This had happened because Harper had been passing Evie's classroom when the social worker arrived, and had made an immediate and practical decision. She texted Rowan with 3 words, school now urgent, and then collected the twins from where they'd been waiting in the library and taken them somewhere that was not the school building, which was the diner, because the diner was familiar and safe and had milkshakes. She didn't tell them why they were leaving early. She told them she wanted milkshakes, which was also true. They sat in the booth by the window, the 3 of them, and Harper felt the weight of what she'd just walked away from sitting in her chest, while she watched Luna study the menu with the focused attention of someone who already knew what she was getting, but liked to make sure she hadn't missed anything. I know what I want, Luna announced. I know what I want too, Harper said. They both looked at Willow. Willow was looking out the window at the street, watching the ordinary afternoon traffic with the particular quality of attention she gave things she was deciding about. After a moment, she said, without turning from the window, chocolate. Good choice, Harper said. The milkshakes arrived, and Luna immediately began dismantling the whipped cream with her straw in a way that suggested she had opinions about the structural integrity of whipped cream, and Harper watched her do it and felt something in her chest ease slightly. After a while, Luna noticed the claw machine in the corner and looked at Harper with the expression that preceded most of the requests Luna made, which was a very effective combination of hopefulness and certainty. Harper looked at the claw machine. She looked at her milkshake. She made the calculation that most people made in this situation and reached for her wallet. 20 minutes later, Luna was holding a white rabbit with a pink bow that she had named immediately and without deliberation. Clover, obviously. And Willow was holding a grey wolf plushie that she had not named yet, and was examining with the focused seriousness she brought to most things. What are you going to name it? Luna asked. Willow turned the wolf over in her hands. It had yellow button eyes and soft ears, and the general quality of something that had been manufactured to look friendly rather than fierce, which Willow seemed to be taking into consideration. I'll think about it, she said. They went back to the booth and Harper ordered a second round of milkshakes because they had time and it seemed like the right call. And Luna told her, in considerable detail, about a girl at school named Priya who had shown her how to do a specific kind of braid. And Harper listened and asked follow-up questions. And it was ordinary in the specific way of things that had been extraordinary not very long ago and was slowly becoming ordinary through the accumulation of afternoons like this one. Willow, who had been listening to Luna's account while periodically examining the wolf plushie, said in a pause between Priya-related updates, Harper. Yeah, can I ask you something? Always. Willow looked at the wolf in her hands, then at Harper. When you call Evie Mom. She paused in the way she paused when she was working out how to say something precisely rather than quickly. How do you just do it, like it's not a big thing? Harper looked at her for a moment. She, had some version of this question forming in the air between them for a while. She'd felt it the way you felt weather, the particular pressure of something approaching, and she'd thought about how to answer it, though she hadn't known exactly what shape the question would take when it arrived. It kind of is a big thing, she said, even now. Willow frowned slightly, but you do it like it's not. I do it like it is, Harper said, and I'm doing it anyway. She looked at the wolf in Willow's hands. The first time I did it on purpose, like actually on purpose, I was terrified she'd correct me, or make a face, or just not react the way I needed her to. She paused, but she didn't, she just answered like it was already true. Willow was quiet. She's not going to correct you either, Harper said, if that's what you're actually asking. Willow looked at the wolf, then out the window, then at Harper. I'm not sure I'm asking that, she said slowly, like she was figuring it out as she said it. I think I'm asking how you get brave enough. Harper considered this seriously because it deserved seriousness. I don't think I got brave, she said finally. I think I just stopped waiting until I was, because I was never going to be brave enough first, so I did it scared. She picked up her milkshake. That's probably not very helpful. No, Willow said, it is. Luna, who had been listening with the focused attention she gave to things she was filing away for later, nodded once, with the gravity of someone officially recording a piece of wisdom. The afternoon settled around them, warm and ordinary, and Willow set the wolf plushie on the table in front of her where she could see it while she finished her milkshake. I'm going to call her Moon, she said. Nobody asked why, it seemed right. That night, after Moon and Clover had been arranged on the nightstand and the two children were asleep, Evie took the journal to the porch. Rowan was already there, in the chair she'd taken to occupying in the evenings, a mug of something warm between her hands, the tree line dark beyond the yard. She didn't say anything when Evie came out. She moved her feet slightly to make room on the ottoman, which Evie didn't use, and went back to looking at whatever she'd been looking at in the dark. Evie sat in the other chair and opened the journal to the place she'd left off. She read by the porch light, slow, the way the later entries required Ilara's handwriting growing more abbreviated, the weight between lines increasing, the white space on the page becoming as significant as the words in it. She didn't try to read fast. She let it take the time it needed. Rowan didn't read over her shoulder. She didn't ask questions. She simply stayed present in the specific way she'd been present since the boulder in the woods, the way that didn't require acknowledgement and didn't demand anything, that simply made the air in a space feel different. Evie read the last entry Ilara had made. It was 4 sentences. She read them twice and then she stayed with them, looking at the page without reading anything. Then she turned to where Elias had picked up. His handwriting was the opposite of hers, controlled, economical, each letter doing exactly what it needed to and nothing more. The first entry after hers was dated what she worked out to be 2 years after her last. It was also shorter than anything Ilara had written in the late period. It said only, "She told me to keep going. I'm not sure yet what that means. I'm trying to find out." Evie sat with that for a while. She read for another hour, not all of it. The journal was longer than one night, longer than several nights. But she read the arc of it. The slow movement from grief that pressed against every sentence to something that opened up over decades. The way he learned to write about things that weren't lost while still carrying it. The way the entries lengthened as the years passed, and he found more to say about a world that kept continuing. He wrote about places, about people he'd known briefly and remembered specifically, about things he'd learned that surprised him, which happened, she was discovering, more often than she would have expected for someone 300 years old. He wrote about a girl. Not at first, not for a long time. She appeared gradually, the way she must have appeared in his life incrementally, and then suddenly all at once. She is 9 years old and she broke a training form this morning that took me 2 decades to learn. She was annoyed that she hadn't done it faster. I told her she had time. She looked at me like I'd said something obvious, which I suppose I had to her. I find myself hopping she keeps that certainty longer than most things last. She asked me today why we move so often. I told her it keeps us safe. She accepted this and asked what was for dinner. I find myself thinking about what she'll be like at 20, at 30. I find myself thinking about it more than I'd expected to. She doesn't know what I carry, and I've decided she doesn't need to yet. There will be time. There is, for once in my life, time to decide what she needs to know and when. She fell asleep on the porch tonight, reading something she wouldn't show me. I sat beside her for an hour before I woke her to go inside. It was one of the better hours I've spent in a long time. Evie set the journal down on her knee. The porch was quiet around her, just the night sounds and Rowan's steady presence and the specific quality of the dark when it was nearly full. She picked it back up. The later entries were more infrequent, not less present, just more considered, the way older things became more considered. He wrote about what she'd learned to do and how she'd surprised him and the particular way she had of going quiet before she made a decision that he'd been watching for since she was small and had never once seen lead her wrong. The last entry was undated. She recognized it as the one he'd told her to save, and she understood now why it was different from everything else, the handwriting slightly less controlled than the rest of it, the pressure of the pen uneven in a way the rest of the journal was. If you're reading this, you read the beginning first, I know you. You went back as I told you to. I should have said more things out loud. This is the thing I know now that I didn't know how to act on while there was still time. I was afraid of making you feel held down when I wanted you to feel free, and I went too far in the other direction. I made freedom feel like solitude. I should have told you the difference. Ilara would have known how, she always knew how. What I want you to know, and what I should have said with my voice instead of leaving it here where you'll find it after. You are the best thing I've done after her, not the work, not the centuries, not any of it, you. Don't close yourself off to the people who are trying to stay. I know why you do it. I did it too after her for a very long time. It doesn't protect you the way you think it does. It only makes you alone. You were never meant to be alone. I just didn't know how to say that without it sounding like a cage. Be smarter than me, stay. Evie closed the journal. She sat for a long time with it closed in her hands, the porch light warm above her and the dark around it, and the specific weight of everything she'd just been given settling into whatever space it was going to occupy. Rowan hadn't moved. She had the particular quality of someone who understood that something had just happened nearby that she wasn't part of and that she shouldn't try to be part of, but who was going to stay anyway, because staying was sometimes the thing. He left me a journal, Evie said finally. I know, Rowan said. Adrian called ahead. Evie looked at her. He wanted to make sure someone was with you when you read it, Rowan said, simple as that. He said you'd probably try to be alone for it. Evie thought about this, about Adrian calling Rowan specifically, about Rowan being here tonight without explanation, as though she'd simply decided this was where she needed to be. Of course he did, she said. Was he wrong? She looked at the journal in her hands, at the porch light, at the tree line she'd been learning to read for 4 months. No, she said, he wasn't wrong. Rowan said nothing, she didn't need to. They sat on the porch in the dark, beneath the same moon it always was, and the night settled around them and Evie let it. He said to stay, she said after a while, not quite to Rowan, not quite to herself. Smart man, Rowan said. He was, Evie said, eventually. Something moved in Rowan's expression that she didn't try to manage, and Evie saw it and didn't look away from it, which was its own kind of answer to a question neither of them had asked out loud yet. The night held them there a little longer. Neither of them moved to go inside. Chapter 18. The morning after, the porch was ordinary in a way that felt deliberate. The way things felt deliberate when both people in a room had decided, without discussing it, to let something be what it was without requiring it to be named yet. Evie made coffee. Rowan was already in the kitchen when she came downstairs, which had stopped being surprising somewhere around the 2nd week, and they moved around each other in the specific way they'd developed, not choreographed, just learned, the particular awareness of 2 people who'd figured out each other's rhythms without making a project of it. Rowan knew she needed the first cup before the conversation. Evie knew Rowan had already checked the security feed before anyone else was awake. They didn't talk about the porch. They didn't need to, which was what was different. Harper came downstairs and looked at both of them and said nothing, which was louder than anything she could have said. She poured herself orange juice and sat on the stool, looking at her phone with the expression of someone performing disinterest rather than feeling it. Luna arrived in the kitchen at speed, as she always did, trailing Willow, who arrived at her own pace, as she always did, Moon tucked under one arm. They were arguing about something that had apparently started upstairs and hadn't been resolved on the way down. It's not the same thing, Luna said. It's basically the same thing, Willow said. A bunny and a wolf are not the same thing. I didn't say they were the same, I said the argument applies to both. Evie looked at Rowan, Rowan looked at Evie. Do we want to know? Rowan asked. Probably not, Evie said, and poured a second cup of coffee, and pushed it across the counter to where Rowan's hand was already reaching for it, and neither of them remarked on the fact that she'd poured it without being asked. Rowan's hand closed around the cup. Something in her expression did the thing it sometimes did now, something she'd stopped managing all the way, which was different from how it had been at the start of all this, when everything was managed all the way. She looked at the cup, and then at Evie, and then back at the twins' argument, which had evolved to include Harper as a reluctant arbitrator. They're going to be fine, Rowan said quietly, not about the argument. Yeah, Evie said, they are. Desmond brought the update on Tuesday evening, after the twins were at the table doing homework, and the kitchen smelled like the pasta Evie had made with the focused competence she brought to cooking, and the complete absence of tidiness she brought to everything else. He came in through the back, which was pack shorthand for this is for the room and not for the children, and found Evie and Rowan at the kitchen island while the twins worked. Callum's contact in the Western Territory sent a flag this morning, he said low. One of his people was approached last week by someone asking questions about Blackwood Falls. Specific questions: pack structure, known lunars in the region, whether there were any children in unusual placement situations. Rowan went very still. The person asking was human, Desmond continued. Well-dressed, professional, and he asked like he was conducting an assessment rather than an interrogation. Callum's contact declined to answer and reported it. He paused. The description matches what Garrett gave us for the assessor's ground-level contact methodology. He doesn't make contact himself, he sends people who look official. The social worker, Evie said. And this, Desmond said, it's a pattern. He builds a picture of the territory through official-looking inquiries before he moves. By the time anyone realizes the picture being built, it's already complete. How complete is his picture of us? Rowan asked. Desmond's expression said what he didn't. Complete enough that he sent someone for the girls, he knows about the twins, he knows their situation, he knows about Evie. A pause. He probably knows about the guardianship filing by now. The kitchen was quiet except for the twins, who were doing something at the table involving Luna reading aloud and Willow correcting her pronunciation of something, which was generating a low-grade dispute with its own peaceful domestic texture. He's not going to wait much longer, Evie said. No, Desmond agreed. We think we know where he's operating from. Briar's been tracking the vehicle patterns from the social worker visit and 2 other confirmed contact attempts in the region. They converge on a property about 40 minutes out on the county line. He looked at Rowan. We're close. Not yet, Rowan said. No, but soon. Desmond left the way he'd come. Evie and Rowan stood at the island in the kitchen while the twins did homework and the pasta cooled, and the ordinary evening continued around them, and they didn't discuss what soon meant, because they both knew what it meant, and the conversation would keep until the twins were in bed. Luna, Willow said from the table, with the patience of someone who had been saying this particular name in this particular tone for a while. That's not how you say Pythagorean. I know how to say it, I'm just not. Why, it's more interesting the other way. Evie looked at Rowan again. Rowan's mouth curved, small and involuntary, the kind that happened before she'd decided to let it. She looked at the twins and then at Evie, and there was something in her eyes that wasn't about the assessor at all. Pasta's getting cold, Evie said. Yes, Rowan agreed and went to serve it. Harper surfaced it after dinner, in the particular way she surfaced things casually in passing, framed as a question when it was actually a finding. Can I ask something about the social worker? She said when the twins had gone to brush teeth, and the 3 of them were at the table with the aftermath of dinner around them. Yes, Evie said. Her ID badge. Harper set her phone on the table, a photo on the screen blurry, taken quickly from the wrong angle but readable. I took it when she came out of your classroom, before I went to get the twins. I know I should have said sooner, but I wasn't sure if it was. Rowan picked up the phone, looked at the badge, looked at Evie. County Family Services Division, Harper said. I looked it up. That division doesn't have a Patricia Hale on staff. They have a Patricia Hall, but she retired 2 years ago. She paused. The badge is close, but the name's slightly wrong. I think someone made it in a hurry. The table was quiet. You ran her name, Evie said. I ran her name, Harper confirmed. When did you do this? The day it happened. I was going to say something that evening, but then the journal arrived, and I thought it could wait until morning, and then she stopped. I should have said sooner, I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong, Rowan said, and her voice had the specific quality it got when she was managing the instinct to say more. You did well. You documented it, you verified it, you reported it. She held the phone out to Evie. Even if the timing was your own. Harper exhaled something she'd been holding. Brian needs to see this, Evie said. It might help narrow the property location. She looked at Harper. Good work. Harper picked up her orange juice with the expression of someone trying not to look too satisfied, and managing it only partially. Wednesday was, by contrast, entirely ordinary. Not the performed ordinary of people pretending the world wasn't complicated, but genuine ordinary, the kind that happened when life decided to give you a day off from the large things and fill it with the small ones instead. Willow got 100 on a spelling test and presented this information at dinner with the understatement of someone reporting a weather fact, setting the paper on the table beside her plate as though she was done with it, which she clearly was not. That's 100, Luna said, with the elder sibling energy she'd been developing even though she and Willow were the same age, which Willow permitted because it was easier than explaining that she didn't need the emphasis. I know, Willow said. That's every single one, right? That is what 100 means. Luna looked at Evie. She's not excited, tell her to be excited. Willow, Evie said, be excited. Willow looked at her, something moved in her expression that was possibly excitement being very controlled. I'm appropriately pleased, she said. She's thrilled, Evie told Luna. Obviously, Luna said, and stole a piece of Willow's bread roll, which Willow allowed because she'd been expecting it. Rowan watched this exchange with the expression she'd been wearing more often lately, the soft one, the one she'd stopped managing all the way. She made tea at some point and was holding it, and she was looking at the table the way people looked at things they were trying to hold still in their memory. After dinner, while the twins were doing something in the other room that involved Moon and Clover in what sounded like an elaborate, dramatic scenario, Evie found herself at the sink doing dishes while Rowan dried them, which had become a thing that happened without anyone deciding it should. Just the sound of water and the clink of plates, and the evening settling in around them. She's going to be okay, Evie said, and meant Willow and also meant all of it, and was aware of meaning both. They both are, Rowan said. They worked in the quiet for a while. Evie washed. Rowan dried. The dramatic scenario in the other room had evolved to include Harper as a narrator, which the twins had apparently requested, and the sound of Harper's voice doing different character voices drifted in from the hallway. Rowan set a plate on the stack and said, without looking up from the towel in her hands, "What did he say? In the journal, if you want to say." Evie was quiet for a moment, hands in the warm water. He said don't close yourself to the people who are trying to stay, she said. He said he went too far in the other direction and made freedom feel like solitude. She paused. He said be smarter than him. Rowan was very still beside her, in the specific way of someone absorbing something carefully rather than just hearing it. He was describing himself, she said, not just you. I know, Evie said, that's what made it land. Another quiet stretch, the dishes continuing. The dramatic scenario had reached some kind of climax based on Harper's voice. I think he'd have liked you, Rowan said, which was not quite what she meant, and they both knew it, and neither of them named what she actually meant. I think he'd have been deeply suspicious of you for about 3 months, and then decided he'd been right to trust you all along. Evie said, which made Rowan make the sound that was her closest equivalent to a laugh when she wasn't expecting to make it. That's very specific. I knew him well. Rowan handed her a dried mug. Their hands were close on it for a second, the transfer not quite clean, both of them holding it for a moment before Evie took it. Stay, Rowan said, so quietly it barely moved the air, and it wasn't entirely clear whether she was asking or telling or simply testing the word itself, the way you tested weight-bearing things before you committed to them. Evie set the mug down on the stack. I'm not going anywhere, she said. It wasn't the same as an answer, it was better. That night, Moon tucked in beside Willow and Clover beside Luna. Evie sat in the chair, and the twins asked as they had been building toward asking for 2 weeks. the question arriving with the inevitability of something that had been decided long before it was spoken. "Is there more?" Willow said. "To the song?" "Yes. There's a bridge," Luna said with the authority of someone who had been paying close attention. "And another chorus, you told us." "I did," Evie said. "Can we hear it tonight?" Evie looked at them, at Luna, who came at the world with both hands open, at Willow, who had asked Harper how to be brave and then named her Wolf Moon, at both of them settling into sleep with the specific ease of children who had been scared for a long time and were slowly, carefully, learning that they didn't have to be. Not tonight, she thought. The final chorus was for a specific moment that hadn't arrived yet. She couldn't have said how she knew this, only that she did, the same way she knew some things without being able to account for the knowing. "Not the last part yet," she said, "but I'll sing the bridge again." Neither of them argued, which meant they understood on some level that it was being saved rather than withheld. Willow pulled Moon closer and closed her eyes. Evie sang the bridge, soft and slow, the 12 lines she'd been releasing gradually across the weeks. "If thunder finds your little heart, or shadows fill the night, remember love can cross the dark, like moonbeams shining bright. Wherever your small footsteps roam, no road is walked alone, for every path will lead you back to arms that are your home." Luna was asleep before the last line. Willow opened her eyes one more time. "Evie, yeah, when are we going to hear the last part?" Evie looked at her, at this small, serious person who had decided to be brave, even scared, who named things Moon without explaining why. "When it's the right time," she said. Willow considered this with the gravity she gave everything. "Okay," she said and closed her eyes. "I'll know when it is." "Yeah," Evie said quietly, "I think you will." She sat in the chair after they were asleep, with the sound of the house around her, and the moon through the window and Elias' voice in her memory saying stay in the specific way. He'd said things he needed her to hear, not as instruction but as permission. She sat with it until it settled. Then she went out to the porch where Rowan was, and she sat down, and neither of them went inside for a long time. Chapter 19. He had been called many things across the years, but the one that had stuck was the one his employer had given him, which said something about the nature of their arrangement and something about the nature of him. He sat in the farmhouse on the county line and reviewed what he had assembled. The ward woman, 25 Luna, trained by the elder Ward himself across approximately 2 decades of intensive preparation. Combat proficiency, exceptional by any objective measure, as confirmed by the warehouse engagement and the subsequent cabin defense and the orchard operation, all 3 of which had been observed through various means. Emotional architecture, more complex than anticipated. She had arrived in the territory, presenting as a solitary operative, self-sufficient, deliberately isolated, the specific signature of someone who had been trained to survive without dependency. That presentation had not been held. In 4 months, she had acquired a pack affiliation, 2 Luna children in informal guardianship, and a relationship with the Blackwood Alpha that defied the clean categories he preferred to work with. The Alpha herself, Rowan Blackwood, old money, old pack, reformist ideology, significant operational capacity. She had filed guardianship paperwork for the Ward children, which had not been anticipated. The level of integration between the Ward woman and the Blackwood pack exceeded what the initial assessment had projected. This was, in his professional judgment, the primary variable that complicated the situation. His employer wanted the Ward woman brought in, unharmed, which was the specification that made the situation interesting rather than simple. She was not a target to be removed. She was a question to be answered, and his employer had specific ideas about how questions like hers were answered. He looked at the file one more time, then he closed it. The situation would resolve itself within 48 hours. He had already set the pieces in motion. He was not, in his professional experience, someone things went wrong. He had not yet accounted for the journal. Briar brought the confirmation on Thursday morning, arriving at the pack house with the particular energy she had when she'd been running all night, and hadn't stopped to consider whether she should rest first. "The vehicle patterns converge on a property at the county line," she said, spreading a map on the kitchen table before anyone had fully registered that she'd come in. "Old farmhouse, privately owned through 3 shell companies that took me until 2 this morning to untangle. The last company traces to a holding entity in the Cayman Islands that Desmond's contacts flagged last month as having known connections to Kane's financial network. She put her finger on the map. He's here, the assessor. The vehicle from the school, the contact in the Western Territory, and 2 others we've identified all originate from or return to this location. Rowan stood at the head of the table and looked at the map with the expression she wore when she was making a decision she'd already made and was confirming it. How many, she said. Unknown inside. At least 6 vehicles are registered to the property, which suggests personnel, but the building's stone, and I couldn't get a reliable thermal read from a distance without getting too close. Briar paused. There's something else. The property has a secondary structure smaller behind the main building, partially underground. Same profile as the cider workshop at the orchard. The table was quiet. He's already set up a processing location, Desmond said. That's my read, Briar said. Evie had been standing at the edge of the table listening and had not said anything yet, which was the specific quality of listening she did when she was assembling a picture and hadn't finished assembling it. She looked at the map. She looked at the secondary structure marker. She thought about 7 children in a warehouse storage room, and Luna asking which home, and Willow's grip on her sister's hand. We can't wait, she said. No, Rowan agreed, we can't. Tonight, Desmond said. Tonight, Rowan said, we move in the dark. I want the perimeter established before any approach to the building. She looked at Briar. Can you get us vehicle counts by this afternoon? Already going back, Briar said, and left the way she'd come. Evie looked at the map a moment longer, then she looked at Rowan. He's not going to run, she said. The social worker visits the contact in the Western Territory. He's not moving like someone who expects to need to run. He thinks he controls the timeline. Does he? Rowan said. He doesn't know about Harper's photo. Evie said, or Briar's tracking. He thinks his picture of us is complete, which means he thinks he knows what's coming. She traced the road from the pack house to the county line on the map. He's expecting a pack response. Numbers, SUVs, frontal approach. He'll have a contingency for that. What's he not expecting? Evie looked at the secondary structure. Me, she said, going for the secondary while the pack hits the front. Rowan's expression did the thing it did when she wanted to argue with something and couldn't find the argument. You'd be alone. I was alone in the cider workshop. You had the pack 40 yards away. I'll have the pack 40 yards away. Evie. He has standing orders I'm not to be harmed, Evie said. Which means the secondary structure, whatever it is, whatever he's using it for, he won't put me in it. He'll keep me separate. Which means if I go for the secondary while you hit the front, I'm not walking into a room with orders to take me down. She held Rowan's gaze. And anything he's holding in that secondary structure gets out before he can use it as leverage. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. She's right, Mara said, from her position near the door, which was where Mara was when she wanted to be present for something without being required to participate in it until she had something worth saying. The secondary is the play, and she's the only one he won't move against immediately. Rowan looked at Mara, she looked at Evie. Harper stays here, Rowan said, with the twins. Obviously, Evie said. I want a channel open to her the whole time. She calls anything wrong, we pull. Rowan, Evie said quietly, not cutting her off, just setting it down. Yes, all of it, yes, I know. Rowan stopped, looked at her. I know, Evie said again, softer. Something moved between them that didn't require the room, and both of them let it be what it was. Tonight then, Rowan said. Harper received the information with the specific composure of someone who had been expecting it, and had already decided how to feel about it. I'm staying with the twins, she said. Yes, Evie said. And I'm on comms. Yes. Harper was quiet for a moment. They were in the hallway outside the twins' room, the door open a crack, the sound of Luna explaining something to Willow drifting out in the unhurried way. Luna explained things when she had time and an audience. Be careful, Harper said. That's my line, Evie said. I know, I'm borrowing it. Harper looked at the door, then at Evie. Come back. Evie looked at her, at this 15-year-old who had run logistics at the orchard and taken a badge photo without being asked, and asked Desmond about tactical positioning with the focused intelligence of someone who intended to understand the thing she was part of. I will, Evie said, and meant it. and knew that meaning it and guaranteeing it weren't the same thing and said it anyway. Harper nodded once and went inside to be with the twins. The moon was high and nearly full when they moved out, which was either useful or ironic depending on your perspective, and Evie chose useful. She checked her weapons in the driveway with the specific unhurried precision that meant she was actually focused, rather than performing, focused 12-gauge slung across her back, both knives holstered, the whip coiled at her hip. The pack moved around her with the quiet efficiency she'd watched become second nature across the months, the specific sound of people who had stopped needing to be told where to go because they'd done this enough that the shape of it lived in their bodies. Rowan appeared at her shoulder. She didn't say anything for a moment, just stood there, close enough that Evie could feel the warmth of her in the cold night air, the two of them looking at the convoy assembling in the dark. Then Rowan turned to face her. "The secondary structure," she said. "You go in, you find what's there, you signal. You don't engage the main building until I give the word, and you do not." She stopped, started again in a register that was less instruction and more something underneath the instructions. "You come back." "You said that last time," Evie said. "I'm saying it this time too." Evie looked at her. Rowan looked back, with the expression she'd stopped managing all the way, the one that said more than her words had ever quite gotten to. "I'll come back," Evie said. "I'm not going anywhere." Something in Rowan's face did what it did when she'd been given something she was going to hold carefully. She reached up briefly, and put her hand against the side of Evie's face the way she had in the dark woods after the boulder. Not command, not assessment, just contact. The particular weight of a hand that meant I know what this costs and I'm asking anyway. Evie turned her face slightly into it, which was the most she'd done, which was more than she'd done before. "Go," Rowan said quietly. "Be careful, come back." "In that order," Evie said. Rowan's hand dropped. She turned back to the conv, the alpha settling over her like weather, certain and complete. Evie swung onto the motorcycle. The county line road was dark in the specific way of roads that went somewhere people didn't have reason to drive at night, and the farmhouse at the end of it sat in the dark like something that had been waiting there long enough to stop looking like it was waiting. Stone walls, one lit window on the upper floor, 3 vehicles in the drive she could count from the road. The secondary structure was behind, and to the left, partially earthed into the slope of the hill behind the main building. She found it the same way she'd found the cider workshop, by looking for what the terrain was arranged to conceal rather than what was visible from the approach. She went through the orchard. There was always an orchard. This part of the county was nothing but old apple trees at the same low, fast pace she'd used the last time, and reached the secondary structure's door in 4 minutes. The lock was different from the cider workshop. Better, someone with real operational security had specified this hardware, which told her the secondary structure was considered the more important of the 2 buildings. She had it open in 90 seconds. Inside, the smell hit her first. Not blood, not fear, not the specific combination of those things she'd been prepared for. Something else, chemical, sharp, the specific edge of a space that had been used for processing rather than holding. Records, files, a server rack against the far wall running and warm, a desk with a laptop open, screensaver rotating through what looked like surveillance photographs. She recognized the school gate in the 3rd one, the diner in the 5th, the pack house perimeter is in the 8th. Her own front porch in the 12th. She pressed the earpiece. Secondary structure is operational intelligence, not holding. I need Desmond in here when the front is clear. There's a server and files, we want this intact. Copy, Harper said from the pack house, voice steady and immediate. Relating to Desmond. Front engagement starts in 90 seconds. Copy, Evie said, and began moving through the space with the methodical attention of someone cataloguing rather than destroying. She was on the 3rd filing drawer when the door opened behind her. She didn't reach for a weapon. She turned slowly, with her hands visible, because she'd understood on the road here that the assessor wouldn't send someone to retrieve her. He'd come himself. He would want to meet the question he'd been building a picture of for 4 months. The man in the doorway was unremarkable in every way that someone could be unremarkable on purpose, medium height, medium build, a face that suggested competence rather than threat. The kind of face that looked right behind a desk or across a conference table, or handing someone a professional-looking badge with a slightly wrong name on it. He was holding nothing. He stood in the doorway with his hands at his sides, and looked at her with the focused, assessing quality of someone looking at something they've been waiting to see. "Ms. Ward," he said. He had a voice to match the face, pleasant, professional, carrying nothing extra. "I've been hoping to meet you properly." "I know," Evie said. Outside, distant but distinct, the sound of the pack hitting the front of the farmhouse reached them both. The assessor didn't look toward the sound. He kept his eyes on her, which told her the front engagement was expected and accounted for, which meant he had something planned for it that she didn't yet know about. "You're not what we anticipated," he said. When the profile was built, the data suggested a highly capable but fundamentally isolated operative, someone whose primary vulnerability was the absence of connection. He tilted his head slightly, a gesture that was either curiosity or performance and might have been both. "The profile was wrong." "Profiles usually are," Evie said. "Not usually, this one specifically." He took one step into the room, which was still at the door and still with his hands visible and still in the register of someone conducting a conversation rather than a threat. "You have something my employer wants to understand. The elder Ward spent 3 centuries avoiding contact, refusing consolidation, staying mobile. You arrived in one place and stopped moving. In 4 months, you've built what he spent 300 years refusing to build." He looked at her with the clinical interest of someone reading a result they hadn't predicted. "He wants to know how." "He could ask me directly," Evie said. "He will," the assessor said. "That's what tonight is for." Outside, the sound of the pack engagement shifted in a way that Evie's trained ear caught before her mind caught up to it, a change in the quality of the noise. A new element, something that hadn't been there 30 seconds ago and was now. Harper's voice came through the earpiece, tight and controlled. "Evie, the front engagement, there's a secondary group. They were inside the farmhouse, they just came out the back. They're heading toward the secondary structure. At least 8, possibly more. Rowan's group is split." "I hear you," Evie said, still looking at the assessor. He heard her say it. He heard that she was on comms and that the situation outside had changed, and something moved in his face that was the closest thing to surprise she'd seen in it. "You should know," he said in the same pleasant professional register, "that my employer's instruction was specific. You are not to be harmed." "I know," Evie said. "That instruction doesn't apply to everyone with me." She reached back and unclipped the 12 gauge. The assessor looked at it, at her, at the server rack against the wall that she was now positioned between him and. "This conversation isn't finished," he said. "No," Evie said, "it's not." She moved. Not at him sideways, the specific lateral move that denied him the angle he'd been slowly angling toward, putting herself between the door and the server rack, which was the asset she'd been assigned to protect, and which he clearly wanted to leave with regardless of what happened to her. He was fast, she'd expected fast from everything about him. He was not faster than someone who had been trained since childhood by a man who had 3 centuries to develop an opinion on fast. The door behind her opened the secondary group, coming in, exactly as Harper had said, and for approximately 3 seconds, the room contained the assessor, Evie, 2 armed people who had just come through the door, and the specific quality of a situation that was about to become much more complicated. Evie put herself against the server rack. She raised the 12 gauge. And she waited to see what the next few seconds were going to decide. Chapter 20. The 2 who came through the door were operational. She could read that in the first second, the way they moved and how they held their weapons, and the specific quality of readiness that came from people who'd done this before rather than people who'd been handed a gun and pointed at a problem. She didn't give them time to assess the room. She moved before they'd fully cleared the doorway, the 12 gauge swinging wide and deliberately loud. A single shot that wasn't aimed at either of them but that changed the geometry of the room completely, driving both of them to cover on instinct, the specific reflex of trained people who'd learned that the sound of a shotgun required immediate response. In the 2 seconds that brought her, she was already elsewhere, low and fast, the 12 gauge going to the sling and both 9s coming up. The assessor didn't move. He stood exactly where he'd been standing and watched her work with the focused, neutral attention of someone taking notes rather than participating, which was the most unsettling possible response to what was happening in the room, and which she filed away without letting it slow her. The first one she took out of the fight with 2 shots and a knee that relocated his ability to continue the conversation. The second one was genuinely better, faster and trained, and reading her patterns with the quick intelligence of someone who'd been in enough rooms like this to know what patterns to look for. She gave him 2 patterns she didn't intend to keep, let him commit to the third one, and took him out of the equation when he was mid-commit and couldn't recover. 4 seconds, maybe 5. The room went quiet. She stood up from the crouch, both 9 pistols still up, and looked at the assessor. He was looking back at her with the expression she'd expected, not fear, not aggression, the specific quality of someone completing a calculation. The profile was significantly wrong, he said. You mentioned, she said. What I didn't mention is why that matters. He moved then, not toward her, not toward the door, toward the chair at the desk, which he pulled out and sat in with the unhurried composure of someone who had decided to change the register of the conversation entirely. He folded his hands on the desk. My employer has been running the same operational model for 3 centuries. Identify the target, isolate the target, remove whatever connections the target has built, then approach. He looked at her steadily. It's effective. It has always been effective. The elder Ward was the only subject at that time who successfully evaded the model, and he did so by never building anything in the first place. He built me, Evie said. Yes, the assessor paused, which is the thing my employer has never fully understood. He built you and he did it in isolation, which fit the model. You were a connection, but a hidden one, a single point rather than a network. When you arrived here, the initial assessment was that you would behave as he did. Isolated, mobile, self-contained. And then I didn't. And then you didn't. He looked at his hands. My employer's blind spot, and I use the word precisely, not as a criticism but as a clinical observation, is that he cannot model the value of what he has spent his career taking apart. He understands connection as vulnerability. He has never understood it as strength. He looked up at her. You have acquired in 4 months exactly the things his model requires subjects not to have. A pack, a family, children who need you, someone who he stopped, and the pause held something that wasn't quite delicacy. He cannot calculate you. He has never been able to calculate anyone who had more to fight for than to survive. The elder Ward knew this. He knew it was the one thing that would make someone genuinely dangerous to my employer. He simply couldn't bring himself to build it. The room was quiet around them, the 2 operational people breathing on the floor, the server rack warm and running at her back. Why are you telling me this? Evie said. Because I am good at my job, the assessor said, and part of being good at my job is knowing when a situation has moved beyond the point where my involvement serves my employer's interests. Tonight did not go as planned. The intelligence operation has been compromised. He glanced at the server rack. He will know that. He will also know that you were the reason it was compromised, which will confirm his interest in you rather than resolve it. He stood, smoothed his jacket, and looked at her with the specific quality of someone who had made a decision and was comfortable with it. He's coming himself. Not immediately, he'll need to regroup, reassess, build a new operational picture without this one. He gestured at the server rack. But he'll come. And when he does, it will be personal in a way his previous operations haven't been. I know, Evie said. I thought you should know that I know, he said, which was its own kind of statement about what kind of person the assessor was. He walked to the door. She let him. She had the server rack and the files and the intelligence that was going to tell them more about Kane's network than anything they'd extracted from Garrett. And the assessor walking out into a dark field full of pack wolves was a problem he'd created for himself. At the door he paused. The elder Ward was right about you, he said, for whatever it's worth from me. He went out. She stood for a moment in the quiet of the secondary structure, listening to the sounds outside the pack engaging, the specific controlled sounds of Rowan's people working, and breathed. Then she pressed her earpiece. Secondary is secure, she said. Server rack intact, files intact. The assessor is mobile, heading away from the structure. Pick him up or let him go, your call. A pause. What's the status on the front? Harper's voice came back, and the quality of it told her something before the words did. Front is clear, Harper said. But Evie, Desmond's down. He's stable, but they need the pack medic now. Rowan with him. She found them at the north side of the farmhouse. The pack medic already kneeling, Rowan crouched on Desmond's other side with one hand on his shoulder, and the specific expression of someone managing their reaction to something that had frightened them. Desmond was conscious, she could see that from 20 yards, and from the way he was talking, low and steady to the medic, clearly in pain but present. The damage was to his side below the ribs, a blade rather than a gun by the look of it. Serious. The kind of thing that needed real care and real time and was going to be fine if it got both. She crouched beside Rowan. Rowan looked at her with a fast, comprehensive look that checked her over the same way she always checked her over, the running inventory of someone who had been worried, and was now confirming the worry was unnecessary. "You're intact," Rowan said. "Mostly," Evie said. "He's going to be okay." Yes, Rowan looked at Desmond at the medic's focused work. He took the hit, redirecting someone who was going for Briar. It was his choice. Her voice had the specific quality it got when she was holding something steady that she would deal with later. "Briar knows she's—" "I'll talk to her," Evie said. "She doesn't need—" "I'll talk to her," Evie said again gently, and Rowan let it go. Desmond looked at Evie from the ground with the particular expression of a man who had been holding everything together for months and was currently in significant pain and choosing to be dry about it anyway. "Server rack." "Intact," Evie said. "You'll want to look at it when you're ambulatory." "How long?" "The medic will tell you. Stop planning the next operation." "Someone has to," he said and closed his eyes, which was the most she'd ever seen him concede to a situation. She put her hand briefly on his arm, and he didn't say anything, which was what either of them needed at that moment. The pack house received them the way it always received them, after being lit and warm and waiting, because Harper had left every light on, which was something she did when she was managing the specific anxiety of not knowing what was coming back and needing to do something with her hands while she waited. She was on the porch when the convoy pulled through the gate, and she came down the steps at a controlled pace that was clearly costing her something to keep controlled. And she looked at Evie first, then at Rowan, then at the shape of the group returning, and her face did the thing it did when she'd been afraid and was now doing the arithmetic on what came back versus what went out. "Desmond," she said. "Stable," Rowan said. "He's going to be fine." Harper exhaled. She looked at Evie again, and Evie opened her arms slightly, not insisting, just making the offer, and Harper walked into it and stood there for a moment that didn't need to be longer than it was. "I told you to come back," Harper said, muffled. "I did," Evie said. "I know." Harper stepped back, reassembled herself, looked at both of them with the expression of a 15-year-old who had been running comms for a field operation, and was not going to let anyone see how scared she'd been until she'd had at least 6 hours of sleep. "The twins are awake. I told them everyone was coming home safe, and Luna immediately asked if she could have hot chocolate, and I said yes, and now I need someone to make hot chocolate because I don't know where anything is in this kitchen." "I know where everything is," Rowan said. "Obviously you do," Harper said and went inside. Luna had hot chocolate and processed the evening's events with the thoroughgoing narration she gave most things, explaining to Willow in considerable detail what hot chocolate had to do with everything being okay, which was a causal relationship she had clearly worked out to her own satisfaction. Willow listened, Moon in her arms, and didn't point out the logical gaps in the argument, which was how Evie knew she was relieved. By the time the twins were in bed, it was very late, and Evie was tired in the specific way of someone who had been running on adrenaline for several hours and was now taking the inventory of everything it had covered. The claw marks from the orchard had opened slightly. Her shoulder had the deep ache of something that had been hit harder than she'd tracked in the middle of things. Her ribs were making their usual case for more consideration than they received. She sat in the chair and looked at the two of them, Moon on the nightstand, Clover beside her, Luna already most of the way to sleep, Willow watching Evie with a weary look. "Is everyone okay?" Willow said. "Everyone's okay," Evie said. "Desmond got hurt, but he's going to be fine. The doctor is with him." Willow absorbed this. "He's the steady one," she said, "the one who makes coffee at 7. "Yeah," Evie said, "he is." "He'll be okay," Willow said, with the certainty of someone who had decided rather than predicted, and something about the confidence of it settled Evie in a way she hadn't expected. "Yeah," she said, "he will." Willow looked at her for a moment. "Evie." "Yeah. Is there more to the song?" The question arrived with the inevitability of something that had been building for weeks, each ask and each deferral a piece of a sequence that had known where it was going. Evie had known this moment was coming. She felt it approaching the way she felt weather, not with dread, with something more like readiness. She settled into the chair. She sang the first verse. "Close your eyes, my little wolves. The stars have found their place. The pines are whispering to the wind. The night's a warm embrace. Luna's eyes, which had been at half-mast, drifted fully closed. She'd always been the first. The creek will sing the old, old songs. The owls will guard the trees. The forest keeps the hearts it loves. So sleep in gentle peace. The chorus is familiar now, both of them knowing it in their bodies the way you knew things that had been given to you in the dark at the end of difficult days. Run wild, run free. Beneath the same moon as me. Through the pines and over stone. You're never lost, you're never alone. Dream high, dream deep. Where the rivers kiss the sea. No matter where tomorrow leads. You're beneath the same moon as me. She sang the second verse, she sang the bridge. Willow's eyes stayed open. She said she'd know when it was time, she'd been right. Evie took a breath and sang the final chorus, the one she'd been holding, the one that Elara Ward had written in a world that didn't yet know what was coming, the one that Elias had carried for 300 years and given to a small girl who hadn't understood yet why it mattered. Run wild, run free. Beneath the same moon as me. Through the pines and over stone. You're always home with me. Sleep now, little wolves. The stars know where you'll be. Close your eyes, my precious hearts. Beneath the same moon as me. She sat in the quiet after the last note. Willow's eyes closed. Evie stayed in the chair until both of them were fully asleep, the way she always stayed, because leaving felt wrong and staying felt like what she was for. Then she went out to the hallway. Rowan was on the porch, which Evie had known without checking. She came out into the cold night air and sat in the chair beside her, and neither of them said anything for a while, which had become their most fluent language. The moon was where it always was, nearly full, doing what it always did. After a while Rowan said, "What did he tell you, the assessor?" Evie told her. All of it, the blind spot, the model, the 300 years of taking apart what Cain couldn't understand. She told her what Elias had known, and what the assessor had said about why Evie was positioned differently than Elias had been. Rowan listened without interrupting, which she did when something mattered enough to hear completely before responding. When Evie finished, the quiet held for a moment. Elias couldn't bring himself to build it, Rowan said. No, but you did. I didn't plan to, Evie said. It just, she stopped, looked at the tree line. Happened, you happened, Harper happened, the twins happened. She paused. I kept trying to stay alone and the universe kept sending me people I couldn't argue with. Is that what I am? Rowan said, a person you couldn't argue with. You are many things, Evie said, that's one of them. Rowan turned to look at her, and Evie was already looking back, and the distance between them on the swing was the same distance it had been since October, and was also, somehow, not the same at all. He said you're incalculable, Rowan said, because of what you have to fight for. Yes. What do you have to fight for? It wasn't really a question, they both knew it wasn't really a question, but Evie answered it anyway. Because some things deserve to be said out loud, even when both people already knew the answer. You, she said, Harper, the twins, all of it. She held Rowan's gaze. I have a lot to fight for. Rowan's expression did what it did, the unmanaged version, the one that had been visible since the dishes and the porch and the not going inside, and she reached across the small space between them on the swing and took Evie's hand. Not dramatic, not announced, just her hand finding Evie and holding it. Evie looked down at their hands, she looked up at Rowan. She didn't say anything, she didn't need to. The door from the house opened. Willow stood in it, Moon under one arm, blinking in the porch light with the focused expression of someone who had woken up for a specific reason, and intended to address it efficiently. She looked at Evie, she looked at Rowan, she looked at their hands. She looked back up at both of them. Okay, she said, with the gravity of a 9-year-old who had just confirmed something she'd been waiting on for a while. Good. She went back inside. The door closed. Evie and Rowan looked at each other. Rowan's mouth curved into the real smile, the full one, the one Evie had been watching appear more often, and that she had not stopped finding remarkable. It happened so rarely that it was always, somehow, a surprise the way the sun through certain windows was always a surprise, even when you knew the house. Good, Evie said. Good, Rowan agreed. Their hands stayed where they were. The moon kept doing what it did, and the porch held them in its particular warmth, and somewhere in the pack house a steady man was being looked after, and a 15-year-old was finally asleep, and two small wolves were dreaming under the same moon they'd always been under, which was the same moon everyone had always been under, which was, it turned out, enough. Chapter 21. The morning after the farmhouse had the particular quality of mornings that arrived before anyone was ready for them, grey and quiet, and carrying the specific weight of things that had happened and things that hadn't finished being processed yet. Evie was up first, which was usual, but she stood at the kitchen window with her coffee longer than usual, watching the tree line do nothing but be there, which was doing something after last night. She heard Rowan's step on the stairs. The specific sound of it, she'd learned the sounds of this house, the way she'd learned the sounds of every space she'd occupied long enough to care about. Rowan came into the kitchen and looked at her, and Evie looked back, and the thing that had happened on the porch was in the room between them, the way things were when they were real rather than imagined, present without needing to be announced. Evie reached past her and got a second mug from the cabinet, the one Rowan used. She'd learned which one without deciding to and poured coffee into it and handed it to her. Rowan took it. Their hands were close on the exchange, the same not quite clean transfer as the dishes the night before, and this time Evie left her hand there for a half-second longer than the handoff required. Rowan looked at the hand, at Evie. She didn't say anything, she didn't need to. Evie went back to the window. They stood in the kitchen in the early morning quiet. It was different from every other morning they'd stood in this kitchen, not dramatically, not in any way the twins or Harper would have been able to point to specifically, but in the specific way that things were different when something had been named that hadn't been named before, even if the naming had been done with a hand rather than words. Desmond was in the pack house's downstairs bedroom, which was where the medic had put him, and was working from his phone when Evie checked on him mid-morning, which was exactly what she'd expected. "The server data," he said before she'd said anything. "You could rest," she said. "I'm resting," he said, which was technically true in the sense that he was horizontal. "The server data is significant. Kane's regional network is larger than we thought, not just this operation. There are 3 other active pipelines within 200 miles, different teams, different methods, all feeding into the same central operation." He looked at her over his phone. "We've been dealing with a branch. The trunk is considerably more substantial." "How substantial?" "Enough that taking down the regional operation isn't going to end it. We disrupted his local presence significantly, meaningfully. Those pipelines are going to take months to rebuild, but he'll rebuild them. He has the resources and the patience." "What does he not have?" Desmond looked at her steadily. "A reliable model for you," he said. "The assessor's assessment, whatever he told you, is going to land back to Kane as a significant intelligence failure. He's going to spend time and resources trying to understand what he got wrong." A pause. "That's a window, not forever but real." Evie looked at him, at the steadiest person she'd known in Blackwood Falls, lying flat on his back and doing threat analysis on his phone, with a blade wound below his ribs. "You should rest," she said. "You should let me," he said, which was not agreement. She put her hand briefly on his arm, the way she had last night, and he said nothing about it, which was how they did things. The letter from Adrian arrived that afternoon, forwarded through a contact she didn't recognize to a pack house address she'd never given him, which was its own confirmation that his network was more extensive than he'd let on. "Evie, I'm in good health. The work continues, which is the most I'll say in writing. I have heard, through channels that remain reliable, that the farmhouse operation was successful. I have also heard that the assessor spoke to you directly before withdrawing, which means you know the shape of what's coming more clearly than most. What I know that you may not, Kane has moved twice in the last month, not running, repositioning. He's pulling central resources toward the northeast, which is not where his operations have historically concentrated. I don't know yet what he's moving toward. I'm working on it. Keep the journal, read the early parts again when you have time. Ilara wrote something in the 3rd week that I've thought about for 300 years. I think you'll understand it differently than I did. Tell the twins the forest remembers." Evie read it twice, folded it, and put it in her jacket pocket where she kept things she intended to think about properly later. She went and found the journal. Willow was at the kitchen table doing homework, when the email arrived on Evie's phone. Official, from the County Family Services Division. A subject line that said guardianship application status, update, in the specific bureaucratic language of things that had taken their time, and arrived anyway. She read it once, then she set the phone face down on the table and looked at the wall for a moment. Then she picked it up and read it again, because the first read hadn't entirely landed in the right place yet. Application approved, effective immediately. Luna was in the other room. She could hear her talking to someone, probably Moon, probably about something that had happened at school and required immediate processing. Willow was at the table, pencil moving across her worksheet, not looking up. "Willow," Evie said. Willow looked up. Evie wasn't sure what her face was doing exactly. She didn't try to manage it. She held the phone out. Willow read the screen. She read it the way she read most things, fully, carefully, twice, without performing a reaction while she was still forming one. Then she set the phone down on the table between them. She looked at Evie with the weighing expression, the one that had been the first thing Evie had learned to read in her. "Does this mean we're staying?" she said. "Yes," Evie said. Willow looked at the worksheet in front of her, at the phone, at Evie. "Okay," she said. Then she picked up her pencil and went back to the worksheet, because she had decided, apparently, that this was settled, and settled things didn't require additional ceremony. From the other room, Luna's voice, and then Priya said. Evie looked at Willow bent over her homework, at the pencil moving steadily across the page, at Moon on the table beside the worksheet, yellow button eyes catching the afternoon light. She sat down across from her. She stayed there while Willow finished the worksheet, and Willow let her, which was its own kind of answer to a question neither of them had needed to ask. Harper found her on the porch later that afternoon. In the specific way Harper found people on the porch when she'd been working up to a conversation, by appearing there herself and waiting to see if the conversation would start on its own. Evie let it start on its own. "Can I ask you something?" Harper said after a while. "Yes." "What happens after, like after Cain, after all of it?" She looked at the tree line. "What does it look like?" Evie thought about this genuinely because it deserved genuine thought. "I don't know the specifics," she said. "I know we go after the other pipelines. The data from the server gives us starting points for 3 of them. I know Cain, going to come himself at some point, and that's going to be significant." "I don't mean the operation," Harper said. "I mean after, what do you want it to look like?" Evie looked at her. 15, in the specific way of 15 that knew things it hadn't been told and asked questions with more in them than the question. "The cabin," Evie said, "fixed the twins in school, Sunday dinners." She paused. "Your mother driving me completely insane regularly." Harper's mouth curved. "That's pretty specific for someone who doesn't know the specifics. Some things are clearer than others." "Does she know?" Harper said, and didn't specify who she was because they both knew who she was. "Some of it," Evie said. "We're working on saying the rest out loud." "You're both terrible at that," Harper said, with the affectionate certainty of someone who had watched 2 people be terrible at something for 4 months and had developed informed opinions about it. "I know," Evie said. "Willow figured it out in like 3 weeks. Willow is perceptive. Willow is 9. "Yes," Evie said, "that's what makes it embarrassing." Harper laughed, the real one, the full one, and Evie sat with the sound of it and thought about a parking lot in October, and how far that was from a porch in winter, with the tree line doing nothing but being there, and this specific 15-year-old laughing beside her. "For what it's worth," Harper said when she'd recovered, "I think it looks good, the after, whatever it ends up being." She paused. "You fit here." Evie looked at the tree line. "Yeah," she said, "I think I do." The Sunday dinner was the last one before winter properly arrived, the cold having spent the last week making its intentions clear, and the pack house was warm in the specific way of houses that had been heated by people rather than just furnaces. Evie's mother arrived and immediately began assessing whether anyone had eaten enough recently, which was her primary mode of care, and which the twins had adapted to with impressive speed. Luna accepted a second helping before being offered it. Willow waited until asked and then said yes please, which Evie's mother received like a gift, because she understood it was one. Her brother had brought a card game he'd apparently decided would be appropriate for all ages, which it was not. but which produced an hour of negotiated rule modifications that somehow resulted in everyone playing a completely different game that had evolved organically from the original, which Luna declared superior and named after herself. "We're not calling it Luna's game," her brother said. "It's my game," Luna said. "I made the best rule." "You made a rule that let you win every turn. That's what makes it the best rule." Evie's father watched this argument with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had raised someone not entirely unlike Luna and felt vindicated by the results. He caught Evie's eye across the table, and something passed between them that didn't need words, the particular communication of people who understood each other well enough that the understanding was its own thing. Rowan was at the other end of the table, in the specific position she occupied at these dinners present, engaged, increasingly less guarded than she'd been in September, the composure she wore like weather having developed gaps that she'd stopped trying to close. Evie's mother had noticed the gaps. Evie's mother noticed everything, catalogued it, and saved it for the appropriate moment, which she had apparently decided was not tonight, which was either restraint or strategy and probably both. After dinner, standing in the kitchen in the particular aftermath of a large meal, Evie's mother appeared beside her while she was dealing with leftovers and said, very quietly, in the specific register she used when she meant something more than the words, "She looks at you like you're the thing she was looking for." "Mom," Evie said. "I'm not saying anything," her mother said. "I'm nodding very quietly for the record." "Noted," Evie said, which meant nothing, and her mother knew it, and went back to the dining room wearing the expression of someone who had made her contribution and was prepared to wait. After the family had gone, and the twins were in bed and Harper was asleep, and the house had settled into its late-night quiet, Evie found Rowan in the study with the server data printed across 3 different surfaces, and the focused concentration of someone who'd been thinking about the same problem from several angles. She stood in the doorway. Rowan looked up. "You should sleep," Evie said. "You should sleep," Rowan said. "I'm not the one with 3 active pipeline maps on my floor." "The data isn't going to make less sense in the morning," Rowan said, which was not an argument for stopping but which she stood up anyway, because Evie was in the doorway and apparently that was sufficient. She turned off the desk lamp. The study went dark except for the hall light through the doorway, which put Rowan in a kind of half-light that did things to the specific quality of her expression that Evie had been noticing since October and had stopped trying to not notice. They stood in the doorway together, not quite in the study, not quite in the hall, the particular in-between place they kept ending up. Evie thought about Elias' handwriting on the last page of the journal. "Don't close yourself to the people who are trying to stay, be smarter than me." She thought about the assessor's face when he said the profile was significantly wrong. She thought about Willow looking at their hands and saying okay, good, with the composure of a 9-year-old confirming something she'd known for weeks. She looked at Rowan. "I want to stay," she said. 3 words. She'd practiced them in her head exactly once, on the porch last night, and then let them be until they were ready, which was apparently now. Rowan looked at her. The unmanaged version of her expression, the one that had been appearing since the dishes she wasn't managing at all. "You're already staying," she said. "I know," Evie said. "I wanted to say it out loud, so you knew I meant it, so it wasn't just something that was happening, something I chose." Rowan was quiet for a moment. In the specific way she was quiet when something had landed that she was going to hold carefully. "Okay," she said. It was the same word Willow had used standing in the doorway with Moon under her arm, looking at their hands. It meant the same thing. Evie looked at her, at this woman who had shown up uninvited on a Saturday morning in running clothes, and tried to buy her land twice and filed guardianship paperwork, without being asked, and reached across a porch swing, and held her hand in the dark. She reached out and took Rowan's hand. Not waiting for the gesture this time, initiating it. Rowan looked down at their hands. She looked up at Evie. "I'm glad you stopped running," she said. "I'm glad you kept showing up," Evie said, "even when I was trying to prevent it. You were very committed to preventing it. You were very committed to showing up." "One of us had to be," Rowan said, and her mouth curved into the real smile, and Evie thought about the sun through certain windows being a surprise even when you knew the house. They stood in the doorway together, which was where they kept ending up and which was, Evie was realizing, not a threshold, but a place, the specific place between inside and outside, between what had been and what was coming, the place where things that were being built lived while they were still becoming themselves. She was, she thought, exactly where she was supposed to be. The house settled around them, quiet and warm. Outside, the moon was where it always was. The tree line was doing nothing but being there. There was a man named Kane who was coming, eventually, personally, with 3 centuries of conviction and a blind spot that she was positioned to use. There were 3 pipelines to disrupt, and a server rack full of intelligence that Desmond was going to be insufferable about from his recovery bed. There were 11 character references on a guardianship application, and a spelling test taped to the refrigerator, and a wolf plushie named Moon on a nightstand, and a tin of butterscotch candy on a shelf that 2 9-year-olds now helped themselves to without asking, which was exactly what it was there for. There was a lot still coming. She was, for the first time in her life, not facing it alone. Not because she'd given anything up to be here, not because she'd surrendered the freedom Elias had spent his life teaching her to protect. Because she'd finally understood what he was trying to tell her, at the end, in the unsteady handwriting of a man who'd taken 300 years to learn it himself. You were never meant to be alone. I just didn't know how to say that without it sounding like a cage. It didn't sound like a cage. It sounded like home. Chapter 22. The repairs were done on a Friday, which meant Evie drove out alone on Saturday morning to see it before anyone else arrived, which was the way she'd always approached things that mattered alone first, to get her own read before other people's reactions got into it. She pulled up on the motorcycle and killed the engine, and sat for a moment in the new quiet, listening to it settle around her the way water settled after something dropped into it. The cabin looked the same from the outside and entirely different. The east roofline was solid. She could see it from the drive, the new sheathing flush, and even the slight sag she'd noted in Chapter 1 corrected so completely she had to look at where it had been to confirm it was gone. The window frames had new seals, the kind that would hold through winter without bleeding heat. The door, she got off the bike and walked to it, turned the handle, and it opened. Clean. Easy. No shoulder required. She stood in the doorway. Inside smelled like cedar and fresh-cut wood, and the faint mineral smell of new electrical work. And underneath all of it, the particular combination she'd stopped trying to name since the first day she'd let herself know what it was. Elias. She stood in the doorway for a long moment and let the cabin be what it was. Then she went in. They arrived at noon. Rowan's car first, the twins visible through the window before it had fully stopped. Luna already reaching for the door handle with the energy of someone who had been containing themselves for an entire drive and was prepared to stop. Willow had Moon under her arm and was looking at the cabin through the glass with the focused attention she gave things she was deciding about. Harper came on the motorcycle with Evie, which had become a fact of life that Rowan had accepted with the specific grace of someone who had lost the argument thoroughly and was choosing not to revisit it. Luna was out of the car before Rowan had turned off the engine. "It's bigger than I thought," she said, which was not accurate. The cabin was exactly the size it appeared from the outside, but that was what she meant, which was something else entirely. "Come on," Evie said and opened the door. Luna went through it like weather, immediate and comprehensive, her voice preceding her from room to room as she catalogued and assessed, and occasionally exclaimed about something that met or exceeded expectations. The solar readout got a specific comment. The kitchen got a longer one. The porch got the longest assessment of all, involving a theory about the swing that Evie chose not to engage with directly. Harper went through more slowly, with the attention of someone who had heard about this place for months and was now encountering the reality of it. She stopped in the front room for a moment, looking at the shelf by the door, the one with the candy tin on it, and then at Evie, and something moved in her expression that she didn't put into words. She didn't need to. Rowan came in last. She stood in the front room and looked at it, at the log walls and the repaired ceiling and the photographs Evie had finally put up, 3 of them, in mismatched frames she'd found at the hardware store during the Great Debate, and the look on her face was the one Evie had been watching appear more often lately. The soft one, the one without the alpha layered over it. "Twice," Evie said from across the room. Rowan looked at her. "You tried to buy it twice," Evie said. "I just thought someone should acknowledge that you got here anyway." Rowan's mouth curved, "Not the way I expected." Better or worse? Rowan looked at the room, at Luna's voice coming from the porch, at Harper examining the bookshelf, at the candy tin on its shelf. Better, she said, considerably. Willow took her time. While Luna narrated and Harper explored and Rowan stood in the front room with the soft expression, Willow moved through the cabin at her own pace with Moon tucked under one arm, touching things occasionally: the window frame, the back of a chair, the edge of the kitchen counter with the light, assessing contact of someone, learning a space through her hands as well as her eyes. Evie watched her from the doorway without following. Willow ended up in the second bedroom, the one that had been a study, that had been Adrian's for a week, that had the narrow bed the twins had shared the first night, and that now had two beds in it, side by side, because the pack had quietly installed a second one while the repairs were happening and nobody had made a thing of it. She stood in the room for a moment. Then she turned around and looked at Evie in the doorway. "The forest keeps the hearts it loves," she said. Evie went very still. Willow looked at the room, at the two beds, at the moon in her arms. "That's what this is," she said, "isn't it?" It wasn't quite a question. Willow rarely asked questions that were actually questions. Evie looked at her 9-year-old, who had asked Harper how to be brave, who had named her Wolf Moon, who had said okay, good on a porch, and gone back to bed with the composure of someone confirming what she already knew. "Yeah," Evie said, "that's what this is." Willow nodded once, with the finality of something settled, and went to put Moon on the nearer of the two beds in the position she'd clearly already decided was right. The candy tin came out after lunch, which was grilled cheese, which was Luna's request and therefore the only possible choice. Evie took it down from the shelf while the twins were still at the table, pried the lid with her thumb the way she always did, and set it in the middle of the table. Luna looked at it, at Evie. "What's that?" "Butterscotch," Evie said. "They were his, the man who used to live here." She looked at the tin. "Harper's told you about him." "Elia's," Willow said. "He kept them for kids who wandered close enough to be worth a kindness," Evie said. "That was always who they were for." Luna reached in without further deliberation and unwrapped one, and put it in her mouth. Her face went through several things in quick succession: surprise at the specific flavor, consideration, a brief internal debate, and then a resolution that landed somewhere between tolerating and appreciating. "It's interesting," she said, which was a very diplomatic assessment. "It's gross," Harper said from the counter, where she was washing dishes because she'd decided someone should. "It's always been gross. That doesn't mean it's not worth eating." Willow took one, unwrap it, hold it for a moment before putting it in her mouth. She chewed slowly. She looked at the tin, at Evie. "He sounds like he was a good person," she said. "He was," Evie said, "eventually." Rowan, who had been listening from the doorway, made the almost laughing sound, and Evie didn't look at her, but felt it the same way she felt the warmth from the repaired window on her left, specific, present, real. The afternoon went the way good afternoons went, without a plan, in increments, following whatever direction the moment pointed. Luna discovered the swing on the porch and conducted an extensive experiment involving its maximum arc and the precise point at which Evie would tell her to slow down, which turned out to be approximately 4 inches further than she'd expected. Harper found the stack of books Evie had accumulated and was working through since September, and developed several opinions about it that she delivered at length. Willow sat on the porch steps with Moon in her lap, and watched the tree line with the specific quality of someone who had learned, in the last 4 months, that tree lines mostly did nothing but be there, and had decided that was enough. Rowan helped Evie fix a cabinet hinge that had survived the repairs but was still slightly off, which was the kind of small domestic task that required 2 people in an 8-square-foot kitchen to be in proximity for a sustained period, which neither of them commented on. It was ordinary. It was, Evie thought, exactly what ordinary was supposed to feel like. At dusk, while Rowan was inside with the twins starting something that sounded like it involved cards and increasingly creative rule interpretations, Evie went out to the motorcycle. She hadn't ridden it since before the farmhouse. Not consciously avoiding it, there had simply always been something more immediate, and the bike had waited, the way it always waited, without complaint. She did the walk around, habit. The chain was still tensioned from the last time she'd checked it. The fuel was low, she'd fill it in town tomorrow. The engine caught on the first try, the way it always did, and the sound of it in the dusk air was the most familiar thing she knew. She pulled out of the yard and onto the road. The evening had gone that specific blue-purple that lasted 20 minutes at this time of year before the dark finished arriving, and the trees on either side of the road were the particular shade of dark green that was almost black, and the air was cold enough to notice and not cold enough to matter. She rode. Not far, she wasn't going anywhere specifically, just moving through the specific pleasure of motion and the road and the evening, and the machine doing what it was built to do. The town went past in pieces: the gas station, the intersection, the edge of the school lot where the whole thing had started, which she went past without stopping because there was nothing left there that required her attention. She took the road that curved through the orchard district, the one that went past the edge of old apple orchards and out toward the county line, and she rode it until she was far enough out that the town lights thinned and the stars were doing what they always did given the chance. She stopped at a pull-off she'd found in September, before any of it, before Harper and Rowan and the twins and the farmhouse and the server rack and Elia's journal and Willow saying the forest keeps the hearts it loves. She stopped and turned off the engine and sat in the quiet. The moon was nearly full. She looked at it for a while, at the specific silver it laid across the fields around her, the color everything went when the world got out of the way of the light. She thought about a woman named Elara who had written a song for children she expected to keep, and a man named Elias who had carried it 300 years and given it to a girl he was afraid to tell he loved, and how things made with enough of the right thing in them kept being useful long after their makers were gone. She thought about a candy tin on a shelf and a key gone smooth at the edges, and a door that now opened clean without requiring a shoulder. She thought about the lights that would be on in the cabin when she got back. She started the engine. She came back the way she always came back, down the road to the gravel to the ruts to the clearing, and she saw the lights in the windows before she saw anything else. Kitchen light, front room light, the porch light which she hadn't turned on before she left, which meant someone had noticed it getting dark and turned it on for her. She killed the engine and sat for a moment in the quiet. Through the kitchen window she could see the shape of Rowan at the counter, doing something unhurried. She couldn't see what, it didn't matter what, it was only the specific quality of someone moving through a space with the ease of someone who belonged in it. Through the front room window she could see Harper on the couch with a book, which she recognized as one from the stack, which meant Harper had borrowed it without asking, which was going to require a conversation that both of them knew Evie was never actually going to have. She couldn't see the twins from the drive, but she could hear Luna faintly, through the glass, the particular pitch of someone narrating something, and from the second bedroom window she could see the warm glow of the lamp they'd started leaving on. She sat with all of it for a moment. No matter where tomorrow leads. You're beneath the same moon as me. The line arrived without her deciding to let it, the way the song arrived most times now from underneath thought, from the place where things lived when they'd become true. She got off the bike. She did the walk around, not because she needed to, but because the habit was hers and the cabin was hers and the evening was hers and the lights in the windows were hers in the specific way that things were yours when you'd stopped running from them. She walked up the porch steps, the ones that didn't creak anymore, another thing the crew had addressed without being asked, and opened the door. The cabin smelled like cedar and whatever Rowan had been making, and the specific warmth of a space that had people in it. "You're back," Willow said from the front room, without looking up from where she was sitting on the floor with Moon, and what appeared to be an extremely serious arrangement of things she'd found on the bookshelf. "I'm back," Evie said. "Good," Willow said, the same word she always used for the things she'd decided were settled, and went back to her arrangement. Rowan appeared in the kitchen doorway with a dish towel in her hands, and the expression that didn't have the alpha over it. "How was the ride?" she said. "Good," Evie said, and meant it the same way Willow meant it, which was to say completely. She hung up her jacket. She went into the kitchen. The door closed behind her, and the cabin held its warmth around all of them, and outside the moon was doing what it always did, and the tree line was doing nothing but being there, and the road that had given out a quarter-mile before the cabin, the asphalt thinning into gravel, the gravel into ruts, the ruts into a clearing where something had been waiting, was quiet in the dark, and still, and exactly what it had always been. A way back. That was all it had ever needed to be.